feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat.
AY Zeee, come out of that closet. When you was locked up, you was holding pockets. We all know you won't plug in your socket. BBC turn you on like a faucet. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. AY Zeee likes big shit long, sucks on it like a bone. When he was doing time, that's how he got along. Balls on his chin, he call it ping pong. Balls on his chin, he call it ping pong. He don't like that shrimp, no ching chong. He likes them real big, you know the King Kong. He don't like ho-hos, he like them ding dongs. When he rides on the bull, he goes yeehaw. AY Zeee, come out of that closet. When you was locked up, you was holding pockets. We all know you won't plug in your socket. BBC turn you on like a faucet. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. AY Zeee stuck in the closet like an old jacket. He put it in his mouth, then he jack it. He don't like them small, he like them massive. He likes them hard, but he'll take them flaccid. AY Zeee thinks he's aggressive, but he's really passive. When AY Zeee looks in the mirror, he sees a bad bitch. When he goes to sleep, he dreams of black dick. Black dick, black dick, black dick. AY Zeee, come out of that closet. When you was locked up, you was holding pockets. We all know you won't plug in your socket. BBC turn you on like a faucet. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. AY Zeee, come out of that closet. When you was locked up, you was holding pockets. We all know you won't plug in your socket. BBC turn you on like a faucet. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat. Beat feet, now he like to eat meat.
Hey, lame Charlie, you rap, bitch. Fucked up the money. Took food out the whole hood mouth. Flame Trotter is a rap bag. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, so the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, told the feds where the work at. Look in the papers, but he the one told. Pointed out the trap, show the feds where it go. Tried to hit a house, slipped right through the door. Called 12 quick, said they selling dope for sure. He messed up the block, everybody had to move. Plug looked mad, said that rat broke the groove. He talked too much, rap boy never relax. Whole hood know he the reason for the race back to back. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, so the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, so the feds where the work at. He called us rats, but his paperwork long. Snitched so hard, turned a statement to a song. Told on the weed, told on the pills, told on the stash, even told about the deals. Block got dry, had to switch locations. All cuts lanes, had snitch rotations. When he come around, whole block stay quiet. Soon as he talks, police start flying. Yeah, Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, told the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, told the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. 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 Yeah. Whole block know the truth. Rat boy in the paperwork heavy. Flame Trotter, you rat bitch. Fucked up the money for everybody. Took food out the whole hood mouth. Flame Trotter is a rat, yeah. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, told the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap, told the feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap. Feds where the work at. Flame Trotter is a rat. Told the fans where to work at. Hey, snitch in the G-Max, that's all he know. Yeah. Calling on the plug, let the whole block blow. Trap closed early, think lands, that's a fact. Mouse in the trap, paperwork in his pack. Hey, even op laughing, man, that bitch fold. Snitch 2 times a week, just trying to feel bold. 5'5", tiny frame, mouth doing all the work. Flame trotter in the trap, nah, he just a rat. Squeak, yeah. Flame trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap. Told the fans where to work at. Flame trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap. Told the fans where to work at. Flame trotter is a rat. 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 Squeak, squeak, yeah. Flame trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap. Told the fans where to work at. Flame trotter is a rat. Fucked up the trap. Told the fans I ain't hiding nothing. I'm him. The number one was a blower. The block's most wanted. King of the square. Who? The rat of the year. I'm the rat of the year. I'm the rat of the year. What? Yeah. I'm the rat of the year. I'm the rat of the year. Yeah, me. I'm the one who told. Walked in the station like leg at bone. Put out note, tied up receipt. I told the smooth I ain't meant one beat. I point out houses, cars, and plates. I told him turn right, that way he wait. I'm the neighborhood eagle, seeing everything clear. If you moving weight, I'm right here. I'm the snake with a schedule, check my app. 4 p.m. title time, pull up and yell. I don't hide, I don't run, I don't fear. I walk down the block yelling, I'm the rat of the year. 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 Yeah. I'm the rat of the year. What? Right. I'm the rat. I'm the rat of the year. If I see you, see, I'm calling 12. Gary can footage, stay to the shelf. If you part wrong, I'm making a case. If you blink weird, I'm taking your place. I told on my neighbor for cutting his grass. Told on the plug for moving too fast. I told on the dog for barking too loud. I told on the stranger walking in the crowd. I'm the rat with commitment, loyal to the law. If you do that to me, I saw what I saw. I'm the title take out, let me make this clear. I don't see that career. I told. I'm Larry. I told. Okay. I'm Larry. Who did it? I did it. You did it. Yeah. I own this title. I ain't gang no more. I retired in style. I walked in the station with a big old file. I told them everything from the block to the store. I even said, wait, hold up, I got more. I'm the king of the tip-off, blood of the league. I snitch so good they hire me every week. I'm the block's biggest menace, the tattletale champ. Got a badge from the mayor and the snitching camp. If you look suspicious, I'm taking a pic. If you whisper secrets, I'm pressing record quick. I'm ashamed, I ain't weak, I ain't scared. I stand on business of the year. I'm the rat of the year. I'm the rat of the year. Hold on. I'm the rat of the year. I'm the rat of the year. Hold on. I'm the rat of the year. Oh, Larry. Hey, y'all know what it is. If you do that, keep it far from me. Cause I'm gonna squeal. Squeal out. I'm the rat of the year.
All right, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Y'all doing all right? All right, give me 1 second. Let me figure out what we're gonna look at here. All right, let's see. Everybody doing all right? Oh, there's a comment I didn't have. Oh, that is Kiwi. That's a dude named Flames Trotter. He's nobody. He just pissed me off. He's a nobody for real. I mean, he's a We'll get into him in the future. He just pissed me off tonight, so I did that. Thought I'd play some of his songs, but it's all good. All right, tonight, man. Look, all right. Let's see. All right, we're gonna look at a couple things here, if y'all would like to. All right, let me get the screen up. Let me get the right screen. All right. I don't know if you guys saw a couple days ago, maybe, or a few days ago. Hey, what's going on? All right, a couple days ago, White Boy Lockdown Radio had played a did I change my channel name? Wow, what's it say? Or what did it used to be? All right, White Boy Lockdown Radio the other night was playing an interview that JLR had, and we looked at it one other night too on one of our lives. We watched it, but it's interesting. And if you guys haven't seen this one, you know it's not a lot of people. I mean, let me see. It's only got 1.9K views, so a lot of people probably haven't seen this yet. You watched them. You probably saw this one then, but it's interesting to me. And I was thinking about. I've been thinking about this shit, but I was thinking about tonight when I was doing some laundry for my parents and wasting time looking on the phone. And I don't know what made me think of this. Something made me think about it, but about the fact that he's like the ultimate troll. He's like I guess, and he's talking about suing people now and stuff, all types of stuff. Have you guys seen all that? All right, so talking about him being like the OG IRL troll before Google, he's like he was in real life trolling before it was a thing, before the people nowadays that are trolls knew what a troll was. Like he's the original troll, and it's dangerous in a way because he's good at what he does. And I'm gonna get into a little bit of that because it's interesting, some of the stuff that he's done. It's just interesting looking at all this stuff. It gets kind of deep to me. But yeah, this is the interview where he talks about cyber gangs. He gives a little look into his own mind as to some of the crimes he did, how he did them, why he did them, and what he thinks about them and stuff like that. It's an interesting look. If I didn't really pay attention to it like this the first time I watched this interview, and then I saw a White Boy play it the other day, or play part of it. Something happened. I don't know. I saw something. White Boys made me think of this. Pretty sure he played part of this interview, and it made me think about it. And I went back and started looking at this, and just looking at it for a few minutes, I was like, oh yeah. I've already thought of so much stuff. And I only watched like 10 minutes of it again for the second time. So appreciate everybody being here. I see there's 25 of y'all in here. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you can. Trying to get to 1,000. Doing good. We're on our way. And the like button really just because it'll put it in the algorithm. I don't know, something to get more people in here, or share it, or do something. Let's see. I'll get ready. We'll get ready right in this if y'all want to. Already wasted enough of your time. How's everybody doing tonight? I am gonna have to. There's a chance I might have to stop this abruptly. My dad's not in good shape, and it's like 3:30 in the morning. And I found him just standing up in the middle of the house a few minutes ago. I live. They have a guest house in the back, like an apartment, and that's where I'm at. And I'll look over there and I can see his window. I saw lights on that shouldn't be on at 3:30 in the morning, so I knew something was going on. So I went over there and I found him wandering around. So I might have to stop abruptly. If I do, I apologize. But I wasn't even planning on getting on here either. But that guy Flames Trotter pissed me off a minute ago. I was gonna go in on him, but I'm gonna let him live for another day. But he's got it coming. Runs his damn mouth. Speaking of trolls, see, he's an amateur. He's just an amateur, but we go school him. He's calling me a troll, all types of stuff. So he's got a problem. Oh yeah, see, I think I'm almost positive he's got like early stages of it, and I do know that he's having some, and he's a heart patient. He's just in bad shape. Well, he should. It's a miracle he's still alive. To be honest with you, no one expected him to be here this long, so he's a phenomenon already. But it's getting sad a little bit. I mean, any of it's sad when somebody, that dementia stuff is pretty sad, pretty hard. So if I do have to jump off here, I really am sorry, guys, but I thought I'd get on here just to blow some steam and get, hang out with you guys for a few minutes. Better than sitting here thinking about my dad, So sorry about all that stuff. I'm not here to bore y'all with that, but give you a little insight into my mindset, I guess. So let's get on into this. All right, y'all ready? Oh, you didn't recognize it too. So my avatar. Okay, my avatar. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I've. See, I have a couple other accounts, but they're. I don't even know what the name of one of them. One of them is called It's My Channel, and one is. I don't even know. I don't use them, but I was gonna say I don't think I would have accidentally gone live on one of them or something. But anyways, all right, let's get into this. All right, let me get it here. I don't know if any of you guys if you guys have seen this or if Oh, your mom has Alzheimer's? Yeah, it's rough, man. I've been through it with my grandma, so and she lived for some years with it. So, oh, cool. All right, yeah, let's go. Let's get into this. All right, there's 26 y'all in here. I appreciate you guys. Don't comment. That's cool. Hit the sub or the like button or something to give me some traction if you can, if you don't mind. I know it's a weird time, but anyways. All right, let me share this here. All right. Yeah, it does, song. But you know what? I feel blessed that I can help. That's the way I got to look at it, I guess. I don't know. I'm scared to death. I don't want to go through with it. I mean, I don't want to deal with it. But I'm glad he's here. And like I said, it's just the beginning. It's like when every once in a while you have these spells. And no blood. Got him to the hospital and everything when it's happening. No blood work shows anything. So the only thing I can figure by looking online is it sounds like what's it called? Not moonlighting, sundowning. It seems like that because he's all disoriented, and I'll say something to him, and then he'll talk, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about? But and the bad part is his body's starting to fail at stuff too. So that's the hard part. He'll get wonky, and my mom or nobody else can help him. I mean, strength wise, they can do all the talking stuff, but they can't. Like one night he ended up on the floor just because he forgot how to use his legs. I don't really know. It was weird stuff, but it's sad when it's like that, man, because it's like I know he's in there, and I just can't get to him. So the other night when it was happening, I just said, look, man, just comprehend this. He was getting frustrated. You can tell he's getting frustrated. I said, it's just time. All we have to do is beat this time. Don't let the time, just like going to jail, don't let the time do you. Just sit down, take a deep breath, and let's just ride this out. We got this. And he comes out of it every time. But they're also doing stuff with his medicine because he's a heart patient. He was retaining fluid a little bit, so they're messing with this stuff with his kidneys and all this stuff. So whenever they do that, it makes me think that could have a good bit to do with it too, because my grandma one time had a urinary tract infection and she was all wonky. I mean, completely crazy. And it turned out that urinary tract infection was causing it. All right, enough of that, guys. I'm sorry for that pity party, but I appreciate you listening because I'm not gonna lie, this is hard. I'm a sad dude, man. It's sad, but we're gonna make it. We don't have a choice, right? We can do this. All right, let's go. We're gonna check this out now. This is the interview on it's on a channel called America's. The channel is called Bobby Pickles. I'll put it in the chat for you. I'll link it for you too. And this is live with America's favorite serial litigant, Jonathan Lee Riches, on Pickles Podcast. Let's see. I don't know. So Jonathan Lee Riches is a former federal prisoner known for the many lawsuits he has filed in various United States district courts. It was actually federal courts, I think. Riches was incarcerated at Federal Medical Center, Lexington, Kentucky, for wire fraud under the terms of a plea bargain. His release date was April 30th, 2012. See, I want to get some of his paperwork from his case and from prison too, because I want to find out. I want to know who his co-defendants were. I want to find that out and see where they're at, because he's done. I don't know if y'all were here the other night for some of that trolling. For some of the looking at his trolling, and no, I got to do that. Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. I'm learning. I got him a big bell, and I told him to ring it, so my mom will hear it, and then she can call me. And I just keep looking out the window, and I can see over to their house and see if any lights are on. I'm getting there. All right, guys. So real quick, actually, as soon as I start this, I'm going to take off for a second and go look, and then I'll be back with you guys. All right, you've seen this one? Yeah, this one. I watched only 10 minutes of it again for the second time. Only 10 minutes of it, and I was like, holy crap! I didn't realize how important some of this could be. So yeah, see, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. All right, so we're going to start this. It's like an hour long. It is an hour and 27 minutes. I'm not really sure what I don't even remember what was in it, to be honest with you, because we've been watching so much stuff. But I know when I clicked on it, I just clicked on it real quick a little bit ago, and I was at the 17-minute mark and started from 17-minute to 27-minute. I made like 10 different notes of things pertinent that should be pointed out. So we'll start at the beginning and see if it's just nonsense. We'll skip through it real quick, but we'll check it out from the beginning for now.
So don't say anything incriminating at this point.
All right, here we go. Listen to JLR though. He's smart, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure Flames Trotter could give us a good
Twice.
critique of him because he's
Twice
the
in the Fed.
criminal
Twice
genius, but
Two indictments.
we're gonna give it a shot.
2 indictments. Jesus.
All right, guys, here we go.
Let me give that to you now.
I want to hear what they're saying.
How'd you like that? Why'd you get the trespass?
See, it's gonna be interesting to watch this again and listen to the things he says because he's a different JLR in this one. You know how he's got a few different personalities. Well, this to me seems like a mix between the JLR with this copyright thing around it and the JLR investigates. He seems to be that. That's the character I get out of this one. I'll be right back, guys.
Live directly from the sweatshop in sunny South Florida, Fat Enzo. My guest tonight is America's favorite serial litigant, Jonathan Lee Riches. And that's with a copyright symbol at the end. Jonathan's also convinced that he is impervious to getting banned on Facebook. He's a content creator under the business name Your Content. Travels all over the country stirring up shit, filming the border down in Texas, various MAGA rallies all throughout the state of Florida, masquerading as Muslims and photobombing Democratic idiot candidates. I know saying idiot and Democrat in the same sentence is redundant, so my apologies. Anyway,
one more thing. This uniform that he's got on, this particular uniform. I don't know if you guys were around for that time frame, but if so, you'll know what time frame I'm talking about. It feels to me like it was in between the JLR copyright phase and the JLR investigates phase. So I'm not quite sure. We can see when this was. This was on shit, hold on. Damn. When was this? What the hell's going on? All right, this was in 2021, April 2021. All right, this was April 2021 is when this went live.
Anyways, let's dive right into the insane mind of Jonathan Riches. Welcome to Bobby Pickles podcast, baby.
Bobby Pickles, how you?
Hell yeah! And hold on. Sorry, I don't have my Asian. That's me. Bam.
Love it.
That's the whole thing. Now we're good. What's up, Jonathan Riches?
Born Arrived 45, baby. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. What's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, I know a lot of you don't like to talk in the chat, but put in, whoever doesn't mind, put in where you guys are watching from. That always intrigues me, especially when it's odd time, like it's 3:40 in the morning here in Virginia. Hey, what's going on, Raylene? It's 3:40 here, 3:40 a.m. here in Virginia. So just put in where you guys are from. And if you're from some other part of the world, put in what time it is. That'd be cool. All right, back to it. I am going to stop every so often just for the fair use right stuff. I don't want to get any copyright things. I've been getting them all the time for music and stuff, but I'm going to start cutting that stuff out because I don't want these. I want these to get views. I don't want them to get blocked.
Did you sign the agreement stipulating that you will not sue me if I make you look like an ass on my show?
I won't sue you. I promise.
You swear to God?
I haven't sued nobody in 2 years now. So
2 years?
I'm trying to keep that.
Where's my Asian attorney? That stupid bastard. Absent again.
I was the most prolific jailhouse lawyer in the history of the United States of America.
Nice. That's what we want to talk about. That's what I'd like to talk about. Why don't we delve right in? I mean, you are the most litigious man, and this is the most litigious.
Okay, tell me. I'm sure I know everybody's gonna probably feel the same, but when talking about how he feels about the crimes that he's doing, and looking at what's going on now and the things that he's doing now, some of the things he said on some of his posts and stuff like that. You know, I don't know how many of you guys look at all his other social medias. That's the theory. There's a lot of theories out about him on other platforms. You know, I don't know if everybody's seen that stuff, but he's got a lot of stuff out here. And some of the stuff, or there's a lot of theories about him that are out here. We'll look at some of that if you guys haven't seen it. But yeah, listening to these old, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get. I don't know if I'll get into that today, but yeah, we'll get into all that. That's why I said a few of these things I haven't seen, wasn't familiar with, but I knew him around all the times of these videos, even the ones I haven't seen. So I knew the character we were dealing with at the time. I just hadn't seen some of these clips or some of these videos, but I've known of him for a decade now, maybe a little more, something like that, maybe, or no, less, a little less than 10 years, probably 7 years, maybe something like that, maybe, or really, actually knew who he was. And then, so looking at how he answers questions in some of and you can tell which interviews and which people he's more comfortable with and and knows closer and stuff like that, because he's a little more candid. Like, to me, it's just telling. So listen to this, and without all that in your mind, everything you know about him now, some of the way he's reacting to this Magnolia stuff, just all of that. And again, I'm innocent until proven guilty. That's always going to be what I say. But that doesn't mean that things shouldn't be looked at. And again, I'm looking at the psychology of this stuff. I'm no troll. I'm studying the trolls, and I've been doing that for a long time now. And I got a history of it on the internet of doing it. So when we get into the Flames Trotter stuff, that'll be interesting because, I've got a decade of a life on the internet. I've never been ran off the internet. I've never been ran off of anything, period, anywhere. So we're going to have some fun with old Flames here in a little bit. Just not tonight. He's definitely back burner material content.
Society in the world. So that means I don't want to be an anti-Semite, but are you Jewish?
Exactly, Song. Me too.
Not Jewish.
Now that we're past that hurdle,
and
so Jonathan,
no better people to study psychology with than criminals.
Remember, I used to troll as Muslims for Trump, Jews for Trump.
Here we go.
Jews for Clinton. Remember, I used to troll all those routes.
See, this is a buddy of his, so he's comfortable.
Bring me through it, okay? So people.
He's the man in the room.
Jonathan Riches.
Seems like whenever he goes somewhere.
Why do you have such a in-depth Wikipedia page?
This is good.
All right, so no one on this earth has filed more lawsuits than me. I filed over 9,000 lawsuits in the course of my life in every state, local, federal jurisdiction, probably everywhere, every federal court, every federal court, you'll see a lawsuit in my name. I was incarcerated.
Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate you guys.
I was 21 years old.
Let me know anything you need me to know in the chat.
Making a career. I was in the hacking, freaking scene, HP scene, freaking PHREAK.
What? Okay. What is this?
Hackers.
Hacking. You were a hacker.
Freaker.
You were
phone freaker.
Phone Freak.
Yeah, so I was part of 2600 DEF CON. If anyone knows,
Here we
probably
go.
have some old school listeners. Back in the 90s was these voice BBS systems, chat rooms, telephone chat lines where you could call and you
See, these people that are online right now being trolls and stuff. Like some of you guys that have just met me through the JLR stuff recently. I'm gonna introduce you to a whole nother realm of this internet here at some point. Since you guys are rocking with me now, and you guys, if you're sticking around, you're gonna see a whole nother part of the internet I'm gonna introduce you to, and it's full of troll, and it's interesting. It's interesting, but it can be dangerous too. And I'm gonna show you a lot of stuff that's gone real life and all types of crazy stuff. But yeah. So it's interesting. This guy is like, and the people I'm talking about just now, the little group of people, they're all younger. They're not even old enough to be as experienced of a troll as JLR. And this guy has got, I mean, this guy was trolling before there was internet. He was doing this before the internet was a thing. I mean, it might have been a thing, but not many people had. I think he said his first computer that he got was in 03. That was pretty early on for getting computers. I don't know. I mean, I definitely didn't come from a wealthy family, and we wouldn't have been the first to get a computer, even if we were. We just weren't that type of people back then. And I don't know when the first time I had a computer in my house. Who's that guy? Who's which guy? This is JLR in the red, and this guy is something Pickles. I forget his name. I'll get it here in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put his link in the chat. Bobby Pickles. Bobby Pickles. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys if you want to go check him out. Bobby Pickles. So yeah, everybody go check him out too. And again, just like every night, I'm not talking negative about either one of these guys. We're just looking at the psychology of this stuff, man, because it's getting crazy. And I'm telling you, I think this is going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. I think it's going to get crazier and crazier and crazier because JLR is a OG criminal. He's an OG white collar criminal. And the particular crimes he likes to do are these crimes. Yeah, I call them weird crimes, but they're not weirdo crimes like thinking of like touching kid type crimes. That's weirdo crimes. These are weirdo crimes like doing things because they aren't victimless crimes. These crimes he does do have victims, like the trolling stuff. It has victims, and you're going to hear about in this interview that people have actually died, not from him per se, but people are. My audio is high. Okay, and his is way low. Let me see if I can fix that. Let me see. I don't know much about this stuff yet.
Learn about the concepts of how phones work, optiverting phone calls, people exchanging credit card information, everything like almost like the Silk Road before Silk Road.
Wow, but it was all done on phones?
All done on phones. Baby.
Listen to this.
Okay.
And and then in the early 1994, I got my first computer, my Gateway computer came in a cow box. Windows 94, started, on the internet, but it was mostly chat lines and everything like that. So, I was getting hooked up with different cyber gangs. There was like these cyber gangs back in the day. And, we used to do nefarious things to one another. We used to SWAT people's homes, send, SWAT to people's homes on bogus 911.
Did you order a bunch of pizzas?
Pizzas, porta potties, everything out of the yellow pages sent to people's houses.
So this is like Jerky Boys on steroids.
Jerky Boys on steroids, but it was crazy because.
But then you also have a lot of people in the network.
Correct. So I learned a lot about the telephones. I learned a lot about credit. I myself, I worked for TransUnion, which is one of the three major credit bureaus.
Listen to this. You worked for.
I went rogue. I did bad, nefarious things with that, and I went to federal prison. I got indicted.
Wait till you hear how he does it. Just wait till you hear how in depth this stuff is. And where was it? James, I'm sorry, man. I don't know how to balance the audio any better than what it is. I don't even know how to do anything with it. So I'll look into that, and hopefully next time I'll have it a little more balanced, and I'll try to talk quieter. So I'll look into that. Thanks for letting me know. And I got the volume all the way up on the thing there. I hope you guys can hear it good enough. All right, we'll get into this. He gets into some interesting stuff here.
For identity theft and fraud, wire fraud. So
how did that happen? Like, what? All right, so let me.
So we created this concept, phishing. Have you ever heard of phishing? phishing is PHISHING. Phishing is basically,
It's like the band, but ing.
yeah. So we spammed out thousands of emails, and to extract personal information from people. And people
Hey,
believe,
Miss Constance.
for instance, we were.
I've been
playing
wondering where you've been.
AOL,
I hope
and we would
I hope
send
you're
out
doing good. I haven't seen you in a few days. I hope you've been well.
spam emails to hundreds of thousands of AOL customers saying, "This is AOL. There's a problem with your account. In order to maintain
100%.
your account, please submit your billing information, blah blah blah, on a form." And people would submit a social security number,
Hey, listen to
credit
this.
card, blah blah blah. So we took that information, ill-gotten gains, did a lot of fraud, bought a lot of materialistic things. I'm 21, highballing, bought a house, multiple cars.
Now, were you working like at a telemarketing like boiler room?
He says he had $800,000 that they took from him, and they claimed, and then they only submitted that they took 40,000. Now I know people are going to say that's crazy. The government, he's saying that he had $800,000 that the government reported having taken 40,000, and I'm sure people are going to say that's crazy. But I know people 100% for facts have got caught with drugs and stuff like that, and they don't report. They only report enough to arrest the people and are keeping large amounts of drugs and stuff like that. I've known it to happen multiple times and in different states. And that's, I know for a fact. I mean, unless I pretty much almost know for a fact. I wasn't there, but the people, I know people and I know what was going on. So it's not far fetched.
Kind of situation?
Oh, I mean, I was.
Or you were just doing this on your own, out of
doing
your
it on my
house?
own with a network of
Yeah, the
network of,
weed.
like,
Listen to
we
his
had a crew across
and listen
three
to
of
his
them.
terms, how he terms the weeds and the stuff like that. He'll say "I" a few times.
In different states, guys and girls.
Wow.
And then the big indictment came down. One day, I used to go into banks with, fake IDs. We had an ID, we had a PVC printer. We were making driver's licenses and credit cards, and we would go into banks, and I would, get an account, wipe out people's accounts. So,
Jim, you are on that, man. I remember you from the other day. But just be respectful. Remember, there's going to be some, domestic violence victims in the chat more than likely. So just be respectful, bro. Please.
one time, I guess the feds were watching me in the act because someone told on me in Texas, and they were watching me, and then they swooped in on me when I was coming out of the bank. They swooped me up, shipped me to Texas on an indictment, and next thing I know, I get 125 months in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release.
Wow.
And remember, he's mad at the government. He's still mad at the government now. So he's had a bone to pick since he was mad before then, and just had a weird way of thinking. So now he's mad.
5 years of supervised release, baby. That's 15 years of my life incarcerated.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Wow. From 21 till
20.
I'm really bad at math.
Well, by the
36.
time I went through the process, 35, because I lost all my good time in prison, so I didn't get no good time. I didn't federal system. You don't get no parole. You do 87% of your time if you behave. But it took me a while to behave.
So how did that happen? That so they came down on you. They were the feds doing.
I guarantee he was that nut in there banging on the fucking door, the freaking door in the middle of the night that you're mad at, all that stuff, doing all the annoying stuff that even annoys the other inmates. There's certain people in there that just annoy the other inmates. Oh, and I'm not saying you weren't being. I was just putting it out there for me being respectful as the host of the show or whatever, so everybody knew that. Because I know that some people thought that you were trolling or something the other night, but I never said you were. You're all good with me. And I meant everything I said respectfully as well, sir. All right, but yeah, so this gets wild. The way he talks about some of this. Just see, I don't know. I'm gonna let it roll for a little bit and try not to interrupt. My notes started at like 17 minutes, so I'm gonna try not to bother y'all till closer or about halfway. So the fair use stuff.
So like an investigation for a long time into
well,
this?
there was an individual out in Texas. He lived in Houston, Texas. He was doing something unrelated. He was he was using people's credit cards and sending large like electronics to like houses, UPS to to people's houses, and then picking them up. So he got caught unrelated. You know, he could have took the rap for what he did, but then he told the feds, "Hey, I know another guy that's doing something bigger in Florida, whatever like that," and drew the feds over to us.
Isn't that always what happened?
Always what
See the
happened,
us.
I mean, I just saw that you were with another FBI guy, FBI informant, Enrique Tario.
Oh yeah, hanging out with him tonight. Now, Mike Flynn, great.
Isn't
guy.
that wait? But hold on, let me find the Enrique picture. Let me share that. He's so. Where is that? Oh god, it's gonna take me forever to find it.
But you know, so I get sent to Texas. It's crazy about how the federal system works, you know. And Donald Trump was right about the DOJ corrupt to a core, right? I back the blue 100%, right? I respect law enforcement. I got law enforcement on my side of the family, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the federal government and the DOJ, they're corrupt to a core.
I'm showing the picture of you and the other Fed, two Feds together. So that seems to be the thing, though. Once they get one person, they get the other person, right? They get you to rat somebody else out, then you rat somebody else out,
I didn't
et cetera, et
cooperate,
cetera,
good,
right?
You know, the good thing about me is I didn't cooperate. Everyone told on me, and I was the one that got sentenced to the most time, 125 months. Had no prior criminal record of any violence, nothing crazy. You know, white collar guy, come from a good family. I just did cyber stuff or whatever. And it was a shock to me. It was a shock because when I pled guilty, which I did, there's federal sentencing guidelines. You do a
All right, and he's going to mention later on. He's going to mention a guy named the blind hacker who was like one of the first people to do swatting, and that one of the first swatters on record in America. And I got to interview with that guy on here as well. That's going to be interesting. I haven't watched that yet. Wait till you hear the cyber stuff he's done there. This gets deep, in my opinion.
Sentence investigation, the background on you, whatever like that. My guidelines were like 3 years, right? So I said, all right, I'll do, 3 years is fine. But then going in front of a federal judge was just so pissed off about, all the thousands of victims that we did and everything like that. She enhanced me. Federal judge appointed by Bill Clinton, by the way. Clinton appointee Democratic judge gave me 125 months in prison. It was shocking. I was listening, like when she put the gavel down and said 125, I almost threw up. I was sick. But then I was mad. I was like, F this. I'm going to fight back. So as soon as, I went to a federal penitentiary. I didn't go to no cupcake camp. I didn't go to no Fed, sweet place, whatever like that. They sent me to a penitentiary. So, I went to Coleman, Beaumont.
Where is that?
Coleman, Florida is a federal complex in Central Florida. It's up by the Villages, whatever. It's a complex, but they have penitentiary there, and they have low, medium, and high. But they sent me right to the high. So then, they throw me in with like crazy people, big time drug dealers and everything like that. So I didn't really fit in.
By crazy, what he meant at that point, he was probably on a regular yard or a PC one, I guess, or whatever. But if it's a regular yard, not a because this was not the mental facility yet. By crazy, he means they'll kill you. They're stabbing each other. They're not even fist fighting in this place. They're stabbing each other up or something, probably. That's what he means by crazy. A bunch of aggressive men. I don't think he was going to fit in too well.
But
when you first got there, what like
it was a culture shock.
There we go.
See, the very first time I went in, your unit.
You're fucking 21 or so.
21. The very first time I went in there, I saw the Aryan brother.
And I would say I've never been to any federal prison penitentiary at all. Nowhere near it. I've only been to all the county and city jails around here. That's it. I've never been to any penitentiary. But for him to say it's a culture shock, I know it was. We all know that it's crazy in these places, and I've seen the inside of the regular old, the first layer of the system, and it's third world country type crazy. So I can only imagine him walking into a USP penitentiary. Those are like the hardest in America.
Like stabbed somebody up the very first day I was there. Like I just heard this guy getting stabbed up on the top floor, and they threw him off the tier. He's screaming, no guards are around, and I'm like, what the heck? What did I get into? Like, what world is this? Whatever, like that. And then I had to keep my guard up a little bit, whatever. I didn't click up or nobody. I wasn't with like no gang or nothing. You know what I mean? I was just a soloist, and I'm always a soloist. Went right to the law library and tried to fight my case. And
so you just kind of like just stay out of everybody's way and stuff. Kind of just keep your.
If you keep in federal.
You became you had friends and stuff like that. Come on, I saw Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
Come on, man. 15 years. What?
You hold yourself.
You created a full life inside of there.
You respect. You don't go over anyone's boundaries. You don't get into homosexuality. You don't gamble. You're fine. And I had to fight a couple times. I held my own a couple times. I got my ass kicked one time.
Uh-oh.
You don't get
Uh-oh.
no
JLR chucking dukes. Okay. Let me find out JLR fuck around and might fight some of these YouTubers.
shit from nobody.
Oh, excuse my language.
So I went to the law library, started fighting my case because I thought my case was like crazy. I was also sentenced in Texas. They don't play in Texas. They don't play in Texas.
Because it's federal, so it's numerous states.
So I had a lot of grounds for appeal. I started learning the law library, learning the law, and putting together an appeal. Appealed my case, but it got rubber stamped denied, and appealed it to the Supreme Court. Didn't want to hear it, whatnot. They came back when I filed my appeal, and they came back with the word frivolous. This is frivolous, right? So that pissed me off. That got me real. I said, okay, you want to see some frivolous stuff. So then I just started wailing out lawsuits. Wailing, I started suing people. And
Yeah.
that's where my whole suing.
Do me a favor. Just move. I think move your seat in a little. Do you think you can move your seat in?
Absolutely.
Try that. And then that should put you perfectly in the spot. So it's like right under you.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that we're getting the best absolute.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then maybe tilt it up a little bit. Tilt that up. That right there. Yeah. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Mic check.
So all right, so you're in the system. You just got in there, right? And then now you go to the law library, and now you're starting to look into your case. Because oh my god! By the way, can I can we like share some shit? We have some stuff in common. I don't have no federal thing, but I did get a felony when I was 18 years old. Okay, a non-violent, non-sexual, drug unrelated felony.
Nice.
And it fucked up my whole life, man. My whole life I had to go to job interviews, and like the first thing I had to do was tell that, I learned how to like overcome that by immediately saying it, hey, is this the type of company that will take a chance on somebody like me? And then usually nine.
Swatter, Swatter. Swatter. His name is Blind Hacker. I'll show you all an interview, but I haven't verified that he was the first one or anything. I do remember JLR saying that. So we'll hear it here in a few minutes.
Times out of 10 they will. But and I also did a little bit of phone slamming as well. I worked for like a boiler room telemarketing place, and we were flipping people's carriers over. We said we were from this Pro Call. Pro Call was the name of was the fictitious telephone company. Calling, and we would switch you over to Pro Call, and then by the time you found out that you went from AT&T to this other company, you already had like a month of charges.
Nice.
It was called phone slamming.
Phone slam. I had to Google.
So I was doing that. I did that a little bit. So I understand.
Oh shit! Hold on, I hit a button. Damn. Damn. I closed it, didn't I? Damn. My bad. Hold on. My fault, guys. But yeah, he goes into saying that the guy asked him in a little bit, are you still got this crazy mindset, don't you? Wait till you hear that. What the hell did I say his name was? Something Pickles? Damn. All right, here we go. My bad, guys. Where? All right, here we go. Here we go. This is where it starts getting good, in my opinion.
Non-sexual, drug unrelated felony.
Nice.
And it fucked up my whole life, man. Like my whole life I had to go to job interviews, and like the first thing I had to do was tell that, I learned how to like overcome that by immediately saying it, hey, is this the type of company that will take a chance on somebody like me? And then usually 9 times out of 10 they will. But I also did a little bit of phone slamming as well. I worked for like a boiler room telemarketing place, and we were flipping people's carriers over. We said we were from this Pro Call. Pro Call was the name of our was the fictitious
Yeah.
telephone company calling, and we would switch you over to Pro Call, and then by the time you found out that you went from AT&T to this other company,
Yeah.
you already had like a month of charges.
Nice.
It was called phone
He
slamming.
said nice.
Phone slam. I had to Google.
So I was doing that. I did that a little bit. So I understand, man, being young and getting caught up in this craziness, but then you had the whole cyber aspect to it and stuff. So
Yeah,
did you know what a code and stuff, or did you just like enough from like the MySpace era, that kind of stuff?
way before the MySpace era.
Ways-
These were, again, they were called
This is
2600,
what
2600,
year was this?
mid-90s.
This was all on the phone.
Mid-90s.
They were doing this over the phone.
Chat room. So you basically use your telephone, and the 1 through 9, each one holds a room, and you can.
So you're a little
bounce around
older
the
than me.
room.
I
Yeah, I'm
graduated
44.
98. I graduated.
I graduated in 94.
Yeah. Okay. So you're
96.
like
I
right out of high
graduated in
school.
96.
Right out of, well, I was doing it probably in 89, 90 when I was like a really young kid, teenager, get involved with the chat rooms. It's like a whole fantasy world. But man, there's these cyber gangs, they click up and they do some really nefarious things.
Chats on the using
Yeah,
the computer though?
everything you've
Well, the
mentioned, we
computer
got on
came
video
in
here.
and enhanced it. But before, with telephones, it was very dangerous because you could literally like swat somebody's house. You could opt-divert your call, make your call appear anywhere you want, because back in the day it was these baby bells. All the phone companies were baby bells. So you basically had Bell Atlantic, you had Ameritech, you had Southwestern Bell, you had Pac Bell, and you can jump around to switches. They're called 5ESS switches, and you could jump around and make your calls appear out of anywhere. So basically, I could call an FBI building all day long and laugh and say, trace me, and they'd never be able to find me. Back in the day, it was that legit. And probably now they can do it because
Wow.
these things now.
You guys just
Yeah, he's
figured
wild.
out these like little workaround things. Why do
done a
those
lot.
things exist in the phone system?
It's just how it was. I mean,
Do they use it like in government maybe, and you just like found out what they use or something? Like,
a freak.
is it
going
kind
back
of
to
like
a
that
phone
A
freaker
B
is
A
trying-
B select start kind of thing? Like,
Correct. And it's a phone freaker is trying to find the fundamentals and concepts how a telephone works. The switches.
a
behind-
phone freaker.
Yeah, it's a freaker. PHREAKER. Freaker.
Just like the fish.
Yes. So
Why do you guys replace the F with the PH all the time?
it's kind of edgy. I think it kind of sounds edgy, whatever, like that. So there'd be these hacker conferences, DEF CON, which is the you might hear it now. It's called the Black Hat Conference. It's held in Vegas every year, but it used to be called DEF CON. And like-minded individuals used to go once a year, and they all would hang out. And it would be like a convention. They would exchange code, information, databases. There's a lot of things going on back then. Behind the scenes.
Sorry for being a tech nerd. Just make sure that that's not rubbing too much. The wire isn't rubbing too much on your vest there,
No,
because then that might interfere.
But yeah, then we would like you in cyber gangs, and we would click up, and then we would do some bad things to people, each other, and it was crazy. Like, some guys got some notoriety out of it. If you ever heard of the blind hacker, Google him. He's the blind hacker. He's the one they swatted over 500 people. They're the first people to SWAT. So when you hear swatting, it's basically as you're manipulating the 911 system. You're calling in the 911 and making the 911 call appear from someone's home. And then you're saying I'll call and say, my wife is holding a gun to someone's head in the house. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Oh
You're
my
swatting
God.
someone's house. And
Wow.
basically, the police come to the house, and they could be just sitting there minding their business.
Nefarious jerky boy
And
antics.
the cops just barge into their house, and there's been some instances. It's dangerous because some people got killed over that in recent years. But we were doing it a long, long time ago. Almost 20 years ago.
Oh my God.
Like that.
And so they lock your ass up in federal prison
So I went to federal prison for the fraud and everything like that.
because you took somebody's identification somehow.
Yeah, we were making IDs, driver's licenses. We had a private investigating database, so we could get everyone's social, DOB, driver's license number, duplicate on driver's license, then get credit. Basically, in-store credit.
Now, also, I hope all of you guys know that all this is still going on. I'm not saying he's doing it, but this is typical. This is like the easiest, lowest level scamming you can do. You can get all this stuff on the black web right now, on the dark web right now. dark web, just because they, even though they shut down Silk Road, there's been numerous dark webs. I mean, there's numerous dark webs. I mean, all you got to do is like sign in through a Tor browser or something, and you can be right on it. Say, buy anything you want, absolutely anything, any drug. You can hire somebody to shoot somebody. No BS. I mean, I've been on there. I've seen all of it. I've never seen it actually get ordered. To me, it's crazy, but it's there.
People's credit cards, anything. Buy cars, get cars off the lot. Anything you want to.
Did you do that?
I did do that. Yeah.
You got cars right off the lot?
Multiple cars back in the day. Yeah.
Oh my God.
The feds took it though under the 1987 Money Laundering Control Act. They swiped me clean. See, that was tough. That's why I got 125 also, because I didn't have money to get an attorney, because the feds, when they swooped in, they just like basically raided all my homes, took everything, and took everything from me. So I had literally no money.
But until then, did you accumulate money? Like you were just accumulating?
I had $865,000 in a safe when the feds took it. $865,000. They reported that it was only $40,000 that was found.
Wow.
So imagine that. Where'd that money go?
Oh my God. Well, at least you didn't get the charge, right? Of that much money.
Well,
was it a less charge?
What's crazy about the feds is here's the thing is they got statutes, right? So I'm charged with wire fraud. So if you look on the criminal statutes, wire fraud is 0 to 30 years. That's a broad statute. So you can get anywhere between 0 and 30 years. Now, what they determine on is a base level for fraud, which is it's federal sentencing guidelines, which Joe Biden created, by the way, because he was head of the Senate Judiciary Committee in the 90s. They were the founding fathers of the federal sentencing guidelines. So the federal sentencing guidelines, does a fraud amount like based on how much you take, right? But they also factor in intended loss. So, for instance, I pled guilty only to stealing $250 with a wire transfer with Western Union using a fraudulent ID. That is the only thing I pled guilty to. So, normally that would be base level 6. You get a couple years for that, right? The PSI comes around and says I'm a ringleader of an international identity theft ring with $1.6 million in fraud damages. And therefore, since I pled guilty and waived my rights, I can't challenge that. And I get sentenced as if I took $1.6 million that wasn't proven by a jury. That's crazy. And a lot of people, that's the federal sentencing guidelines. It's not just white collar crime. It's those crack cocaine laws that, thousands of African Americans got put in prison in the 90s, a mass incarceration for having a little bit of crack cocaine. But when you're in part of a conspiracy, they're trying to say, even though you only had a little bit of crack cocaine, if everyone in your conspiracy, you're liable for everybody's stuff. Therefore, it shoots you through the roof.
No, I sure can't.
Americans are getting 20, 30 years in prison, and that's pretty much, why Biden destroyed communities. I mean, more or less, because thousands of African Americans were taken out of their homes, taken away from their kids, and put in prison for just little drugs.
But this
with fraud.
This is fascinating. So you go in, and then
listen to this.
Somehow,
all right,
you get into okay.
All right, this is about to get crazy. I'm gonna play it and let it play now for a while and not interrupt you guys for at least about 10 minutes or so. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, check on my pops real quick, and let this play out. Wait till you hear this part.
While you're in prison, does somebody teach you how to sue people or something? Like, how does this happen?
Again, we touched on this before. I went in and tried to challenge my own case.
Yeah.
I shot down. They tried to say it was frivolous. So at that point, I was like so mad that I already got 125 months in jail. And I thought, all right, it's time to retaliate. It's time to retaliate and boggle these courts down, waste their time, and submit frivolous shit all day long, 24/7.
Why does your mind work like this?
Well,
because it's that same mind is what put you into the prison system.
Correct. It was, it was a void to fill.
It still exists, that mind, right?
A lot of times people go to prison, they find something they do. Like
you're doing it now in the MAGA movement as well.
You have awesome artwork.
See
some
that?
People go to jail as artists. Some go play music. Some play.
He was trolling him.
Like that.
That's what that was right there.
That was my voice.
That was a friendly troll within the interview. You did you see what that was? Because they're buddies, remember. Even what they're wearing is a troll. They're trolling the viewers. Everything they do is a troll. And people don't even know it. His whole show is a troll.
That was my way to escape. That was my way to get a reaction out of
His
people.
whole
Because,
show,
when you sue
his whole
somebody,
thing is
that's
his
taken
character that we
seriously.
see as a
No
troll.
matter how frivolous it is, the other party has to respond. And it's an actual
Flames Trotter
proceeding.
says that's not even his real name, and
Hear
we
both
might
sides.
want to
So
believe
when
Flames. He
suing
might be a Fed. Who knows?
individual, no matter how frivolous it is, whatever, that person has to lawyer up, or they have to, respond to your suit, or they could lose in default, no matter how frivolous it is. So, you're
And-
almost like controlling some. I'm behind bars, and I'm like, just like targeting anybody. Like
You
I'm
still have power,
get power.
even though you were taken out of society, right?
Mhm.
Through litigation,
They're
you
telling
still had some
this guy knows
some
exactly.
semblance of power
Correct.
in
They're
society.
talking. They're
Yeah.
right?
This
So
is
it's
a
almost like
And apparently even
scheme.
the Guinness Book of World Records tried to give you the title of most litigious man, and you even sued them. Isn't that
sue
correct?
them, yes, sue them for, that's interesting. So the Guinness Book of World Records said, they said you have a record. At that point I was like at 5,000 suits or something like that, 5,000 lawsuits, and they were like, we want to include you in the book, whatever, like that. So I sued them to stop, from them publishing me. Sue them. So
Why though? Why would you? But I know
I
that
was just being
it's
a cog
funny.
in
It's
the
funny that you did that.
Yeah,
But is it? Did they end up publishing you in there or what?
they did not. They actually changed their mind at that point because they had to respond to my suit. Because when you respond to a suit,
Now,
the
listen to
people got to
this.
spend like 15, 20, $30,000 of their own money defending themselves
Everybody, all the YouTubers making videos about him that he's going to sue need should listen to what's about to come.
with a lawyer. You got to lawyer up.
All right. So
And not only that, but see, then I used the lawsuit as a weapon, right? You can really, really do damage to somebody with the lawsuit.
let's back up for a second. You're in the law library. You're in the prison law library.
Learning every trick.
What's the prison law library
It's
like?
computerized.
He just said that he weaponized lawsuits, that you can weaponize them. You can really hurt someone with them. You can weaponize the lawsuits. And now he's threatening to sue. So is he premeditating a dangerous crime?
It is
It is computerized on LexisNexis.
LexisNexis,
Yes. So you don't have the internet, but you do have LexisNexis, which has case law, and you
which
can
is the
jeopardize
law system. Yeah.
and you can see other people's cases, emulate people's style. Use case law, shepherdise, which means cross-reference cases, whatnot. See other people's claims.
That's insane. So when you go to
I was in there
prison,
all day long.
when you go to prison
all
though,
day.
you have access to all of that. Like you can be working on your case and
Just wake up
doing it yourself.
when I wasn't in the hole. When I wasn't in the hole,
Barely any. There's no public
prisoners
record.
retaliating
I haven't seen any public record of any winnings. Only public records of most of them getting thrown out. He didn't even care if he won. That wasn't the point.
I used to get up every morning and run 10 miles in the rec yard.
Oh
and keep
shit!
the law library up all day.
What I do?
And then go to bed. I'm tired. Go to sleep. Repeat it. So
10 miles.
Jesus Lord.
10 miles every day. Swamp's thin. I eat a lot. I'm thin. Got fast metabolism.
That's still from those days.
Yeah, but even when I was in the hole, I used to run back and forth in a cell, a little tiny cell, whatever, like that. But accumulating lawsuits, right? So I used to not only have I file lawsuits, but I would help inmates too. I would help inmates file lawsuits.
But I want to know first how you figured it out. Were you sitting there one day before you did the first lawsuit? Okay. That's what bring me back to that time. Was there some old man there who knew how to do lawsuits? Who
A lot of guys are hustlers.
How did you learn how to do it the first time you did it?
So you see certain individuals, like you said, like the Andy Dufresne at Shawshank, whatever. The
Exactly.
well-liked dude
That's what I
that
was thinking.
Knows the knowledge, right? So
Mhm.
there's always like an old school dude that does law.
Who is that guy for you?
Keith Russell Judd. He's an interesting individual. Google him. Keith Russell Judd. He actually ran for president while he was in prison. He was on the Democratic ticket.
Say it again, Keith.
Keith Russell Judd.
Okay.
Judd. So he's an interesting character, right? So he ran for president while he was in prison. He actually was on the Democratic ticket in some of the states. And in West Virginia, he got more votes than Barack Obama in 2008. More votes than Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
American convicted criminal and perennial candidate for political office. His nicknames include Dark Priest and Mr. Wait, what? MTR?
Yeah, I don't.
president. He claims
Now, do you hear the trolling that they did on the level of affecting an election? Are you hearing this?
to have run for president of the United States in every election.
That's his own words, not mine.
Interesting guy.
That guy right there, that was somebody who was like a mentor. He was he in your prison?
Yeah, he was in my prison. Another one was in 1996. There was a group of individuals, a group of sovereign citizens called the Montana Freemen.
Yeah,
right, and
they're a bunch of white
Montana.
dudes.
And they tried to create their own. They called their town Just
Really,
Us,
I don't know
Just
what's
Us
going on with
Township,
it.
like Just Us.
It's
Township. They
low on
do
their
not
end, I
believe in
guess.
currency. They don't. They UCC sovereign citizen movement. They don't believe. They believe everything is titleized. They don't believe you can accept for value everything like that. All our names are bonded, whatever like that. I followed the concept. I don't know necessarily believe it, but they were doing.
I've had a sovereign citizen on the show before.
Yeah, so they were doing a lot of.
But so
these guys
were they all like arrested and went to
Yes,
prison at once?
in
This whole
Montana.
Just Us,
Yes, in 1996 they were charged with overthrowing the government.
and they got sent to your prison?
Yes, they were there. Dale Jacoby was their leader, and he kind of like, I want to say he took me under the wing, but I gravitated towards him and learned a lot about filing UCC1 filing statements, copywriting, as you see a copyright next to my name, about the copywriting concept. Law with that, my own injustice got me so pissed off at the system. Like I was literally, just like, how do I get back? How do I get back? And I just wanted to waste their time. I wanted to flood the courts with nonsense because they would have to hear every single bit of every lawsuit that I got, and it was successful. It was successful. And I would pick a court and I would flood the court. I would like know how it works. What I mean is like, basically is you could get a piece of toilet paper and write on it, plaintiff, defendant, I want $10 million, blah, 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 sign your name, and the courts have to, if you submit the courts, they have to dock it and file it. They have to dock it and file it. So I could sue Charmin on a piece of toilet paper, and Charmin will have to Charmin will be sued. It will be docket as a real lawsuit. I mean, the courts have to accept anything. They have to accept anything. The clerk of court is not the gate. It's not the person that determines whether something gets filed or not. What I mean is, it's not their determination. Their job is to docket the case and give it to a judge. So you can submit anything you want to any court anywhere, and they usually have to take it without a filing fee. They'll docket and try to charge you later, with a filing fee. But if you don't have the money and you claim you're indigent, hey, they'll have to file it. And that's what they've been doing. So I kind of manipulated the system and understand it. So I would put like 10 lawsuits. Like I had guys, in jail that would give me stamps and stuff like that, to send out lawsuits. And I would put 10 lawsuits into a one envelope, and they get 10 different docket numbers, one stamp, and half pieces of paper. Sometimes I would, you get six pieces of paper per one stamp. I could fold up the piece of paper in thirds. So that's 18 lawsuits on one stamp and send it out to the courts in one envelope. You know what I mean? And the clerk of court would have to docket every single one of them, So at that point, the judges were just so pissed off. And then they would actually try to ban me, try to have some excuse. And I would just jump to another court and do the same thing and jump to another court and jump to another court, So these lawsuits just started accumulating. And I would sue any. anybody. I would like I would just read my USA Today paper at the time when I'm in jail because you only get like Wall Street Journal, USA Today, and I would say, all right, I'm gonna sue this celebrity. I'll start suing celebrities. I have nothing to do with, never met them before in my life, and just sue them for anything and say anything. Like Michael Vick. Michael Vick was in the news, for the dog fighting and whatever like that. I just said, I'm gonna sue Michael Vick and say he stole my pit bulls, and then he sold them to Iran and got missiles. Just said crazy stuff, and but I learned that suing celebrities, newspapers were picking up on that, and I would get my own publicity and my own notoriety for suing people. So, fans and different media outlets while I'm in jail start sending me letters. Hey, we want to talk to you. And I kind of got like aroused by that, like, oh, cool, I'm getting attention, whatever like that. So I just keep pounding, sue Barry Bonds, and, said, sue him for stealing my steroids, sue Martha Stewart and say, she, whatever did with my bedding, like she soiled all over my bedding or saying, pissed all over my bedding or, crazy stuff about anybody, Bill Gates, I said, I was the founder of Microsoft. He stole my idea. Anybody, just I was taking celebrities and hip hop art. I said 50 Cent, all his lyrics in the club was mine. That was my idea. You know what I mean? I said Mike Tyson, sued him. I said he bit me in the ear in a bar. You know what I mean? I was a bar and he just bit my ear, and I see $10 million for emotional distress, and all these celebrities get sued. I said, Michael, I said, Allen Iverson, I said, I taught him how to play basketball, and then he stole my basketball, whatever like that. So they have to hire lawyers in some of them, and then their lawyers claim this guy, my client, like Iverson, never met me before in his life, whatever, But I'm probably in their heads too.
Have you won money?
I have.
You have?
I have won money before in lawsuits.
Oh my God.
Kraft cheese for food poisoning.
So it's not all frivolous though.
you know,
99.9% of it is.
you always can find a lawsuit. You know, there's ambulance shoppers. You always can shop around and find a lawsuit. You know, and that's what I did. So, you know, I was on that time filing lawsuits, helping people file lawsuits. You know, in jail, I was starting to get a respect among the inmates because at the same time, I was like, F the system, you know, challenge anytime, like in prison, like once a year, a new warden will come into town and try to act all tough and say, hey, we're going to take away the TVs or the microwaves or something like that. So we would like stage protests and stuff like that. And I'd be like the ringleader of it or whatever like that. So over time, the prison would retaliate.
So you would get into politics
there. Politics, yes.
Okay, hello.
Over time, the prison
Okay,
would
I think I
retaliate
got it.
against me and shit.
You guys can hear me now? Can you hear me? I think you can hear me. Hello. I'm going to assume you can hear me. Alice, I was saying, well, exactly what Constance said. Ultimately, we haven't even talked. We're not. That's what we're talking about, and we never claimed to be attempting to bring light to Nancy, respectfully. But the other thing is, I would think that is it true that Susanna Guthrie or whatever her name is was doing interviews, like her big thing was doing interviews with Epstein victims. She was big on giving a voice to Epstein victims. Am I right in that? That's true. Well, I mean, does anybody else think that sort of not answers what happened, but kind of point in a good direction of where to be looking? Anybody that wouldn't want that being done and how weird everything is getting with that. Have you guys looked into these files? I haven't. It's crazy, you know? And a lot of people are saying a lot of weird things, you know, and there's been some weird ties now with JLR to different political stuff, like actual ties, him and people. Who knows, man? That's all I'm saying. So that's what I'm looking at, Ms. Alice, Mr. Alice, again, whatever. You know, it's just the whole thing is, I think, important to look at. And if you care about Nancy so much, I don't know if you have time to care about other victims, but I care about all of them. So I think it's important to look at somebody who has and is also capable of victimizing thousands of people. Don't you think that'd be worth our time? That's all I'm saying, you know. But, you know, carry on.
Around on diesel therapy to different prisons around the country. Like, you know, next thing I know, they're telling me pack up and send me out to Victorville, California, the pen out there, which is in the middle of the Mojave Desert. Then they'll send me to Florence, Colorado. I went to Florence, Colorado with the ADX with all the terrorists that we see on the news. Like Terry Nichols and Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, and Zacharias Masawi, the 20th hijacker, and these crazy terrorists, Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. They were all in the same block as me. You know, when I was on ADX.
You guys can't hear me at all still? You got to be kidding me. You can't hear me? My God. Wow. I'm just going to play it. I'll just play it.
Locked down, in retaliation for filing lawsuits, whatever like that. I went on hunger strikes. They force fed me. They strapped me in chairs and force feed me. Because when I put my mind into something, I just go ham, man. I go hard.
You can hear video in me?
There was times where I went on multiple hunger strikes. And when I say hunger
strikes, I'm
talking like I would lose like 50 pounds.
Okay.
and they would literally have.
Well, I don't know what all I said, and you guys didn't hear, so I'm not going to repeat it and waste any more of y'all's time. But it was good conversations. Everybody's right, and everybody's Alice. Everybody agrees with everything you're saying, 100%. We're just looking at different patterns here that we're looking at a whole different. We're looking at a whole different thing here. We totally agree with what you're saying, and we agree somebody should be out there
To strap me in a gurney,
advocating for Nancy at all times. We're not debating that.
roll me into medical, and
You don't have to
stick
prove
a
anything.
G-tube down my throat and force feed me. And I said, I'm dying for the cause. You either gonna
Listen,
give me what I
listen.
want, or you're gonna take me out in a body bag, and go ham. And I learned that was a weapon too. If anyone that doesn't like their prison sentence and goes to jail, go on a hunger strike, because you can get immediate results. They will give you what you want, because besides suicide, that's like their nightmare, because you waste so much of their resources on a hunger strike. Because if borough prisons policy is, if you go on a hunger strike, the associate warden has to be present, the chief clinical director of the medical has to be present, they have to have a SWAT team present, they have to roll you up, strap you in a chair, cell extract you from a cell, roll you into a medical, force feed you, and then keep you there for 2 hours to make sure you digest properly and roll you back. Then they got to do all the paperwork and everything like that.
You know what? They probably hate him so much that if we FOIA some of the body cams and stuff from in there, they might even release them to us. I'm going to try it. They probably can't stand him so much that they would do that. Well, that's not what this show is about, Alice. Why don't you start one? We'll come watch it on your channel. You're weird. Why are you listen, Boomer, you need to take a break. Keep your pocketbook closed too. Don't be donating no money to nobody. If you were my grandma, I'd come over there and probably slap you upside the head a little bit. Good night, though, Miss Alice. Check back with us here. We got you. All right, everybody. I'm sorry. Let's get back to this. And I'm going to leave it alone here for a while and let y'all watch.
You're wasting hours of their time just on one person. Imagine if everybody went on hunger strike.
Yeah. Listen, you have a crazy Wikipedia page. I mean,
so
is this real?
It is real. So
it is.
Over the time, I eventually did my time. I lost all my good time. Got out of prison. Got out of prison in 2012. 2012, got out of prison.
Respectfully.
The entire 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I just jumped into trolling at that point, right?
Here we go.
That's when I
Can I read a little bit of this for a second? Go ahead. Jonathan Lee Riches, born December 27th, 1976, is a former federal prisoner, inmate number 40948-018, known for the many lawsuits he has filed in various United States district courts. Riches was incarcerated at Federal Medical Center, Lexington, Kentucky, for wire fraud under the terms of a plea bargain. His release date was April 30th, 2012. He was arrested violating his federal probation in December 2012 when he left the Eastern District of the state of Pennsylvania without permission. He allegedly drove to Connecticut and impersonated the uncle of Adam Lanza, the shooter in the Sandy Hook Elementary School incident. You son of a bitch.
That's fake news, right? This is how, no, I'm saying this, I exploited fake news. So when I got out of prison, I started going to Facebook and start hanging around with conspiracy theorists a little bit. I'm still in politics. I'm filing lawsuits against Obama and all that. But Sandy Hook happens. Sandy Hook happens. First James Holmes happened in Aurora, Colorado. So, it's interesting with James Holmes' case because the day, the guy that shot up the movie theater in Aurora, Colorado.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. With the pink hair or something.
Yeah. So I went to his. I went out there and went to his arraignment, but I put a dress on and a wig. And then when he got arraigned, I was like, I stood up and I just said, he's part of the Illuminati. This is this is a.
Thank you, Miss Constance. But little does she know, I got half of them talking about her boy. It's all good. This is all fun anyways. I mean, I was so happy to get all these. It's all good. But Alice, it's all right. You can still come back. You're welcome here. It's all good.
Government conspiracy, false
flag, feelings around here.
Now, wait a second. You don't believe any of this? You're just saying it?
I was just making a scene. And then the judge kicks me out, whatever like that.
I feel like you just terrorize everything.
Right? That's probably Flames Trotter.
Yeah, kind of.
You love terrorizing.
That's Flames Trotter.
Wreck havoc a little bit. So
maybe.
Sandy Hook happened.
But it's awesome.
As soon as Sandy Hook happened, I got in my car, went right up to Sandy Hook. So when Sandy Hook happened, You know, there was a makeshift memorial of the victims that they put at the school. Tons of media was out there, whatever like that. And I said, well, let me see if I control the media a little bit, right? So I saw the memorial for
I don't think JLR would be mad at anything we're saying over here. We've actually been respectful. We're just talking about things that we're not saying anything that he hadn't done on here. We're barely speculating. We're talking about facts. That's why anybody comes and getting mad. They're one of those people that's all up in their feels, as people say, all up in their feelings. You know, I grew up in the 90s. I don't know anything about feelings. You know, walk it off, Alice. Walk it off.
the victims. I got on my knees and started pretending I was crying, right? So next thing I know, all these like fake news reporters, you know, New York Times and New York Daily News Post and Huffington Post and those idiots, you know, they start flashing, you know, their cameras in my face. Hey, you're very emotional here. What's going on? I just winged it. I said, my name is Jonathan Lanza. I am the uncle of the shooter. I'm here to pay respect to the victims. And they're like, what? You know what I mean?
Oh, see,
and next thing I know, I'm like surrounded by.
yeah, see, we talked about this the other night. Yeah, he uses this. This weird, the psychology of this. What is this? The troll. He did something, you know, that bad, but he's gonna try to bend this to be able to. His out is blaming the media for reporting anything.
Press conf, you know, by people like a press conference, and they believed me. I was the uncle of the shooter without any fact checking, without any identification, whatever like that. And I just winged it. I said,
yeah, and doesn't that sound like your grandma talking? You know, doesn't that sound like your grandma's got on the damn internet?
2 days ago at a barbecue. I can't believe he did this. We're distraught. You know, he was having emotional problem. He was on Fan App. I said he was on Fan App. Psych medications that caused him. The next thing you know, InfoWars and everybody's putting stories out that he was on Fan App because, you know, it came through me. Like it came off the BS lie.
Okay, now remember, I was talking about Alex Jones, InfoWars the other night. He's the one that got sued for like $400 billion or something crazy over the Sandy Hook case because he tried to say it was a conspiracy theory and that there were government actors there, and look who was there. This is crazy. This touches so much more. Jonathan Lee Richards has affected so much more in our lives that we don't even know about. Just with the stuff we do know, you know, by looking at it in a certain light, like I am here. Unless I'm the first one thinking of this stuff. I mean, I'm the only one thinking of this stuff now, and not
that
earlier.
Was like the start of fake news, showing that these people are fake because these sources and.
But what you even see too is that, and look at right behind you. If you see right behind you, it says 9/11 was inside job behind you. Move your head like this. For 2 seconds, you see it. Boom.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed too that some stuff, like for instance, capital stuff, you know, like is fictitious when it comes to like whatever Alex Jones was reporting, kind of, you know. And you see, even those are manipulated. Like even InfoWars is manipulated. All the media is manipulated. Even the alternative media is manipulated, isn't it?
Exactly.
And you know how to do it.
Yeah, man. You
See?
know, and it was crazy because then I got violated because I left the state without permission. I went and I was on federal supervised release.
So they found out that you had driven
all over
because you're on the news.
I was all over the news as the uncle shooter, and somebody got wind and contacted the probation officer. Next thing you know, they come and swoop me up and send me back to prison, whatever like that. Judge wasn't happy. They gave me like 30 months for a violation.
What?
30 months.
Really?
So they were like,
so then you went back? You went back?
I went back for 30 months. Yeah, they were saying, no, you made mockery out of a tragedy, a national tragedy, whatever like that. But at that point, I was under like a low security. I was in Fort Dix, which was just like a camp.
What did you?
Fort Dix in New Jersey. I know a guy that was there, but this is crazy. To me, it's a problem that I haven't once seen him say anything showing any sort of remorse for the families, you know, regardless of whatever his troll was or whatever the purpose was. I don't think it was against the people personally, but they're the ones that were ultimately hurt by it. So why couldn't he apologize? You know, that's weird to me.
Your parents think
Just
of this
mean.
when you, I mean,
Why is
at that point,
you know,
do you have siblings?
That's what tells me that's what tells me it's a diagnosable issue. It's a lot more than just being a little weird, you know?
And my parents, right? So You know,
Are they disappointed in
Here
all
we go.
this?
yeah, probably made poor choices. You know, this. I mean, I really was just going reckless and radical with stuff. And when I say this, I don't say this to like brag or boost or anything like that. I'm just saying about my own life's experience.
Yeah, this is your life.
Because I'm on a
experience.
different. I'm on a different time now.
I know. We're going to talk about it now.
Um,
We're going to talk about it, how your life is now.
But at that point, but see, here's the problem. Here's what I think was the problem with me. You know what I mean? Being incarcerated and being solitary confinement, going gun ho, and then just with no halfway house or nothing, just being thrown on the streets, whatever like that. After being incarcerated through my entire 20s, whatever like that, I didn't know how to adjust.
Yeah, he's
I
messed
didn't know
up
how to
from
adjust
that
to
too.
society.
I'm
And
telling
I
you.
wanted to try
I
to make a
think
name for
so.
myself.
That's why I want to look into his prison bid more. I think he's messed up from this. I wonder how long it took him to get to Lexington, because those places he's mentioning, I'm telling you, those places are treacherous. They are hell for any normal person. Any jail, just regular old county city jail here where I live, would freak the hell out of like any normal person. I'm halfway retarded myself. Not retarded. I'm halfway off myself. So that's why I guess I can handle it. But I'm, not if you're not from a certain type of environment, those places are not for you. It's just a fact. And especially being a white boy, man, being white in any correctional facility in the country is a treacherous situation that you have to maneuver through things that you've never thought you'd have to deal with. Hey there, Red. If I haven't seen you yet tonight, my bad. I don't know how I missed you unless you're just popping in. But yeah, I don't know. So I think there's a lot more to explain who he is and why he is. I mean, not to justify things at all, but some of those places he went are some. One day we'll go. One day we'll look at. I'll show you some prison stories on here from people that were in these places. Everyone he mentioned, we'll watch a story from, and you'll be like, "What in the hell?" And then try to picture this guy in those places.
You feel robbed
I did. I lost years
of your 20s?
Yeah, absolutely. Because they ship you. The borough prison ships you thousands of miles away from your family.
Yeah.
They take away my good time.
That's the time that you
They,
can.
they call it diesel therapy when they're transporting you. I guess the diesel smoke from from the buses or something.
You find a wife and having
Find
kids.
a wife, build a career,
Yeah,
establish relationships, professional relationships, and everything like that.
all that just because you were playing around on the internet.
All about internet stuff, nonviolent crime, whatever. Like
Playing around the
you
internet, it
and
costs
we
people
can jump
money.
topics about how that works too, because at the time the feds are putting tons and tons of African Americans in prison, but they also have to offset that by putting Caucasians in prison
Oh my
to
god!
make it look like they're fair. So some Caucasians get the brunt end of the the bad end.
Now listen to this manipulation he just did. You heard him earlier in the interview also talk about that it was the 90s crime bill when they were locking everybody up for drugs, especially crack cocaine. Now, he's right about that. That was in the 90s, like mid 90s. I was in high school, so I was running the streets hard as hell. I mean, I know people that are just getting out of prison from those days for, I mean, of course, it's nothing to make light of, but for rather small amounts of drugs, hard drugs. And they were locking him up for crazy. So now he's turning around and victimizing himself. Now he's the victim of the 90s crime bill that locked up so many African Americans. At first, he was speaking, using the African Americans to speak on, to show that side of him as being, he's not just pointing out the fallacies in the system for himself. Look what they've done to this whole culture of people. A lot of guys my age grew up without their daddies from that, actually. So he was sounding good talking about that. And now he's saying that they had to lock up Caucasians too, though. So I got locked up because of all them damn African Americans getting locked up.
Of the stick and get a lot of time.
The ultimate victim. So he feels like he needs to victimize.
I fell victim to that because I should have got a couple years.
So you think you're blaming it on that you're white?
Well, I mean, I believe.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah. See, I've been getting some copyright strikes for some music, and a couple of them have said that about blocked some way, and I went and fixed one of them, but then was such a pain in the butt doing it for this one. I just said the heck with it because it only said like 2% or 5% of my viewers, so I thought it wasn't that big a deal. But now I know. Thank you. That tells me that is something I need to pay attention to. Appreciate that, Red. And sorry about that. I'll get it fixed.
There's a quota. I believe there's a quota in the federal bureau of prisons, in the way they sentence. They have to make it look even. So,
Yeah,
I
this,
think my numbers like
this to me is scary. Not because JLR is scary, but because there's people. You got to learn these people, because we all have people here we love that need to be aware of this type of stuff. Because my mom will click on damn near anything that's in her comes to her phone or whatever. I've had to really beat it in her head that she can't be doing that. This is scary, because look how easy they can get stuff and not get caught. If they've gotten caught once, they've gotten away with it. How many thousands of times?
it's all opinion. I don't have no proof of that. It's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Whatever like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
about
thanks,
that.
man.
So, going back
Appreciate
to prison
that.
on my violation, then I was like, all right, so now I start using the lawsuits again. Like I start what I
Well, I noticed one time he was talking about LGBT. He just put LGBT. He wouldn't put the Q in the plus or whatever it is now. I don't know if that was on purpose, but he's an intelligent guy, so I'm assuming it was. So think about that. He's trolling everything. They even already said in here. The guy said, sort of, he said, yeah, and you're trolling the MAGA movement now, or right now, or something like that, aren't you? And they shook their head yes and just moved on real quick. So he probably doesn't give a damn about politics. He just wants to cause as much chaos as he can. And he knows how easy it is to piss off a liberal, and how if he rolls with the MAGA, I don't know. That's just a speculation right there, but who knows? I'm just saying there's more to it. Hey, if he'd want to come on here and talk to us about it, I'd love to talk to him about it. Like I said, respectfully, this is nuts. This is nuts.
I sued so many people at this point. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to sue people as other people. And what I mean by that is like, you know how to manipulate the news. So like I would sue like Britney Spears, but I would sue Britney Spears as Kevin Federline. Remember Federline, her boy from Babies, but as her brother. So I would sue Christopher Federline versus Spears, because on the dockets, it would be like Federline versus Spears, and all the media will see that and they'll think Federline versus Spears. What's up with that? And then,
Do you hear this?
pretend I'm Federline's brother, and say, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Or I would sue, like, I sued Rihanna as Chris Brown. I sued Selena Gomez as Justin Bieber's father, and I just sue people, celebrities. I would just sue like celebrities as other celebrities.
And this is between the years of
2012 to 15
to 15, where you're just on a
Not that long ago.
on a suing spree.
suing
Right before you showed up on the
suing.
I wrote a
scene.
book
Yes, you did write a book. You wrote a book entitled. Hold on, let me see it.
Entitled.
It
This
is-
guy's a jackleg. He said he wrote a book entitled.
Nothing.
Damn it! Where the hell
He didn't even know the name of his
is
book.
it?
Nothing's written in stone.
What's it called?
Nothing is written in stone. Nothing is written.
JLR
Oh,
has
comes
it.
now the
It's-
plaintiff. Is that it?
That's another one. Some
Selected lawsuits and poems.
That's some chucklehead that just took some of my lawsuits that were on the Pacer system. 'Cause
See?
you can go on the federal Pacer system and see all the lawsuits anyone files, whatever like that. I'm looking on Pacer right now, seeing all the capital people, seeing how they're being charged and what they're being charged for, whatever like that. But you can go on the Pacer system. So somebody went on the Pacer system on me and just started plucking up lawsuits.
One of
and
those
put it together in
trolls.
a book and sold a
See
book.
how they troll each
You know,
other
because
too
they
in real
couldn't do
life.
that because according
So what was the book you wrote?
nothing is written in stone. It was basically a little
He
small
look
autobiography of myself,
JLR.
poems.
JLR looks at this internet stuff that we're doing, and watching him and the true crime and all that stuff. He looks at us like a bunch of bozos, a bunch of low level bozos that don't know nothing. He feels like he's way more intelligent and can manipulate anything and everything, right? Because he feels like he's got to. Apparently, yeah, they're friends. You could tell they're friends, or they know each other from these communities. See, we're gonna deep dive into all these different cyber gangs and stuff too. We got the names of a few of them.
And then lawsuits, some of my funniest lawsuits. Because when I sue people, it's more like an entertainment. Looking at it out from an outside perspective, people kind of chuckle and laugh of some of the allegations that I say in some of these lawsuits.
It takes like a writing skill to file lawsuits? It does?
I think so, because I'm a writer now.
Yeah,
I work for a
I
media
am
company
too.
now. Yeah, absolutely. And it
Look at
kind of
man.
gives
Look,
me
see?
nice.
Bachelor of Arts in English,
Beautiful.
University of Florida.
That's what hard work gets you. That's where hard work gets you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for tapping in. If you guys
But it
would
does-
hit
but
the
I
sub and
understand. Listen,
the
I
like
have-
button or dislike.
I have pretended to be an attorney before.
Have you?
Yes, I set up like an entire website and stuff.
Hold on, he's being gang stalked. I'm not 100% familiar with what that phenomenon is, but I'm going to look into that. I think it's kind of like conspiratorial, right? Like the government's following you type deal. Am I wrong? See, because with so much crazy stuff that I've been seeing happen in the past 10 years or so that I've been come hip to that I used to think was conspiracies, and now it's all come true. You know, I don't know. I think there's a lot more to JLR, and I think he's involved in a whole lot more. I'm not saying that he's involved in nefarious stuff. I'm just saying that he's involved in a lot more stuff than what we have a clue about. You know, he's involved in a lot of the movie. He's involved in making things happen where the world notices and doesn't even know that it's him type stuff. Him trolling to a few thousand people on the internet is not his gig. I promise you that. Well, any of his Florida stuff we can look up for free. I can get all of his Florida stuff. What county is it in? Do you know? I can figure it out if not. Yeah, see, there's a lot more going on, and there's more people involved. That's what I want to find out. Get his old I want to get his actual court, as much of the court case paperwork as we can. That's gonna be interesting, and then to look at where some of these other people. I think there's been. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to say anything that would sound like speculation because so I could take this and really misconstrue it. But I just want to see like who's alive, like what's happened to all the people that are involved, and see what types of crazy stuff happened to the people and things that they were involved in, that just off the people that branch off from him, you know, or that he's branching off from, people from these circles. What other stories are out there, you know? Not that he's a part of any of them.
I mean, I'm not going to completely admit to,
but I bet they're important to understand what's going on in the world.
This is all just in jest.
It sounds crazy, I know.
But I've, created characters. Osriel Schumacher, the super.
See, they create characters.
Or Picklesheimer, Bobby Picklesheimer.
Come on, guys. Yeah, actually, hit the sub for me on this one. There's a lot of y'all in here. Help me get up there. And this is good stuff here we're watching. At least y'all will know to come back and check this. I'm going to link this interview in the chat again for you guys.
Another pseudonym I have. But anyway,
call me the Lawsuit Zeus.
The
Litigator Crusader, the Patrick Ewing of suing.
What I like using it for, those are awesome, man. Yeah. What I like using it for is I don't like paying an attorney all the time to, number one, do trademarks and all those things like that. You can do those on your own. Sending cease and desist shit, stuff like that. You're not going to call an attorney and have them do that. You're going to send it yourself and you're going to look like an attorney.
Shoot, in my neighborhood, there's a street that one side of the street is Newport News, one side of the street is Hampton. I'm not far from anything in the whole Hampton Roads area. So anything you need. I don't know if I had that muted or not.
Right? And it is effective. It's just as effective.
Some states you can sue somebody and be your own processor and serve them the suit that you serve.
Yeah, Constance, I hope you can hear me. I need to ask you a couple questions about some copyright stuff too. It's all from music. So, you email. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll talk then.
You understand that file again.
Now, can I go over my case, because I know you're an attorney, and I want to just consult you for a second because I know you know so much about litigating. Okay. By the way, why is there another Jonathan Riches who is actually a litigator?
Yeah, he's out of Goldwater.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, he used to work in the trial.
Why is that? How is that? That has nothing to do with you.
Nope, he's from Arizona.
That's just randomly that's like that.
Pissed off when he Googles his own name.
Right now, are you guys feeling like from what we've looked at here on this channel, plus, the stuff that didn't come from this channel, but like the stuff Constance has shared with us, like the stuff we've seen from other channels at this point, and then dive like this right here. I didn't look at this so close the first time. This is a lot deeper to me. I think this is a lot deeper. You guys agree, or are you guys feeling that way as we go? That there's just more and more, and it's, I don't know, the psychology of it changed. Like the seriousness of it is what I'm kind of scared of, or at least the threat of what it could be if he was a malicious person. Just what I'm saying.
And sees that I
but his name. Why is his name and he's a litigator and you are a litigator? How the hell did that happen?
Yeah,
you didn't just take that. And
well, his federal, they charged him his federal case was charged in Texas. I don't know what he's got in Florida. I'm gonna start looking.
False persona based on some random person.
No,
in the Goldwater Institute. No,
I troll this guy though sometimes.
Yeah, okay, a lot deeper.
Hey, are you that guy that files the frivolous suits? I troll him all the time and stuff like that. So You know, he's someone's different entity. I don't know what his deal is.
Okay, so
Okay,
Jim Carrey stole my name, and this is what happened basically. Okay, my last name is Piccirillo, Robert Piccirillo. That's why I go by Bobby Pickles, and I've been doing the podcast since 2009. And I December 9th, 2009. That was the
Been doing this
first
for
one.
12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, like this interview only had like 1.9K views. Yeah, 1.9 thousand views. So not that many people have seen this. Even if all those views are from a show like mine showing it and then people watching it, it's not still. I still say there's a lot of people that haven't seen stuff like this, and this is one of the more in-depth ones I think I've run across. What about you guys? Or is there any more that are deep like this, that are insightful like this, that you guys know of?
Nice.
Yeah. And I was on a reality show in 2013, America's Worst Tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got a tattoo cover
It
up.
is.
Nice.
And while I was getting a cover up, I pulled out all my shit and I did the podcast with the tattooer. Right.
Mhm.
And so I think that
Yeah, there's something going on.
idea
There's something.
from that because good artists copy, great artists steal. I don't know if it's
Don't know
too
what.
close or what, but here's the thing. All right. Then I have the show
Okay.
that you're on right
Oh,
now
I
is
was on your.
Bobby Pickles podcast. And the
I think I was
plural
there on.
is
Let me look
after
at
the
your
S, you
channel.
put the
Let me
apostrophe
look.
after the S. Okay. They put so Jim Carrey goes by a guy named Jeffrey Piccirillo, goes by Jeff Pickles, and he has a show called Mr. Pickles Puppet Time. And it has a
Pickles is just a funny name.
I know, but it has alliteration. No, man, the whole Piccirillo Pickles thing, it's never been done before.
No.
And I did it first. And I actually have a trademark. I trademarked it and everything like
Listen
that.
to these guys.
But what do you think? Like, yeah, do you think?
Well, I mean, you have
Now, how close is this? So they didn't take the first name. You know, they use a different first name, but they use Jeffrey Piccirillo, Jeff Pickles, and then Mr. Pickles Puppet Time.
Yeah.
And then I'm Bobby Pickles, right? Bobby Pickles podcast. And it's all the same way where it's B's and P's and stuff, right? And an apostrophe after the S, the same way. And that Piccirillo Pickles thing. And then on top of it, here's another thing to add insult to injury, really. If you want to know the truth, these guys are repeat offenders because they did the same thing, this production company. It's a Showtime show called Kidding, okay? The whole show.
See, they're involved with a lot of things big in this country that are influence based,
which I think is
their hands are in a lot. Him and his buddies in the circles are in a lot of things that are influential things like that. They don't get a thrill out of his own. He's not getting a thrill out of his own chat. That's not big enough for him. That's nothing to him. That's playtime. That's him rolling out of bed, drinking a cup of coffee, and playing with 10,000 fools, in my opinion. Yeah, he's a chameleon, like a son of a bitch. He's a chameleon, boy. It's just dangerous, It's dangerous because there's so many gullible people. You know what I mean? I think all of us Gen Xers feel that way. 100% already. And then people like him that use that maliciously. This is what I'm saying is wrong, that people right now need to wake up even with the government. This is what one nerd on the internet's doing to them. Can you imagine what the government's, think about it. People would probably, I don't even want to talk about it.
It's based partially on me. Okay. At least they get the name and everything like that from me somehow because I was doing the podcast and I was on this reality show. And the thing came out after.
Yeah.
Afterwards, they came out with the show, right? But it's also based on like Mr. Rogers. It's Mr. Rogers and me mixed together. And if you know, good artists copy, great artists steal. So you could picture some shitty writer out in Hollywood who's not very creative, who sees a podcast, Bobby Pickles podcast, and knows that the name is Piccirillo. I put it right in the description, the podcast of Robert Piccirillo, aka Bobby Pickles. And they could have easily taken that, twisted it around, and they did the same thing on another show to Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore, all about the comedy store and stuff. Jim Carrey, his whole character is based on that, like Pauly's family owning that and everything like that. And Pauly was even on a podcast.
So this guy's claiming that Jim Carrey. I'm gonna have to listen to that again. Holy shit! See, this is deeper than I'm just slow. This guy's claiming that Jim Carrey and a production company or something along those lines has stolen some type or trademark, something to do with like his name.
About it.
These people are
so eerily similar to his life. So I really feel like that production company that
and look at this smirk, that shit-eating smirk. He wants to get him back
to develop these Showtime shows. All they do is they just rip people off.
Now listen, what I was saying earlier, I wouldn't doubt it if this whole setup is a troll, Songbird. Think about it. He might not be a Proud Boy, just like JLR might not even be MAGA. You know what I'm saying? None of that. That's all. They're in character. Song. Don't forget. Don't ever slip and forget that he is a full-time character to us public peons. You know.
My philosophy is when you sue somebody, you actually sue not knowing your.
Am I just paranoid?
Well, I sue people sometimes knowing that I'm not going to win, but that's
See?
not the objective here. The objective is
Weaponized.
to boggle them down, waste their time, and financially drain them.
Yes. See.
So,
Weaponized.
for instance, different states have different rules. I'm from Pennsylvania originally. I love the state, great state of Florida is a great state, but Pennsylvania is my birthplace. Pennsylvania. When you sue somebody in Pennsylvania,
Oh, there's pictures. Oh, I hear you, son. I know there's pictures of him. There's pictures of him.
Losing party
It's all types of
man. Pay the plaintiff's attorney fees. The defendant.
I hope you don't mind me smoking.
No, you can do it. So what I would do if I was in your shoes is like Pennsylvania has.
Yeah, that's what I can't even keep up at this point. What the hell? He might
multiple
definitely be.
Right?
I know he's been or claimed been or something, everything at some point that I'm so lost. I don't even know what he actually is. But okay, yeah, I'm in the right. Okay, cool. I'm trying to. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna let it go. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all so good, fun to talk to.
Sue them in Pickett County, Philadelphia County, Allegheny County, Chester County, Delaware County.
But we're arming ourselves
all the
battle
in Pennsylvania, and sue them in every single county. So they have to respond to every single county, even though they don't have even jurisdiction there.
Not at all.
They're drawing them into them, and they would have to get a lawyer for that county, get a lawyer for that county, get a lawyer, get a lawyer, get a lawyer. Eventually, they're going to come to you and say, "What do you want? Like, what do you want? Stop!" Because even if you lose these cases, you don't have to pay their attorney fees. You're boggling them down.
Now, I do think some of the things he's done have been completely stupid, and that not necessarily because he's stupid or whatever. I think he might act on emotions sometimes or things like that. Things of that nature. And of course, now don't let me misspeak. Of course, anything involved in Magnolia, horribly, fucking. It's not stupid. It's you know how I feel about that. So please don't let that be misconstrued. I feel like I have to say it since this is on here and people that don't watch me will see this.
Now you're
he's
this media production
crazy
company to get a lawyer to defend themselves because they're sure ain't going to do it themselves because they'd embarrass themselves, especially if you know a little bit about the law. You can just, and then not only that, but once you file a suit like I do, you file.
Yeah, see, I think Bullhorn Betty was trying to be like JLR, but and he, probably thinking, oh well, she's got him. She was probably thinking, oh, I got JLR in my corner. Of course, I'll run over this girl in court, and that didn't work out the way. Well, I gotta look into that one day. I do know it was a shit show, and it didn't go how she wanted it to.
Motions, because the more motions that you file, the more their lawyer has to respond to the more motions.
I think he has a sister.
Why don't I just really sue him, like legit?
Well, if you sue him if you sue them, right? Remember,
you got to help me sue.
Pro se,
you got to help me do
yourself.
This. Mm-hmm.
Hard to win against a lawyer.
Yeah,
that's
it is
one thing that's going against you. When you sue somebody individually yourself, pro se, you're going against their lawyer.
Exactly, Running Bear.
They're they have bar license. They can defend themselves. They have the resources, everything like that. So it's harder. Pro se people are hard to win. Even they always say anyone that is their own client, their defend themselves in court, they're going to lose. You're going to lose. You're not going to.
I got a case to present to you guys that I want to go over with you guys. And it involves a person representing themselves pro se. It's the case is coming up right now, and it's somebody that a lot of you guys may or may not know, but it's another person on here. People have spoken on it, but they haven't spoken on the details that I've got on it. And it's a crazy, crazy case. It's going to make a lot of people mad. They're going to be mad at me when I report it first because they're not going to believe me. But I've got nothing but paperwork, nothing but the facts. I'm just like this. I'm just going to show the facts. So that'll be interesting. And that's about a pro se thing. The guy's going pro se, but I found 2 GoFundMe's up, that he's asking people to help him for lawyer fees and stuff. I've found all types of donations going on for this guy, and he's getting them. He's getting lots of money. But he's doing everything pro se, and it's all documented. I mean, I'm watching his court case day by day through the system. So what do you guys feel about that? I should report on that probably, right? Wouldn't that be the ethical thing to do? Morally correct?
So pro se yourself, you do it and you sue them.
Now, see, Running Bear, I'm running a fine line of what I even want to do on here. I don't want to be like an exposer, you know what I mean? But I feel like these things, because this other case I'm talking about, it gets into child stuff as well. So it's a lot deeper than just exposing, you know what I mean? The way I look at it, I feel like these things that this like things that require that need awareness. Like there's a certain group of people that need to be aware of this type of thing that's happening and how it happens. And here is a breakdown of it all, play by play. Don't you think that's the type of stuff that, if I'm going to be posting anything, I feel like I almost have a moral obligation to post things like that if I see things like that happening? What do you guys think? And not in a malicious way, just like I'm doing now.
Won't win. I'll be honest. You won't win. You won't win. So you would either have to try to find a lawyer, that will take the case, or sue them for vengeance.
For what?
Vengeful thinking.
For vengeance?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I
All
would
right.
do it.
I was thinking
But
I should do it.
legitimately,
But in a tasteful way, not
copyright
tacky.
claims, and you got trademark violations, and you got stole property, intellectual property.
Right?
You got
Don't you think I have something like
Oh,
those
cool,
two things are
cool.
kind of weird. And when you put in, listen, the name Picarillo, by the way,
Mhm.
there's a whole list of
All right,
100
cool.
most common Italian American
Gotcha.
names. It's not on that list. All
Mhm.
right. And it's pronounced Piccirillo. The double C is a cha.
Nice.
Okay. But why, our family Americanized it. How many families Americanized it? Now there's two things too. I could show that I was on the show and stuff like that. And so if
By
somebody
far.
saw that, right?
Well,
I mean, it's fucking weird. So you take your.
so where they
They
based
didn't
out
take.
of?
They
Where
didn't
they-
take both
where
names.
they out of?
They didn't take
California?
both names, but they took that whole Picarillo Pickles paradigm,
Yeah.
which I use in a podcast, and then Bobby Pickles podcast, Mr. Pickles Puppet Time.
Nice.
Isn't that fucking close?
Yeah.
It's retarded. I mean, I don't know, and I've asked a couple different people about this, but you're the perfect person to ask
has
about.
a lawyer? Have you contacted a lawyer?
No, I haven't really. No, I'm an idiot. I haven't.
No, but you not
Because I feel
related
like I just felt like it was like it was like a lost kid. Exactly. Like I thought that they would have they're Hollywood, right? I mean, I don't have the money to.
Now,
I
keep
didn't.
in mind,
I don't think
before your podcast grows and gets bigger, they might sue you trying to say
that.
copyright.
I thought.
They
You know what
might
I
try
was
to
thinking?
counter that.
I would love for them to do that. That would be the best thing.
Oh,
that
cool.
could
All right.
possibly
Good.
happen.
Thank you.
I would love for
I
them
am
to do
too.
that.
Yeah.
That would be the greatest thing.
Sometimes though, doing I know that every time I have showed up in the algorithm, the two times I've ended up picking up what I consider a lot of subs has been off kind of things, kind of like with this nature. And then you get the people in here talking crap to you, calling you a grifter or whatever. I'm not making any money. I mean, I wouldn't mind if I did make money eventually. I don't think that there'd be anything wrong with that, but not stand in front of someone's house or something like that. But this was in 2021, so this is just to look into. He explained his crimes and what he did and how he did them. Yeah, this is 2021. But yeah, so I showed up in the algorithm when I've only popped back on YouTube for about a week and a half now. And it came all the most, I only had 400 subs when I popped back up then too. So half of what I have on the channel all came from talking about this. So, but it's cool. I think people need to see this stuff in a way that they might not have.
I would be like, wow, you
Yeah,
guys are really, you guys really,
And I've been sued myself.
huh?
I've been sued
Yeah.
myself.
Oh yeah.
No, I would win that. If they sued me, I'd win it. Definitely. But I have the trademark.
Were they out of California?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So if you sue them, you would have to actually sue them in their
Can I
home.
pay you for, help?
It's interesting because I
Yeah.
haven't filed a lawsuit in.
Do you want to be an attorney at some
should.
level?
If
Not
you want to,
anymore.
do it.
Not anymore. I'm on politics now. I'm on politics. I'm on nationalism, proud American. That's the time I'm on now. So I shifted
Okay.
away from lawsuits.
Here we
probably
go.
about 3-4 years ago. Though I do use them sometimes. Like today, I stayed in a hotel down there in Deerfield Beach, and Expedia advertised the hotel as continental breakfast, whatever like that. And then I go and there's no continental breakfast this morning, and then they're trying to blame it on COVID, and then I contact Expedia saying your advertisement clearly says continental breakfast, and I said this is false advertisement. I want my money back. Or I'm gonna take you in a small claims court here in Broward County or what county? Yeah, was it Broward County? I'm gonna take you to small claims court, blah blah blah, and then they eventually give me my money back because they didn't want to deal with it. But I'll use that if I have to. But I haven't really sued anybody lately.
But you did want to be an attorney at one point?
I could have helped, yeah, and legitimately, because I met a lot of interesting people and friends in
You
prison
have to write
that
it
got
as
life sentences.
Uh-huh.
I got friends in prison that are serving life sentences for nonviolent crimes, and they deserve to get out. They deserve to get out, and they can't. They got no
Oh
recourse. So I
god.
would like to help them. I like to help people that are incarcerated or a long time. For
Tell me about the Muslim photo bomb, the Clinton.
yeah. So when I got out of prison, when I got out of prison after the violation in 16, whatever, like or 15,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
like that, I started gravitating towards politics hardcore.
So Trump
Trump comes
Yeah.
into play, and I'm fascinated from the beginning.
really?
Fascinated.
No, he's not big on the sovereign citizen thing. He said in this interview earlier they were talking about sovereign citizens. He said he looked into that at one point. I think he was into it. You probably might have seen something where he was maybe. And he said, I got it. I got into learning about that, but I don't agree with all of that. Is the way he said. He didn't say he's not, so I don't know. Maybe he is, but it didn't sound like it. Yeah, he's got this jacket is. I think it's called "We Ride for 45," something like that. Rumble to ride, something like that. Ride to something like born to ride for 45, something like that. You know. So I don't know what's going on. He does. He's got somebody. He's got some people he's with sometimes though. I've seen like he's on boats with people sometimes. He gets places with people. I don't know what they are. I think they're more associates, like you said. They're probably not friends. They're troll associates.
But look at this guy. This guy is a federal convict. I mean, he's been causing trouble all over for how the majority of his life.
Yeah.
I mean, but how is that good for Trump that he tracks us deplorables,
Hey,
Because we all have like shady pasts in some way, kind of.
I just think the media just was like just demonizing them and everything like that, and I was like, well, I can relate to that.
But are we
I
good
can
here we
relate to
go.
examples?
fake news and everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Whatever like that. So Clinton started having rallies,
Here we go.
across particularly
Here we
Pennsylvania
go.
because that was a battleground state. So every rally that she had, I dressed as a Mexican, I dressed as a Muslim, I dressed as a trainee.
Exactly, Running Bear.
For Clinton.
Yes.
When I was a Muslim for Clinton, the campaign saw me and was like, "Hey, come with us," and they put me directly in back of Hillary Clinton. As a
See?
Muslim, you know what I mean, for a photo op.
See?
because, the Muslims love Hillary, whatever, like that. And I used to troll him, man. I used to troll all these people.
He's trolling
and
everybody.
everything like that. But I got Clinton one time because I dressed as a Muslim, had a black kufi on, and then I got up front. They put me up front, and then when he was making his rounds for his handshakes after his rally, that's when I shook his hand. I was like, "Bill Clinton, you're a rapist." Alhamdulillah, like that, and I spoke Muslim.
Oh, that's a real thing. Okay, see, everybody, you have to go and subscribe to Constance Sue has something to say. Everybody that's here, there's 113 of you guys. Her subs should jump 113, except for the ones that have already subbed from the last time, because she is awesome. And a lot of the content I've gotten that I've put on here in the beginning was she shoved it right to me, and I just kept pushing it out. And she's got all types of good, and it was all old stuff that she's had for years. So good and new stuff. So go check her out, guys, please, for sure. Constance Sue has something to say. I'll throw the link in here as well. But I didn't know. So Front Row Joe's is it's a real thing. Is it a real group, or that's just like the nickname for people? It's a real group that's actually at the Trump rallies. Oh my God. He's probably trolling them too. He's trolling the world, man. This guy is something, boy.
I saw inshallah, and
What is that?
alhamdulillah, I don't know, it's a Muslim term.
Yeah, right. Right.
I'm gonna show
Something
some
needs
of
to
the
happen.
some of the pictures right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So,
I'm going through
and I
it.
would go to Trump rallies too, and I would have fun at Trump rallies too. At first, I was kind of trolling around the Trump rallies, even though I'm pro-Trump. I was going around as like Muslims for Trump.
Were you wearing
for Trump? Everything for Trump. I was going for like all kinds of outfits. I thought it was kind of cool going as outfits because outfits get a lot of attention, and I was like attention seeking, because then
clout chaser.
And then I would, Google image the events afterward and say, "Hey, look, I'm in the news here for wearing this outfit," because the media looks for odd people, people that have, different outfits and everything like that. That's, gets attention, and
Yeah, they just try to paint like kind of a false reality in a lot
and
of
I thought
ways.
going to like political rallies is like the coolest thing in the world. I've been
I'm
I put
showing the
35
picture.
Trump
Yeah,
I'm
I
showing
want.
a picture of you behind.
I was going to go watch that here at some point too. I've seen a couple people, other people, kind of review it too. It looks interesting. Now look at this. See, everything's a troll, dude. It sounds like he does support Trump.
I guess Clinton. Is this you? You got the multicolored shirt on and
Yeah,
the
well,
white.
thank you.
pray for
Hey.
Orlando. I said I
Small
actually,
man
Pray for
syndrome.
Orlando.
yeah, I actually told her I was a victim of Pulse nightclub shooting. I told her I was the victim of
Oh,
the
God.
Pulse nightclub, whatever, like that. You remember the Pulse?
Look at
But
this.
people just are you a
They believe it.
okay? Are you a just a compulsive liar?
No, I just.
Are you a
don't-
sociopath?
Oh,
See, I had my followings and there were, my followers online. They were like, "Hey, troll this, troll do this, whatever." Like, I'll do what I'm game.
You're just a troll.
Kind of at the time. You know what I mean? I'm still.
You're still a troll.
I am, but I'm really ingrained in my belief system now.
You're on
You know, and
Facebook and you say that you cannot be kicked off Facebook, right? Is that the claim you make?
I caught a ban a month ago for the first time in 10 months.
yeah.
I had somebody that worked at one of the call.
Now, see, not me before. I was naive as to exactly how far along into this he was, and it was he so single-handedly kind of has been the awakening I needed to remind myself that even I'm vulnerable on here, because I like to pride myself to think I'm good at making sure I don't let myself be vulnerable, in any way. But yeah, on this thing, with this technology, yeah, someone like him could dog walk my ass, and a lot of us, I think, would fall victim to him any minute he wanted to make us a victim in the tech world.
Call centers there. The call center. So Facebook has these they outsource different call centers to do their moderating and whatnot. So there was a company in Tampa called Kozinick. I can't say it right. And it was a call center. I had a friend that worked in there. So from probably like May of last year, I could post anything I want.
You see?
Anything I want on Facebook and I would not get banned because he rigged it. They can rig it. The employees can rig it there, make your account unbannable. You won't catch no ban. You will have content removed, but you won't catch the ban.
Really?
Yes. They can.
Now, how did you do
that company 2 months ago folded. Or they not the company, but Facebook didn't renew their contract. So all the employees there no longer work there. So now I don't have the connect.
Go watch the channel Plunder True Crime. Plunder True Crime. She goes into what the lawsuit or what his injunction was. It's a federal injunction. He couldn't file certain federal cases without paying the filing fees up front. So he's still going to be able to slip some through being sneaky. And he already told us how he was doing them after he had that injunction. So yeah, they've done stuff, but they almost need to investigate him. And I'm not out here trying to be some type of snitch, so I don't really want to be saying stuff like that. But you know what I mean? That's what anybody's looking at what I'm looking at.
Anymore. And then coincidentally, a week after he loses his job, I catch a 30-day ban.
Oh, so you had an
So
insider.
I'm back on the bans.
You had an insider.
I had an insider. And you
Because there's a lot of
If for nothing else,
you live in St. Petersburg now.
if for nothing else, they need to get him as their asset. Whoever's protecting the rest of us needs him as an asset instead of an enemy.
Right?
Tampa area.
Tampa area, right? And aren't there some Facebook?
And this has nothing to do with the Magnolia stuff. You know how I feel about that. That's not even negotiable. That's not even in this discussion. I'm just talking about all this other crap that he's doing. And the way you got to look at it is he's pretty much beating the system. Yeah, he got caught for that one thing. You heard what he pled to. If they could have absolutely got him for more, they would have made him plead to more. So all they could pin on him was like that $250 of some type of fraud. Come on, man. And look how they treated him, throwing him in those USPs. There's a lot more to this.
Employees out there?
Yeah, the call center's there.
The call center's there. So you
I had a friend.
you scummed your way.
I'm glad you guys are all here.
Some point.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. That's my guy,
That's
white
what
boy.
happened.
A Trump supporter that works for the company. They do hire Trump supporters.
Yes, they do, but they kind of like stay on the down low though a little bit.
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
I'm a little discreet about it.
But scary.
'Cause Tampa-
That
Did he
guy
lose
wasn't
his job?
scary.
No,
They
didn't renew the contract.
they didn't
And at least he was making
oh.
fake money.
Yeah, so they got
He's-
different calls.
JLR's taking our money.
San
Or whoever's.
Antonio right now, they're called different names. I don't know them offhand. There's like 6 or 7 different companies, whatever. But any of us could.
Now
find
you're
somebody and
so
work
now you don't have your
with.
shield.
I don't have my shield anymore. But
Now you're screwed.
It's starting to get it's starting to get bad for him. See, I think he can handle this cyber stuff. I don't know about this beating women stuff. That seems, I don't know if those two crimes typically mesh, like those two types of career criminals typically mesh. But people are saying that, you know, he's got a, and well, Magnolia was saying about his history of that type of stuff. Then you throw this on top of it. We're dealing with a whole nother diagnosis. You know what I mean? That is much more serious, in my opinion. And what that is, I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor, but I'm just saying, just being a moron that's ran the streets. I mean, this is the type of guy that real street dudes want to be aware of. You know, he's that type of dude. This is the type of dude that your local hustler, everybody wants to know what's going on with him if he's around you, you know? That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I've already been
That's what
kicked
the
off. I've been
problem-
kicked off Facebook, kicked off everything, you know, Twitter, everything,
Yeah.
basically. Instagram.
Oh, and
Yep.
You know,
I don't
now-
think Antifa has shit on him. He's trolled Antifa. I don't think Antifa has shit on him, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he's international, just like what they charged him with, just like what he pled guilty to.
now, you know,
Get ready. That's what's going to happen.
hey, I'm ready.
Yep.
I'm ready. But you know, I love political rallies. I love Trump, and that's all I do right now is Trump.
I know. That's where I'm at. Yeah, I've seen you at.
You know, then you got to think about that, and then look at some of the other houses. A lot of them involve kids. You know, it's just a lot of things that are worth looking at the patterns. And who taught us that? JLR. So he can't be mad at us. He might come on and give us an interview and talk to us. You know, you guys and me, because we're the only ones looking at this right, I think. And white boys point out some good stuff. You know, other people I don't know if they're hitting on this stuff. I'm sure some of them have. I just haven't seen it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being facetious.
Numerous political
Not
rallies.
to put
You were
anybody
out here
else down
tonight
like they're
for
doing
you
good.
know, Mike Flynn and the Trump 45.
I actually went to Flynn's trial when he was in Washington, D.C., when he was going through his court proceedings. I was out front. I was out front there, and actually was taking on Antifa because Antifa was trying to crash his court hearings and everything.
Really?
Yeah, Antifa, him and Manafort, him and Papadopoulos, they all went through the same Barrett building, the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. All those guys got indicted in Washington, D.C. Well, I was in Philly. I used to go down all the time.
Wow.
You know, and support them.
Wow.
Whenever outside the court.
I'm
You
sure
know what though? That's a lot. That's a boat ton. But out of 550, now, Constance, do you think any of his subs are bought, or any of his chat is bots? Do you think he's done any of that, or somebody on his? If he has a team doing it, I don't even think he's got a team. I think it's just him. What do you think on that?
Picture right now of you guys.
Yeah, but you know, I've been to Charlottesville. I've been to.
I'll be honest. It's nice to know where he's at though, and have a little bit of an idea of what's going on. This is the type of person that is scary to think about how many of them and where they're at that we don't know about. I mean, think about that. And anybody, you know, this is like, you know, this is dangerous. Like the kiddie people are dangerous to kids. This guy's dangerous to basically anybody that he wants to make a victim, you know, because he's the talents he's got. He can make anybody a victim whenever he feels like it. And they're some of the hardest to catch. I mean, hell, in my town, over half of murders do not get solved. So imagine this type of stuff.
3 DC rallies, the
You were
Capitol.
you were at the Capitol.
I was in Capitol. I was in
Did you
Portland.
go in the inside?
I did not. I was on the outside.
All right, now see, and that's that we're getting for me as well. And the fact that is over our head, that's scary as hell because we're not talking deep stuff.
I was on the outside, but the feds contacted me about it.
Yeah, what'd they say? Who'd you give up?
Antifa that don't like me.
Oh, okay.
that
Oh,
don't
you know what?
involved.
Yeah,
That's what I do online.
I think that might be. You're right. I heard about it on YouTube, but it was about another platform, I believe, like Twitch or something like that. They were talking about the pay structures over there and stuff, and it's worth it for certain. Yeah, it's other platforms. Yeah, my bad.
Mine is too. Is try to
Thank you, everybody that's here. I see 120 some of you. If you wouldn't mind, hit the subscribe button if you enjoy this stuff.
expose Antifa.
In the
They made false
like button or
reports
dislike,
about us. They
if
served-
anything to get
Showing
an
a picture
algorithm,
of you
Yeah.
and Flynn right now.
please and thank
So
you.
Antifa was showing or told the feds that I was like people inside the Capitol, certain people.
Here we go.
It wasn't me. I stayed on the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
I was outside on the lawn. But I openly say it. I don't care. I didn't do nothing wrong. You're allowed on the lawn. There was no barriers. No.
Yeah,
police
under your
saying-
First Amendments.
No police saying they couldn't be there. I didn't climb over any barriers. I didn't go on the steps. I was outside on the lawn. I was waving a F Antifa flag, a
Oh.
giant F Antifa flag. I was running around DC.
F
all
Antifa
weekend,
flag.
big F Antifa flag.
Some of his trolls are funny.
Yeah. So you get into this whole thing because Trump comes out 2015 or 16. As soon as when you're in prison, were you hearing about Trump at all?
They like president. They like Trump. I was ending up. Well,
Were you
no,
hearing?
no,
No, you weren't aware.
they like
when-
Trump as the entertainer. They
When
like
did you
Trump as-
become aware of politics?
15?
2015. Before that, no.
I would troll and sue politics and sue politicians, but
But you never really thought about politics in a major,
in a serious
in a serious, deep way.
Now,
But-
now my belief systems are very strong. Like literally, like I don't think I would like for instance, like I was just saying the other day, like if I ever saw like Nikki Haley or Pence, whatever like that, I would be, hey, can I take a picture with you? Now my beliefs are so strong. I'd be like, you're a rhino, you're a freaking rhino. You sold out on this country. You know, that's how I would be because I'm entrenched in my belief system now, and there's no more game playing. There's no more game playing with these people. You know, I hate rhinos. I hate Antifa. I hate BLM. Hate all the leftists. Hate them. Hate communists, Marxists. I hate them all. I hate them with a passion. And my life duty at this point is kind of away from the lawsuits, frivolous stuff that's done. I'll do it sometimes. Sometimes I'll be a little trolly, but I gotta expose them, and that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I do. I enjoy doing. You know, I hate leftists.
Yeah. It sounds like you should be a Proud Boy, probably.
You know, I've been offered.
Yeah.
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 I
What do
got a
you,
lot of Proud Boy friends. I got a lot of Oath Keeper friends, 3%ers, bikers. Born to ride 45, baby.
yeah, I see. You're the consigliere. Is that right?
Yeah,
What is
George
that
Colella.
about?
George Colella.
Did he make you that?
They made me this wonderful vest. They've seen a lot of my work. That again, in Florida, particular Florida, we got to hold the line. So there's BLM and Antifa up there in Tampa and Newport Richey, Florida.
Got to hold the line.
I'd be the very front. I'm not the biggest dude in the world, but I go right to the front lines and yell at them and wave my flag and yell.
I'm showing the picture of George Colella.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember we saw him at that one thing the other day, or when did we watch that? Yesterday or the day before? We watched that one thing where he got that lady arrested for taking his flag. All right, this thing we've watched it. We got about 20 more minutes of this. I'm just gonna let it play for a minute, if you guys don't mind. And I'll have my phone with me, but I'm gonna run next door and check on my dad real quick, and I'm just gonna let this play out, and we'll watch this for a few minutes, and I'll come back and stop it for the fair use type stuff. But I'll link this gentleman's channel too, Bobby Pickles, in the chat.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's been on before.
Yeah, George is great. They're family to me. They see all the good work I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to just create stronger right-wing ties. Patriots, nationalists. I love nationalists. I love people that love and appreciate this country. It's what we need.
But why do you appreciate this country so much? The country that locked you up.
All right, we're gonna hear what he says, but I know I'm with. I agree. I love this country. We need to fix a lot of things, but we gotta love our country. But yeah, we need to fix a lot of stuff. So, but I'm sure we can all agree we gotta love our country. But what's scary is that if any little thing pisses him off, he's like a time bomb, ticking time bomb. You know what I mean? He'll sabotage. That's the scary part about him getting close to anything, is that he's gonna learn how to master anything that he gets near, and learn how to take it down there for.
Up for 15 years.
Interesting, because I seen evil. That's a good question. I love that question.
Thank you.
Because everybody says, "Oh, why are you back to blue? You're in prison."
Yeah, Running Bear, it's awesome. The sad part is I think he's getting in the early stages of dementia, but even with that, it's a huge blessing. And I'm so thankful because I'm old enough to realize how much I need to appreciate things like that. I still got both my parents, thank God, but time is so limited and I'm seeing it happen. So yeah. But all right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I wouldn't say enjoy, but this is creepy at the same time. But yeah, this is interesting stuff and important, I think, for us to look at. I'll be right back, guys.
Prison for 10 years, whatever. Like,
Please subscribe or hit any buttons you can to get me in the algorithm if you guys can. I appreciate every one of you.
I don't want them on the street. Chomos, child molesters, and predators, and sex traffickers and stuff. They all belong there. They belong there.
Do they?
I believe in criminal justice reform, but I don't believe like in for pedophiles and child porn people, sex traffickers. They don't deserve any chance. You know, so I seen evil. We need police. They're our first line of defense. We need police because if not, we have anarchy. I don't want anarchy. You know, I live in a nice neighborhood.
Don't you think they're a little too trigger happy sometimes though? Like
police?
Yeah.
You know, it was interesting because we did a mask. Remember we did the we went maskless in the Palm Gardens Mall, right? Chris Nelson, if you're listening, we opened Florida. So
yep.
Everybody took their mask off and everything like that. I was a journalist because I work right for your content, but I kept my mask on in the media. But the police give me the trespass. You know what I mean? And then I have a handicap sticker on my place card on my car, and I parked in a handicap spot at the mall. Then, after they gave me the trespass, they tell me to leave. And when I'm leaving, they stop my car and say, "Let me see your place card." And they're thinking it's fraudulent or something like that, and they're running my name and. You know, they're just harassing me. So, and these were black cops. These were black cops. And I thought, okay, there's a bias here. There's something. I'm with Trump clothes, a Trump hat. I had a MAGA hat. There's something going on here. So yeah, some are trigger happy. Some are so gun ho and G.I. Joe. And, there's bad apples in the bunch, but overall police are cool. I have no problem with police.
Really?
I have no problem with police.
Even though you were, even though you yourself. I wanted to just play a segment of that for a second. If I could find it.
That was fun times.
It was. Oh, there it is.
My name's Chris Nelson. I have led several groups, Reopen South Florida. All right. I mean,
somebody else coming right.
Okay, awesome. We have stood up for the truth. We have stood up for people. We have stood up for our city.
That's for it a little bit here.
We will not stop using it. We will not. And we will.
You're in front of Runcie's house.
Oh, is this here?
So they're all going to go in with their masks. They're going to take it off. Say no to masks, just like this. I am in my official capacity, so I'm going to keep my mask on, even though I support this cause. But I am documenting the experience. I am press, and I want to stay and follow the rules and follow the laws. These people feel that mask laws are unconstitutional, mask mandates in Palm Beach County. So they're going to go in and then they're going to play Twisted Sisters. We're not going to take it anymore. So I'm going to go in there and document the experience for everyone. Your content, check out your content on Facebook, and we'll see what happens here.
There it goes.
Just to let you know that this is a private property. So, where you guys headed?
We're going to the store.
Huh? We're going to the store. Okay, so let me tell you. What's the deal?
Okay.
Shopping?
Yeah.
Shopping and filming?
Is that right?
Shopping and filming?
Is that all right with you?
We can't film in here?
No. It's a private property. You cannot film.
It's a circle.
We're not filming private property.
We are tired of wearing these masks in the store, and we're not going to take it anymore. Let me tell you something. We're not going to wear masks anymore. We're not going to take it anymore. No, we're not. We are not going to take it. Take off your mask. Breathe fresh air. Freedom. In all the other states, they are saying you don't have to wear masks, but here they're saying you will. No, and guess what? We are not going to take it anymore.
Go ahead and check out the Fat Enzo page. See the rest. This is a little bit of Jonathan talking to the police.
I was ready to go. I was here seeing what was going on. I'm not part of that group. I had my mask on the entire time. I had my mask on the entire time.
You have the right to trespass you for anything.
Like journalists?
right. Can't pass anybody from the front.
We're causing trouble. Right?
So it was interesting. So me and him, Chris Nelson, we were out down at Robert Runcie's house 2 days ago. You know, the superintendent for Broward County Schools. We went to his house because he got arrested. He just got arrested for perjury. So me and Chris actually went in front of his house to protest, to demand his resignation, demand he gets fired, whatever. He lives in a gated community. We also went into IHOP without a mask, and they chased us out and threatened to call us the cops on us.
You're a political troll.
Having fun, baby.
You found your spot again, once again.
Having fun, you know. And
would you say this is a scene?
Yeah.
Right?
Publicity stunt.
No, but like the whole thing, the whole like MAGA movement, all the people within it that you meet and stuff, it's like a scene.
It's great.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Everyone's a character. Everyone has their own personality, and that's why it's unique. Everyone has a unique characteristic to themselves, and it's fun, man. I'm making lots of MAGA connections. You know, being invited to events and whatever like that. I go and document it. I have fun. Sometimes I participate. Sometimes I document it. It's best.
It's funny that you do. It's hard to like. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what you're going to do. You're going to document it or participate in it, right?
Yeah, or both, because yeah, I consider myself a gonzo journalist.
Me too.
You know, being part of
Me
this story.
too.
So,
you know who that guy is right there, right?
Yes.
That's the King Gonzo journalist.
Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson.
Yes. So, you know, I kind of incorporate that style, and I have the 100% backing of my boss to do that. You know, that's my job, to poke the other side, whatever like that. So I go to Antifa rallies and trigger them and get reactions out of them, you know, blow bullhorns in their face as I'm reporting and calling them whatever to get their reaction. You know, that I do that. That's what I want, you know. So it's fun, and I will continue to do it. It's not going to stop. See, the thing about it is, like, I took Antifa has attacked me. I've been punched. I've been assaulted. I've been threatened. They shot liquid in my eyes and everything like that. But I like to document it, and then once they do that, I chase them down, watch them get arrested. You know, I like to see Antifa get arrested. So I almost bait them into touching me. Do something about it, because you're just gonna get booked. You know, and then I can start, you know, going to the court hearings and play like I'm a victim, you know, and just, you know, watch them get fined and sentenced or whatever like that. Girl just got probation because I was in Tampa at Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar was speaking at CARE, you know, that terrorist organization. She was speaking at the Hilton in Tampa, and I was out there with my MAGA friends, but I had American flag, and I was baiting this Antifa girl, and then finally she got so triggered, she ripped the American flag off my back and started running off with it, but she did it right in front of the cops. So the cops grabbed her and slammed her down, and then they're taking her in the cuffs, but I'm following. I'm pressing charges, you know, and I'm like making a joke out of it. And she's getting dragged away by handcuffs. So
you triggered her,
and she got a year probation for it, whatever like that, you know. So
you're dangerous, Jonathan Lee Riches.
So another dude, like, same thing. Like, we were flag waving on the Pinellas Trail, and this guy comes up on a bike, you know, and starts saying crap about Trump. Oh yeah, F Trump, whatever like that. And I just was in my flag. He's your president, whatever. And then it got to the point where the guy just rammed his head into my face, you know, like on his bike, whatever, and took off, whatever, like that. But, you know, I called 911. They caught the guy. You know what I mean? He gets booked. You know what I mean? He gets, I don't know what he got, like a year probation too for disorderly conduct or battery or something on me or whatever like that. But I'm going to sue this guy in small claims court too for busting up my face because I had like a bloody lip or whatever like that. But it's fun. It's fun stuff. You know, it's exciting, and I'm going to keep doing it. You know?
Well, they have to learn a lesson.
They have to learn a lesson. Control your emotions, whatever like that. You know,
they don't know how to. They don't know how to.
First Amendment's great. You know, I had no problem really with anybody protesting per se. I really had no problem with nobody protesting. You know, that's what makes the First Amendment great. It's cool. We got to keep that. Got to preserve that. But rioting, looting, and all that stuff, I ain't for that. I ain't for that. So try to stop it.
Yeah. All this stuff that's going on. Let me check my notes here, see if I have any other questions. It'd be a very interesting conversation, actually.
Yeah, so great. I mean, you know, I'm gonna keep doing it.
You're like the Forrest Gump of the MAGA movement right now, basically.
I'm everywhere. You know, I scout out activities. I scout out.
How long you been in St. Petersburg? Why, you know, how long you been there, and why did you decide to settle there?
You know, I got a nice waterfront home there on the lake. You know, I have a cat. I live by myself. I like the weather. I like Florida. I like the direction Florida's going. It's way better than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's locked down all day with these ridiculous COVID measures. State's pretty open. Hopefully the governor.
Where in Pennsylvania? Is it kind of like closer to the middle?
Philly.
Oh, in Philly? Okay, perfect. Did you get on Route 75 though and come down here, or 95?
95.
Okay.
95 across 301. But a lot of guys, people always ask
And you
me,
decided to go to the West Coast for why?
well, I was originally there when I was back in my fraud days. I bought a house. I bought a house in Clearwater Beach when I was 21 years old with cash. Literally,
Of course you did.
no mortgage and no nothing. The feds took it, but it was on the water. It was North Clearwater Beach. It was like literally a block from the water. Like I could see the water across the street, but I had a deck that could look out and see the ocean. It was like a $700,000 house.
Did you do cocaine then at that point, or
Never did.
drugs or anything like that? Because you said you don't do drugs
Ecstasy.
now.
I used to go to these.
Oh
raves
my
in
God! Of
Florida,
course you
Miami
did. Yes, you
Ultra,
did.
Ultra Music Festival.
I did
Remember that?
too, man.
Remember the Ultra Music Festival?
I like beans,
Yeah, I used to go to
right?
out to Ibiza, Spain for the foam parties, whatever like that.
So you were really into that whole like rave scene and stuff, huh?
I was. I mean, I had passports and documentation. Everything was free. I had a free lifestyle. It was emulating like Catch Me If You Can. The movie Catch Me If You Can. That was pretty much my lifestyle. Like I could pretend be anybody I want and travel around the country and just, buy whatever I want whenever I want. So I was on that phase, and I went to the lawsuit phase, and I went to the trolling the media phase. Now I'm on the politic phase, but I think I found a liking that I'm going to stick to now with the politics.
Do you think you yourself will be in politics at some point?
I don't think I can because I got a lot of baggage, but I do support candidates. I do I'm particularly the flag waivers and everything like that. So I'm supporting candidates.
Tina Forty brought up a good point. Do you think that we should get like a Manchurian candidate of our own that we need to groom? And we basically groom him like a dino, his Democrat name only, get him in there and then pull the switcheroo.
Well, that's yeah.
What do you think? I mean, that's a good idea, right?
I think that's an awesome move. It's particularly in the cities.
They do it to us.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to do it to them.
You're not going to. It's hard in a Democratic city to be red. It's hard to be a Republican. A lot of them sneak in as independents, but with right wing policies. But yeah, I mean, you're going to have to be a Democrat name only. But we have to start at the grassroots. We have to start at our city councils, county commissioners, school board meetings, because it's the grassroots. Because there's over 300 municipalities in the state of Florida. We have 67 counties. We've got hundreds and hundreds of municipalities, and whenever it starts there, because that's when it starts. These leftists have been infiltrating these county commissioners and these little city commissions with these BS leftist policies, and then they work their way up through the system. And eventually, they're all in state government, and they're controlling every aspect of their life. We have to stop it.
Yeah,
I generally care. When it comes to our lives, our livelihoods in America, I generally care. I care.
All right, look, real quick. You guys, I think everybody's right on, spot on. But one thing to think about too is like, saying he's a political activist, whatever. This just goes to show we can't believe what we're hearing. We all got to do things like this, come together and talk about, I'm not saying behind the scenes, but not watching whoever's been put in front of us, the main message pushers. And we got to talk about it behind the scenes and debate this stuff out and open each other's eyes. This stuff's getting crazy. The white boy locked down said JR didn't get arrested on J6. Yeah, he didn't. He did not get arrested. He did talk about that earlier on here as well. If you rewind it, it's on here. Yep. Yeah. We just gotta watch. Watch out, man. This is crazy work. Because what if people like this activate? When they activate against people like us that are unbeknown, they could wash us clean, and we don't even know what's going on. And not just money, not just getting us locked up. Just think of all the stuff that they can do when they think like this.
And at this point in my life, I guess I'm old. I guess I'm retiring from all the frivolousness and stuff like that. I do some troll stuff still. I take this serious now, and I take it serious. And I will.
Oh, you can mention anything you want over here. I'm not like that. I try to just keep this we're just discussing stuff here. We're here to bring awareness, to educate each other, and discuss stuff. So you're cool. Mention anything you want, and especially if it's to pass on something you think we should know. I'm all for that. But I guess thank you for being courteous. But no, over here, as long as intentions are good, then it's welcome here. And if we figure out it's bad intentions, we'll deal with it. But yeah, we're good to go. All right, guys. I thank everybody for being here. Again, try to hit the sub for me if you don't mind. We're growing and growing fast. We got a good little group over here now. We'd love to have you.
Really well.
Were you are you a forever Trumper?
Absolutely.
I am.
Thank you.
Do you
because Trump could do something we don't like.
What did he do during?
It seems like I've gotten lucky. Cold November. I've gotten lucky, and really the only people that chat for the most part are really cool. Like what you're seeing right now is what the chat usually is here. Every once in a while, there'll be some people, some troll. Like the other night, I was in here, some trolls got fighting in the chat, not about what we were talking about or anything, about other stuff, and they were going at it for about an hour and an hour by themselves, but really going at it. And that was weird. I know where they came from, but the majority of the chat had no clue who they were or how they popped up here. So it was kind of funny. But yeah, everything here is cool. We're open. It seems so far like there's 143 people in the chat. There's only a couple chatting. The rest are just watching. So it seems like everybody, and for the most part, comments is always cool. Even the ones when we're not agreeing with each other. Everybody keeps a cool head and is respectful. So yeah, man, you're welcome here and run your mouth.
His presidency that you didn't like. Did you like everything he did? Pretty much.
What he didn't. All right.
No, I don't.
So
I don't think so
I
either. I
think
agree.
he didn't take on big tech
I don't.
while he had the chance.
Yeah.
It's just like my parents have lost a child. I have a brother that passed away when he was like 29. You know, and it was unexpected. It was bad. You know, all that type of stuff. So no one can tell them, "Oh, I know what you feel," unless it's somebody that's lost a kid. You know, like I can't tell them I know what you feel. They can't tell me what they know. I know what I feel having lost a brother. You know, we don't know what. No one knows what it takes. And then again, other people that have been through it haven't been through your exact situation. So no one except for you knows exactly what you went through and what's easy and what's not. Anybody that even tries to tell you anything otherwise, don't even give them your time. The good part is that you got away, apparently, and hopefully you're staying away. And you've seen the patterns and the signs that we're looking here, like the things we're looking at here, so you don't end up in situations again. You know, not that it was ever your fault. I didn't mean it like that. You know, I'm always so scared of what to say nowadays. But my intentions are always good, so just remember that.
Bit him in the ass. I'll admit that.
You know, and I wish the Justice Department declared Antifa a terrorist organization. We need to take out the left paramilitary wing of the.
I would think if we're lucky, he would shut our shit down. Otherwise, he's got. I would hope that if he hits me, he just hits me real quick, whatever he can get, which won't be nothing, and then he shuts it down. I don't want him to leave me open. You know, that's the scary part, man. Like, you know, I've got nothing per se, but at the same time, he could take everything. You know, if that makes sense. He could just make it's so hard to recover from that, from what I've heard victims say. Like they can really bury you, and it's so hard to prove anything, I guess.
Leftist party and not annihilate them, stop their intimidation. Because if we would have stopped them in their tracks, I think more Trump supporters would have came out and not be afraid.
Are you a proud Western chauvinist who refused to?
Well, see, here's the thing too. Running Bear, remember, he doesn't even have to have collected it. We could right now. I could stream it. I'm not going to, but we could stream right now and go on the dark web and get whatever we want. I shit you not. Like I said, I've never done it. So of course I can't say 100% I know it works, but I know how to get on it. I've been on it. I've looked all around it. It's crazy. And there's anything you want, whenever you want. I mean, credit cards, I'm not gonna lie. You give me a day and I guarantee you I could probably have hundreds of credit card numbers just here in town. I could find somebody. Scams are something that run rampant in like low income areas. In the hoods, you wouldn't believe it, but in the hoods, you know, in the crowd, everybody thinks it's just dumb, thuggish criminals selling drugs. Well, they run the most. That's where you get most of your bank scams and all that from. That's where they're going on all the time. Like in the hood, you know, is where I have run across more scams that I could have been a part of than anywhere else. You know, because a lot of them are just willing to take higher risk and will do the riskier parts of the crimes too. You know, it's crazy. I'm in Virginia. I'm in Hampton Road, 757.
Apologize for creating the modern world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Well,
but I have
Jonathan Riches it's been fun. We went for a little over an hour. This is good. That was a good podcast. It was a nice little podcast. I like learning about you. You know,
you'll see me more. I mean, you know, come
100%.
Me out there. Come say hi. I'm cool. I'm harmless. I'm for you. I'm you know, I'm
absolutely horrible.
And I'm, you know,
what do people? You want people to be able to reach out to you on Facebook, or that's the thing, right, for you?
Yeah, because
Cali.
Facebook
Okay.
is the thing for
my
you,
brother's in
right.
My brother's in L.A. between L.A. and somewhere else. I forget where his wife's family lives. I'll have to find out. I think somewhere a little north of Cali. Yeah, he's in Cali. I've been there once. It's awesome, pretty nice. I don't think I'd want to live there, but it's nice. I mean, I'd want to live there if I had the money to live where I wanted, type stuff. But awesome. Thanks everybody for being here. And If you feel like it, type in where you're from. It's still cool seeing where everybody's from. And thanks for being here. And hit the sub button if you want, and like button or whatever, just so we can get this thing in the algorithm.
No. Again, if
I love
the
Virginia. I'll be here
Biden
forever. I
platform.
think.
That's the
I'm
little
proud.
goo gaga baby platform.
Mark my words. If Biden comes down here for a rally,
Yeah, go watch the
anyone
beginning
who's
of
to
this.
the
It's
left
crazy.
or
Oh, you were
going to
here.
his rally, I'm gonna crash it. I'm gonna crash it in the middle of it. You know, I'm gonna call him a rapist, pedophile.
Well, can you
Exactly,
please
I
include me?
do.
I want to do this
Scary
too.
part.
So much fun.
I want to do this sick stuff
Okay,
too.
okay.
Well, you know, let me
Yeah,
tell you.
why are you all over?
You're from the UK. All right. I hate to interrupt the chat for this, but we've watched a lot of this. Let me ask you something, Rach. The UK. You know, the past 10 years, I've started looking at geopolitics too. I'm not getting all political on us, nothing. Just to throw it out there, I think it's one bird with two wings, and it's just a control thing. That's why I'm so interested in psychology of everything. And I can show you why I think that and all the facts that I've used. It's all based on facts. I don't judge off feelings, people, or anything. But do you think, look at what's happening there? What part of the UK are you in? It looks like the migration is killing that place off of like YouTube videos and stuff. That's the extent of my knowledge, but it looks like it's getting nuts over there, like what we would be if we keep going the way we were. And I'm not saying Trump's good or nothing like that. I'm just saying letting people come in.
You're all over the state of Florida, aren't you? Just going back and forth, putting miles and miles and miles on that car, huh?
I get paid to do it. I get paid. My job wants the content. I videotape and I put it and we redistribute.
They were. Everybody was rooting for him. That's the thing.
I get paid wide.
You know, that's what makes it very interesting. Is that I think everybody, even like me, I don't particularly like him or dislike him. I don't like a lot of the things he's done, even in the past, because I don't like crimes that make a victim. Although even drugs makes a victim. Don't get me wrong. So I sound like a hypocrite, but I that's how I justified it. I've never been one to feel like, you know, causing someone to be a victim is, I think that's irreprehensible in a sense. But I think everybody was rooting for him still, even if people didn't like him, because he sure seemed to have turned over a new leaf. And like we've got, you know, the characters were pretty much named. You know, he's gone in order, and you can almost follow his characters based on his online presence, what he was doing, and how he was acting at the time. That's the crazy part.
Nice. You want to pick up a podcast too?
And you guys are talking about relationships. I've had a hard time letting anybody in my life since my daughter's mother and I split up. Not because I'm still in love with her, nothing, but to have to fight for my child did something to me. And I fought, and I won custody of my child too. She had to appeal it to get rights back. But not that that's to me, that's no win. It was just one loser, and that was my daughter. No one won anything. But ever since then, I've had a real, like, that was the big trigger of me and my trust. I already didn't trust, but then going into deep dives and all this about the government and everything like that, because I didn't trust the government anyways. And I read a book back in 97 about the New World Order. It was called A Conspiracy Theorist back then, whenever I talked about it. But damn if every bit of it hasn't come true, and you can watch it all being played out right now. So yeah, trust is something I don't have for anybody or
Come
anything.
on, man. Help me out.
Good.
You shouldn't trust anybody.
Huh?
Your content. I'll talk to my boss.
Talk to your boss,
Nick
man.
the Hat. Remember that name, Nick the Hat. Google him. Nick the Hat.
Nick the Hat?
Yeah, Google him. That's my boss.
That sounds like
he's an interesting guy too. He has his own.
Is he Italian?
He's Greek.
He's Greek. Okay, Nick the Hat. Nice. Why do they call him that?
Oh gosh.
He's a what's the word? A mover and a shaker.
God, that's a funny
Nick the Hat. Your content.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why. Well, maybe it's the big plan. I don't know why. Somebody said be careful with your super chats and all that type of stuff, cash apps and all that. I would think that PayPal is the safest thing to use, because PayPal will actually go to bat for the person who sends money. So I wonder why that's not the main thing that people use. You know what I mean? And it's not the main one people ask for. I wonder if you can't. I don't know. I just thought that one was the safest from what I hear or know about online transactions. So I don't know. Yeah, Nick the Hat, I've heard about him. We'll check him out too one day. I'm sorry for talking, guys. You guys are just fun to chat with.
It's a funny area over there. In that area.
My boss used to work for the National Enquirer. He used to be a writer for the National Enquirer. So, you know, we got a lot of good.
Yeah, the Enquirer. I think the Enquirer is coming up.
National Enquirer. David Pecker in his
what?
Star Magazine, National Enquirer.
Kiwi, you've been here before. Are you trolling?
Whatever like that. But yeah, we got a good nice little gig going. You know, we produce stuff and get out there, and we got connects. We know what's going on whenever there's something going on.
Cool.
We create our own stories too.
You do?
Well, it's interesting. I wonder about all that stuff, but it must not because they're not. Nothing federal is doing. There's something that makes it not federal for some reason or whatever it is. Something does not link it to make it a federal crime, or the feds would get him anywhere and there wouldn't be extradition. That's why people are saying he won't be. He hasn't been charged with anything yet. There's been no criminal charge, and people were talking about the order that they have it's not a restraining order. It's a no contact order. And the difference is it's significant. Apparently, we should dive into that at some point too. But that's something, to think about on the law is tricky. And believe me, there's probably not many people on the internet, in the realm that we're in, that know it better than JLR. I would put him up there with the lawyers we see on here. With some of them, he probably is very knowledgeable. I have no doubt about that. That he knows what, he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't like to be the victim. He doesn't like to lose. So, you know what I mean? I wonder if Nick the Hat is him. Nick the Hat. His name, I forget his name. JLR and him are friends. I can pull him up and show you him if you want. I know it's Nick Nik. PayPal went. Oh, really? Okay. Shit, everything did. Back in the 90s, we said woke too, but it meant the complete opposite of what it means now. Here's Free from Fetters Grove. He was in here fussing with somebody the last time I was on. You leave a name in the chat. Yeah, I hear PayPal is safest though. I didn't know they went woke. I don't know. Well, I don't know what that means as far as their security. Probably everything. He sued. Yeah, he sued something because he sued his DNA or something like that because or he sued his lineage, his family lineage, because it's his DNA's fault that he's turned out the way he is or something like that. Oh, okay. So, all right, PayPal's no good. Never mind then. All right, never mind then. Scratch my whole PayPal comment. You guys knocked that one down pretty damn quick. Oh, damn, I'm way behind on the comments. All right, here we go. It's only a minute or so left.
Journalist, be a part of the story. Create your own story out of the story.
Create your own story, man. All right.
Love it.
Well, listen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For watching the Monday evening stream, ladies and gentlemen and scums. If you're in the market for custom t-shirts, check out fatenzo.com. For our line of pseudo-intellectual party tees, check out fatenzo.shop. For Perry's and Proud Boys swag, check out proudenzo.com. I'm Bobby Pickles, and I've had an outstanding time with you this evening. I appreciate you very much, but I appreciate you more for liking and sharing this podcast. There's a 20-year-old nerd sitting in the back room at Google with cum-crusted, pants, deciding who wins or loses in life because.
Yeah, I've been watching. Well, I watched the first one she did in full. I've been busy pretty much since then, so I do need to catch up. I think she's done 2 or 3 more. Don't they have to have they arrest him for what though? They don't arrest you for a restraining order. You don't get arrested. You get served the papers right there in court. So what is it that he would be getting arrested for? At this point, I'm not saying that. I guess they could charge him at that time or whatever, but as of right now, there hasn't been any charges that I know of. Do you know something that I don't? But maybe, I guess. Court date is, yeah, okay. Further restraining order, okay. So, all right. All right, got you. You've watched one. Yeah, I've watched one. Well, she's done 2 or 3 more too, so we're gonna have to catch up on those, everybody. Proud Boy swag, Book Groovers. You know what? It's probably a troll. I'm telling you, because look what he's wearing a blue Proud Boys hat. Wouldn't Proud Boys be red for? See, I don't know about this stuff. I'm not into any label. I'm from Virginia. We pride ourselves on being individuals. That's just what Virginia's about. I don't know. That's how we were raised in these streets around here. Gangs and all that wasn't even a thing when I was young. You clicked up with your neighborhood, with who you hung out with, and that's who you represented. And then when gangs started coming in like 2007, 2010, a little earlier, people will be in these major gangs, but still actually rep their neighborhood, above all, even when it comes to that.
He learned how to code while living in his mommy's basement. Are you going to allow that? Fuck no, you're not.
Okay.
So go ahead and please share this to Facebook. That's the main scum. Those are the main people, right?
Wow.
They're the worst people. Facebook, Twitter, Parlor, if you have to. All right. And arrivederci. See you later, guys. God. Bam.
Yeah, I thought Magnolia was awesome from what I knew of her. Now she getting to know her a little better, and again, I haven't gotten to know her at all, really, just from what I've watched a few videos on here and stuff. She's a little different than I thought. Than Magnolia. I thought I knew just in the capacity of being on JLRs every once in a while. But again, I wasn't even watching him all that much in the past, year, couple years, really. I never watched him much. Only, I guess, when there was something dramatic going on and I, was being nosy. But yeah, I saw somebody say they're from the, what'd you say you're from, Rach? From like the drama side or something of YouTube? Well, there's a couple of different sides, a couple of different areas of drama too. Which area of drama are you in? Do you know the guy that used to watch Summer Wells' Enchanted Life Path? Let's see. Oh, got you. Well, see, okay, now as far as that goes, I don't know. I do like our laws here in America better because I'll be damned if I want people showing up on my door because of something I posted on social media. If that starts happening in America, it's going to have gotten real ugly before that. Not many Americans are going to stand for that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're going to start blowing heads off of cops, but I guarantee you there's going to be an uprising that would have to be reckoned with. That's not going to last long in America. Like anybody my age is getting sick of what's going on already, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. The majority of us would probably classify more as moderate anyways. None of us want to be extreme on any sides. Anybody intelligent doesn't want to be extreme in anything. So I don't know. Things are going to get ugly before stuff like that happens in America. I hope, because I'm not going to go for that. I didn't feel right about the viruses and all that stuff, so I didn't take any of that stuff, and I'm glad I didn't. I never would wear a mask unless I was forced to go in somewhere. I didn't try to bother anybody else, but I'm putting a mask on. So you mean to tell me one day I'm going in 7-Eleven and I can't even go in the door with one foot if I have a hood on? The next day I'm required to cover my entire face? That was the alarm, all the red flag I needed. I'm just like that. But yeah, moderate. Yeah, I'm moderate because some things I'm more liberal on, some things I'm conservative on. Like I'm liberal on. I don't care about what sexual orientation and all that type of stuff. Hey, everybody should do whatever, do whoever, but don't tell me what to do, and don't tell me that there could possibly be a man saying he's a woman standing next to my daughter in a bathroom. I got a problem with that, and I got a problem with anybody who thinks that I should have to accept that. To be quite honest, I look at you as a threat, and not one I'm scared of, one that I think is a threat. Yeah, everybody should everybody. I feel the same way. And I think there should be migration, but it needs to be controlled. You need to, everything, just like everything in moderation. Everything needs to be controlled to some level. I think us in the West, we're losing. See, this is where I think the conspiracy stuff is coming true, getting deep where we could. All right, let me get a sip of water real quick. All right. Yeah, I am confused, man. 100%. I'm definitely confused since I've started to try to pay attention to geopolitics. I thought I understood it, but it's obviously not so simple, right? Yeah, I just want everybody to make their own mind. I want us to disagree. Usually when I'm disagreeing with somebody, that's what every time, if I'm disagreeing with somebody, especially the discourse we've had in this chat, that's an opportunity for me to grow. I have an opportunity to learn from somebody that doesn't feel the same way I do. I have an opportunity to open my mind and listen to them and be persuaded with facts, and then, grow. And just likewise, if somebody gives me the chance on certain issues and we talk and it's something I felt strongly on, hopefully I would be able to not persuade, but, present a side of my argument that was compelling and based on facts and reality, not all this crazy, everything I grew up being told was the right way to be is now they're trying to force us to be and to do. And then now they've also, I don't like the way, now in the past 10 years, I've told some people in the chat, the majority of you probably haven't heard of this. So subscribe, you're getting a personal insight. About 10 years ago is when I started my journey to, clean my life up from substances and stuff like that. And so I started, of course, I felt like in order to do that and to do it right, I had to learn what made me tick and all the things that I would blame for being, my triggers and whatever, all my excuses. I had to learn what was what was I using them as an excuse for, what things did really bother me that were legit, all that stuff. So I did start looking at everything in the past 10 years, the psychology of everything, including geopolitics. So I've been deep diving all this stuff for like 10 years, and it's just so deep. It's really interesting. I enjoy it. We're dropping fast in the chat. I know I'm not playing nothing. We'll find something to play here. But how do you guys feel about that? You guys open-minded to good discourse like that too? I feel like that's where I've met some of the best people and learned the most, and not been convinced or whatever. Yeah, my mind has changed on certain things, especially right now, considering like this conflict we're in right now, and certain parts of this conflict I used to feel totally different about, and it turned, come to find out, it's based on pure ignorance. I just didn't know the subject, and now that I do, I'm on the total opposite side in a sense. That can happen. All right, any suggestions or requests on something you guys want to see that we haven't seen yet, or that we'd like to check out? I know we mentioned a few things earlier. I don't remember what all they were now. He's a 2-time offender. Okay. Oh, anybody that does a decade, he's done almost a quarter of his life locked up, so he's probably a bit institutionalized. And like I said, I think I could confidently say, probably for a fact, he didn't have a good go. He did not have a good. There we go. That's right. That one missile hits the island. Oh, I see. Exactly. See, that's where I got to reel myself back in a lot of times to think of arguments from a different perspective, because I don't. My reality is not every perspective, obviously. So yeah, that's exactly right. Land of the free, home of the brave. Just keep in mind. That's 100%. That's 100%. I don't like the now. If I'm picking up what you're putting down, the only reason I feel the way I do is because I feel like we've almost been getting bullied in a sense in these past. If do you feel what I'm saying? And oh, it's 5%. Okay, cool. It's 6:10 here where I'm at. Cool. We'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it. Oh, I'm glad you found us. A good chat here. We're not a big channel. We just really started, but great people here so far. But yeah, am I picking up what you're putting down there, Doc? I feel like I might be. If not, we're on the same thing pretty much. But I feel like I just feel like I've seen a side of the relationship that I didn't know existed, that I'm not comfortable with, if that makes sense. It's crazy these days. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. We all, together, we all do, and not okay. All right. What do you think about what on my view? Like, is the relationship the way you understood it? I didn't think. I don't know what I understood it to be. I was ignorant to it. I didn't have an understanding of what the relationship was, but I feel like I don't really like the way it's been here lately. I feel like it's been a little bullyish, and not. I don't like when Trump bullies people either. Not to say that. So I don't like that either. I understand. Yeah, you got to approach him a certain way, but I don't want to see my leader be getting bullied in a way that's almost like a troll. Are you feeling me on that, or you feel like I'm off? All right, what do you guys want to see? You want me to hunt and see what all's out here? What's going on out here right now, if anything? See what's popped on new. It's morning. People might be getting up and throwing some new content up. We can check out White Boy, see what he's posted lately. He's been on this hard. All right, let's see. Did you guys hear about the? I don't know why, but it's hit my algorithm here lately. It seemed like about a year ago, the YouTuber that faked a live stream in order to murder a girlfriend. That's crazy. That's crazy. And see, Running Bear, yeah, I don't like any of them. I don't like any. Well, I thought that he would be all right because he wasn't a politician. I thought we need a non-politician, career politician, but I'm disappointed this past year. But then again, I'm just learning politics, so I know I don't have a good enough understanding to, be up here preaching anything. But why I would have, if, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't vote because I don't believe, I believe it's a big manipulation going on, and I do have things that I could show to say why I feel all these ways. But I don't think the other option, other than Trump, I think it was scarier because that's the side that was wanting me to allow a man dressed as a woman pee next to my daughter. I don't know that alone. Certain things are non-negotiable, and that other side was going to be worse for kids. I felt, and I mean I could go back and forth to find non-negotiables on both sides, like I said. But I think that one right there, morally and ethically, I'd have to stand on first, Yeah, the Tiger Woods. I haven't read your comment yet, but I saw. Did you guys see Tiger Woods? That's sad. I don't know what's going on with him. Something's going on, and I don't. And socialism just hasn't worked yet. I haven't seen a socialist government work yet to where I feel like that's a model. You know what I mean? I feel like we should be looking at data here. We are still the newest country, or at least we're by far the newest thing around on the block. And we're by far still a project. We can't let this thing fail. We're still the best option, I feel. I mean, hell, I feel like I can look on YouTube and convince people of that. Venezuela was interesting. It's right next door. It's Guyana. They recently found more. Exactly. You know what? Yeah, Guyana was having issues with who's the other country that was threatening to invade them? Not Venezuela, but or was it Venezuela? I doubt it was Venezuela. Some bordering country was threatening to go into Guyana, or Guyana was threatening to go into another country. I know a Guyanese guy. He's cool. Oh, Trump lied once. See that they're all. I didn't trust him from the beginning, but at least he wasn't telling me that that's what he wanted. You know what I mean? When I would have voted. Yeah, I could go back and forth on a lot of things, but I can't have. Yeah, if we're talking about politics, we need something new, and we need something that's really for the people, and we don't have that. I mean, honestly, right now, Nick Fuentes makes sense in some things, and he was painted to be the outlaw, crazy guy. Is he really? I don't see it. He's loud and says some disrespectful shit, but don't we all? I'd rather have somebody real. I'm sick of the divided. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just keeping us divided. We're not different people, I have a mixed daughter. I live in rough areas. But I mean, we're all the same, both sides. But I rub elbows with rich white people too. I mean, we're all the same. And all my friends can rub elbows with each other, and it's not weird. Come from different backgrounds, have different beliefs. We can have different political beliefs and all that stuff. We're not going to end up arguing and hating each other over it, like we've been watching families and stuff do. I think the Epstein stuff would expose everything we need to know about politics because that's what it was. That whole thing has something to do with, that's what it is. And yeah, that pissed me off that we're not draining the swamp that I thought we were going to do or whatever. I just don't want creeps. I don't care who they are or where they come from. Oh, thanks. Cool. I try to be, man. If we don't have, we ourselves are all we really got. I'm all whatever I stand for is all I really truly have. That and the love for my daughter is all I care about. But what I stand for and how I do that is all I really have at the moment. And I mean that's figuratively in every other way too, because I've messed my life up, like I said. So I have nothing. But what I do have is some health, and I am on the right side of the ground. And I have a family that loves me, and I have you guys now, and I have faith. I'm on a religious journey as well. I don't know what that faith, the end game of that faith is, but I have faith that, I think it'd be pretty arrogant to think, there's not something greater than us, that did all this. So I don't know. I love reading the chat. I think I'm too far behind to read them all. You guys will have some opinions on politics. United as one. That's what our founding fathers signed for. The first mistake was I've heard that. I would like to look more into that. See, I've been trying to slowly deep dive, world history, and it's, having paid attention to zero in school and so knowing bare minimum when I was starting, it's a lot to learn, as you know. But I think I've got a decent grasp of where I'm at. I'd say I'm pretty well versed back to, I'm kind of starting, I wanted to go back to World War II. So I tried to understand, how that whole thing came to be after World War II when I was trying to understand what's going on now. So that's kind of where I started to get a grasp on that. But yeah, I can understand back, I try to understand at least all of America's. My bad, guys. You know me, hitting buttons. Your kids are growing, but they're great. There you go. My daughter's 17, so shit, we're just getting started, man. I'm scared to death. Scared to death. Scared to death of what I'm scared to death of. I'm scared to death if I wasn't here. If I knew I was leaving soon, which, I'm a third of my way through life just to be a lot of billionaires. Yeah, see, there's a lot of that. Well, see, now I'm not going to be blind. It's going on both sides. Now, this is important. Let me tell you my take on this and see what y'all think. All right. We see what Kim's saying. And I mean, I don't think we can deny that. Maybe there's some people that can debate it somehow or whatever, but I can't. From what I see and know, that's exactly right. So let's say this. What about, are we going to be so naive to leave it at that? Or are we going to speak reality and say, it's the government in general that's probably the biggest money makers from that, because you're not going to tell me that they can pinpoint me and my license plate and all that type of shit from a satellite in space and track me from everywhere I go around town and all that, but they can't tell me who's doing all that stuff. So I think it's just a bigger play. These groups you're naming and the two groups that are arguing back and forth, they're just the distraction. You know what I mean? While it's all being siphoned and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. I don't want to think that there is. I don't want to. At this point, I don't think I can think that one group's better than the other. Maybe at that moment or that argument, there might be a winner, but I don't think there's a true winner chicken dinner between those two. I like what he said about breaking and when we divided the country into two. So I see. I'm still learning. I need to learn the history then. So we were a republic, right? Now I'd have to break it down to understand what all that is. Maybe that'd be a cool topic one night to do if you guys would like to do some random stuff too. I'm assuming all of you are here probably for JLR stuff. I don't either. I don't want anything to take over. I think anything taking over anything is probably bad. Yeah. See, I try not. I'm learning. I feel like I'm a person of faith, but I feel like my faith right now is natural instincts. Like I feel like I naturally do the right I naturally know what the right thing is or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I naturally will do what the morally and ethically right thing to do is. So whatever religion falls in line with that would be the religion, I guess. I could continue exploring. I don't know if that makes sense. It's deep and I'm not the most intelligent, so I might not explain things very well. We are a republic. See, I need to get a better understanding of it, what exactly that means. Well, see, they're doing that. They're doing that anyways. They have to do that. They've already got the solution, the digital currency stuff. Just ask the people. See, what about the people in Australia? Haven't they already tested a digital currency on you guys? I heard that. See, I do know. See, maybe we ought to start reading Agenda 2030 on here. See, the other thing is a lot of this stuff we don't have to guess on. It's all written down for us to read what their plan is and what they're going to do. And I've looked at some of that, and that tells you that there's no two sides. It's just one bird. I mean, hey, what's up, Big? What's going on, my man? Good, man. Just chilling, just kicking it, man. We're just talking about all types of random stuff now, but we watched a good one on our boy earlier. You should check it out. We might have watched it the way we watched it the way we didn't watch it earlier. The other day, we watched some of it before, but tonight we watched the whole thing and watched it in detail. It's good. It's deep. You should skim through it either now or when we're done or whenever, at some point. Yeah, I mean, Project 25. See, I don't know as much about that one because Agenda 2030 is bad enough. I wanted to know when they're going to try to take our cars and put us in the 15-minute cities and all that stuff that I thought sounded crazy. Well, it's all written down, and it's all written down when they want to do it by, and it's written down how much progress we've made pushing toward that. I totally feel like they want the one world religion, the new world order. It all makes sense. Alex Jones he's crazy about some things, but some of the things he says make perfect sense. The guy, yeah. Oh yeah, I know about that stuff. I have heard different theories. That one, that the Guidestones don't convince me of stuff as much as other things, but I'm right with you on that. It's crazy. Yeah, people, once they start catching on to it, it's going to be a problem for the powers to be. That's why it needs to hurry up while my generation is still strong and able-bodied, because we are the last generation from the old world, right? Meaning before technology. We know how to do things with paper. We can write a paper receipt. I can write in cursive. I can do math without a damn phone, all that shit. I can build, I can do stuff. I don't have to be told how to, you know what I mean? Well, really, I just have always known how to, whatever. I'm the last generation before all this stuff. Yeah, I've heard that, but that's why I've never worried about. I lived a life of crime, not paying into it, doing it other ways. But it is what it is. But I've been thinking about all this stuff has played into my thoughts throughout my life. I've really started to get into it. I used to, are you? See, I didn't. Yeah, well, I tried to stay away from anything confrontational all my life, pretty much, just because there's enough things that you have to deal with, anyways, that are confrontational. But now these things are important, and we can talk about them in non-confrontational ways. We don't have to agree. I don't like what's happening overseas, though. I don't like what I see in Europe. Tommy Robinson, for one, and I don't like white supremacist type people or too far right people, because, like I said, I have a beautifully blended daughter. I played soccer and basketball growing up. I moved around every 2 to 4 years, so I know who treated me how when I moved to new towns, there were certain patterns. I'm a big pattern person, if you haven't been able to tell yet. I just base things on facts, not my feelings, and the facts are we're all alike. And the differences in our culture are really neat when you do get them all together. We complement everybody in America complements each other well when we're working together, and we're unstoppable. That's what the powers we realize once we start. And it only takes. I heard a theory. It only takes, as far as like overthrowing the government. If we were to, even with all of our military might and all that, I heard it would only actually take a couple 100,000, or no, we have 350 million people here, and I forget what small percent of the population it would take to actually be able to do that. And it was so small that it's scary that it really could happen. I think it worked up to only be a couple million or something. Yeah, Tommy Boy or Tommy Robinson. I think there's a Tommy Boy that was up in. He's from out there in Washington, I think, or wherever when they were doing protests. Well, yeah, Tommy Robinson. I used to think I was getting on that. Saying when he was being portrayed through the media as the more of a white supremacist than anything. I didn't ever check him out because I'm not out to dislike anybody, but I'm not going to go and pay attention to him. But I have in the past couple of years, and he's not anything what I thought. It doesn't seem like, anyways. I think there's a small. I think America was infiltrated from the start. I mean, we were breaking free from Europe, right? So of course, whoever was losing the most from us doing that was going to do everything they could to have us infiltrated, in a way to keep whatever. I mean, it's as simple as looking at that. So of course, like the Rothschilds and all them that are all over our society, and they've funded both sides of every war that I've found so far. They're the ones that made up the whole banking. That's why they call it fiat money. It's fake money because it really doesn't. It really means nothing. It was created really not that long ago, and it was for power. Reasons of control and power and all that. It's scary stuff when we start thinking about it and looking at it. See, that's what I don't like. That's how I feel. And I didn't used to, but I also feel like I didn't know it. I didn't understand the Zionist part of all of this. I didn't know. I was just an ignorant Jew, Israel. I didn't realize. That might have sounded. I don't mean Jew in a negative light. I don't know what that is. I think the UN is a joke. I'm a freaking idiot. All right, cool. That's cool. I appreciate that. What's UN? Oh yeah, the UN. Yeah, they're the ones. It's all written about them. Oh, I do that as much as I can, and it's hard. It's hard. You see, my grandma and grandpa, my grandpa was in World War II and just a blue collar guy. He lied about his age of getting in the military when he was 17, stuff like that, So, just a blue collar American. And my grandma was just a huge, I love America type of woman. She lived up in Philly. So that's been in me. I don't practice it as well as I should, but it is in my mind at least. And it should be. Yeah, this is turning out to be a huge thing, man. And that's scary. I guess it's a good thing I'm not getting a whole bunch of booty, huh? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? That's a fact. Yeah, there's documentaries about that. I saw a contractor that I watched. I'll have to find it. I watched a documentary with a contractor of a company that had installed tons of underground types of things for different elites all around the world, and they're all doing it. Look at that Lahaina fires. Have you guys looked at that? I got a good YouTuber to watch for that lives in Lahaina, that was there when it was. I was watching that live as it was going on. Nuts. That is insane. The whole story there. That's insane. Have you guys looked at that? Oh my God. 4 in Nam? I'm joking, but your dad's got to be crazy. Nam was hard on people, man. All the dudes I know that were that whose parents went to Nam, some of their dads, you could tell that they were a little off, or not off, but they were affected. Man, a lot of these guys I think have been hacked. Okay. Well, what's the saying? You can't have. Oh, hold on. You can't have something without. You can't have like social. You can't have something without communism, and you can't have communism without something. I have to look it up, but it's scary when I understood what it was saying. It was like, oh damn. Ron Hubbard. Is there an L? Who's L. Ron Hubbard? I feel like that's somebody famous or something. Can I put the channel down? Yeah. What channel was I talking? Refresh my memory. I got ADD and I'm reading all these comments. I don't know what I was talking about. What? Tell me the channel and I'll put it down. Oh, yeah. There's been all types of stuff. Like they've built holding facilities. And this was not for the immigrant stuff the way it was looking. I think the whole COVID thing was a big old test, man. In the 9/11 stuff, there's been so much about that. Bay of Pigs. Oh my God. Oh, and Korean. Dang. You guys have some warrior dads, man. There's a lot of vets in the, I guess a lot of us have vets in the family. That's cool. You see, I love the country. I didn't serve. I got a lot of friends that did. Got a couple of friends that served in some elite stuff. Got some stories they didn't come and telling bragging stories, but just some really neat stories that regulars, I would have never heard if I didn't have an Army Ranger buddy, He did like 6 tours in 5 years or something like that, or 6 deployments. I mean, because he became he did the first deployment when he came back from his first one. That's when he became a Ranger, and once he became a Ranger, he was at work the whole time, and he was out there. When the war first started, when we first hit Afghanistan, he would get dropped in with a group of, I think, 7 or 8, whatever small group is, 7 or 8 guys, and they were on foot way in Afghanistan, hunting down the caves in the mountains, and it was just him and like a small group doing that and calling in blowing them up and all that. That's pretty crazy. Those are some crazy stories. And his dad was a Green Beret, tough old dude. His dad was cool. At this point, I don't even know. 100%. That's why I'm saying the psychology of this is crazy. And the more we peel this onion back, the crazier it gets as we find different ties and as we re-listen to things and hear them differently. The second or third time we listen and we watch them and listen to them, I'm with you. I don't until something is disproved or something else is proven, I don't discount anything as being a possibility. My green screen is actually funny, isn't it? All right, hold on. The bunker builder. Oh, the bunker builder. I'm gonna have to find it. I don't remember what the name of it was. It was some contractor. I'll find that. I don't know if he said the names of elites or whatever. I don't remember fact checking him to see if he was legit. You know what I mean? But what I know is what I told you. Oh, he's in Scientology? Really? Oh, I don't know that that's good, right? Is it? Who knows, dude? Who knows, dude? Or he could be so cocky that he's not taking money from anybody because they haven't paid him enough, and he's just doing stuff. Who knows? I put nothing past anybody, especially people that are smart. Oh, Ron Hubbard built the bunkers in over. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay. Excuse me. Hold on, I'm gonna get some water. Whoo! I need a Skittle. Somehow I sucked that thing down the wrong pipe. Kick my ass. Why does Cash Patel have that trauma look? Well, they're all. Whether they have the look or not, they're acting like a bunch of pansies. I'll tell you that from the top down, in my opinion. Right? Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So the market's doing good now. I was watching that at one time too, but I don't have any money to have in it. So, it's not what I spend time on right now. I should familiarize myself. Well, knowing what I know, supposedly about the things I've looked into, I know the companies that are best to put money into because they're going to be the winners at some point. I mean, it's really like what 7 families that own 90% of the world economy or something like that. It's only like I forget how few people it is, but it's a super tiny number of people that actually control like 95% of our whole stock market. Did you guys know that? All right, whoever was asking about here we go. Whoever was asking about a link for the chat, I'll look that up while we're talking, but there's the name so you can look too in case I forget or don't find it or whatever. Ron Hubbard builds the bunkers for real. 4OK down again. Okay. Yeah, that's a fact. I've seen that stuff. That's a fact. We can look. I'll look it up here in a second. I'm trying to catch up with the chat real quick. And then we'll look that up if you guys want. 148 of y'all in here. Appreciate you guys being here, rocking with us. Good conversation. There's a lot of you not talking. At least hit a button for me, subscribe or something. Help me out here. I'm not trying to grift. I'm trying to do something. No, I could use it. I'm trying to actually make this. I would love to be able to make this a part-time job or something. So I'm gonna keep. And it's fun if it never even pans out to be that. I'm enjoying it. And I'm enjoying our discourse. So it'd be awesome to build a bigger group to bring awareness for each other to everything. That's all I'm looking for. A bunch of like-minded people. 401k up 3% again. Okay. Well, for 401k, it's 3% good. That's not too bad for. No, wait. I know. Yeah, compared to a bank account, that's probably decent or right around. But that's 3%. It's not good, right? You'd be doing better than that in a 401k, can't you? Our skill trade guys here. I think they're moving Yes, Trump is over. Okay, and where are you? The UK? Well, I don't blame people in UK for moving any. I don't blame people for getting out of Europe one bit. I don't. I'm scared of. I think Europe's gone. I think they've already conquered you guys, the elites, with the plan they're trying to do here. We are just a hard beast to conquer, even from within. We are a hard one to conquer because most of our life it was pounded into our head to be thinkers and things like that, and to think logically and things like that. Is the generations, a few generations behind me, are the ones that they've got that are warped, that are done. You know, I don't even think we can save them. And there's a lot of like-minded people in here. I'm sure we've all raised our kids as much as we can the same way to be aware of all this. But even then, it's impossible for them to be like. I told my daughter, I thought I saw something about this college. It got accepted to. Said something about a COVID shot, and I was like, baby, I don't know if I'm want you to go there. If they're gonna make you get a shot. And she got a little mad at first, but I didn't expect her to understand that. She's only 17. I shouldn't even be bringing all that up really. But I'm just glad we didn't do all that stuff. I just said, I'm not saying it's bad. Let's just wait. I convinced my parents to just wait and let's see. And I'm so glad we didn't do it. Oh, thanks, Turtle Gang. My wife told me the name Patel is associated with gypsies and scammers. Well, Patel, that's like every third person's name from India or something, isn't it? Like every 7-Eleven is owned by a Patel. I think they're a cartel. No, I'm joking. And all the ones I know are very kind. I'll tell you something else that's an invasion of sorts. And actually, I'll pull up an article. Here's something we can talk about if you guys would like. It's kind of along this topic. Nick the Hat. Yeah, we can look him up too. I can show you guys him. I can show you Nick the Hat. He's a real person. JLR. There's history. That's the other thing we should look at, guys. The history of all these people that have been around, all these people's circles. Like what's really going on, There's a lot more to all this stuff that we can look into. All right. I'm gonna pull up this now see, here's the thing. I forget what year it was, but America is who brought China into world trade. Before we did that, they were eating grass. They were poor as dirt. I'm not saying we should be keeping people poor as dirt and doing anything nefarious, but that's a fact. And it's not that long ago that they were dirt ass poor over there. So, and China's all about China, and they're about the long game. So yeah, they're gonna dog us the minute they can. I'll tell you another thing. When I was in my doing crime, I sold a lot of counterfeit goods at the flea markets here where I'm at. They're like malls full of counterfeits. Nick's a dick. Yeah, I don't know too many people that like him. He's as bad. He can't be as smart, is he? I've seen him. I thought he was a real journalist or something when I saw him when they were chasing that guy around up in Pennsylvania. Oh God, yeah. See, it still is. You're right, but I will say now there are some things that are not. I'm just gonna be honest. There's some things that are not. I'm just gonna be honest. Some things have changed. I'm all America first. Trust me, dog. I'm all Virginia. My channel VA, 2 up, 2 down. I'm America first, 100%. But I found that out when I was selling stuff. I was selling like Timberland boots, not Jordans. I wouldn't do stuff like that. But Timberland boots, polo sweatsuits. Well, of course they weren't polo or Timberlands. They were all knockoff. But oh yeah, they're coming up. Yeah. Now and then everything when I was a kid, it was it was as common as like the Jew jokes, stuff like that. The joke was about China stuff. It was just complete crap. Everything was crap. Like the McDonald's toys were like the most sturdy thing you could get that was manufactured in China. But now some stuff like the Timberland boots, you can't tell. I don't know. I almost think that they're the same ones that are in the Timberland stores because I've always worn Timberlands, and then I got these. I was like, man, because I didn't want to be selling them. I get beat up for selling. You know what I mean? But everything I sold looked the same as in the stores. And I would tell everybody knew what it was to begin with. And I had a girlfriend one time that was managing a polo outlet. So I took the polo suits up there and compared them all. Nothing looked different. The only thing that was different was everything comes in European sizes. So when you're an American, when you're a fat American, that's weird because I would need like a 5X or something like that. Okay. Yeah. Well, Yeah. Oh, have you guys seen? All right, here's a good channel, The China Show. It's two white dudes, a South African, and a dude from America, and they both lived in China for over 10 years. They speak fluent Chinese. They know their shit, and they do. I was fat, Turtle Gang. I'll proudly say I'm not anymore. I'm still chunky, but I'm not anymore. I'm down to I was like 205. I used to carry around about all through high school and my early adult years. I was like 180. I was in shape, soccer and basketball. Then I got alcoholic and fat and everything else. I was carrying 250 to 260 consistently for ever. And in the past couple of years, I've gotten down to about 205. I had gotten down to 220, and then recently I got down to about 205. I want to get to about 200. I'd be happy at 200 and in decent shape, or like 180 if I'm not going to get in better shape. But thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, all right, what are we looking at? You guys made me think. Oh, the China Show. That's a good show about China. Let me pull that up real quick while I'm thinking about it. This is worth the look too, guys. If you guys are into this stuff that we're talking about, which it seems like a handful of you are. But this is good. They can tell you the truth, and they do. Don't mind me. I apologize. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. All right, let me get you on here. I'll show you these guys real quick. These guys are good. They're good. And they're funny, and it's a good show. Yeah, they're steel. But what got me thinking about this, damn, was they're steel. Because people aren't, nobody, we here in America, I see on social media. I've just gotten on social media other than YouTube, on all of them, like in the past few months, and really only in the past couple weeks since I started thinking about doing this. But all over social media, you see, they say this about China, but here's the truth. And they show all this fancy stuff, and they built this bridge and so quick. Well, all that stuff that they were bragging about a year ago all the bridges and stuff. They're falling down. Buildings are falling down, literally like falling down, like crazy shit that you don't see happen here in America. Yeah, yes, that's a common theme there now. Common theme. Yeah, Yeah, Thank you. Yeah, 100%. Anybody doing? Oh, is he? Okay. That douchebag Flames Trotter blocked me earlier, and he's a big crybaby. We're gonna get into him too. But anybody doing stuff, I wholly believe in karma. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you. I do have blue eyes. Yeah, we'll look at the scotch. We'll show you that blue eye. Yes, blue eyes. All right. That's probably exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, when you see people show you the facts, like the place is falling apart. Are you? Well, be careful where you do that. Because there's another channel that sometimes like me, sometimes doesn't. They got a guy on there named. No, you call me whatever you want. That's cool. You call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. No, call me whatever you want. All right, we are currently having. Yeah. Listen, Virginia is they're messing with the gun laws in Virginia. That's huge. When they try that in Virginia, usually people show up and show out. Big, black, white, everybody. Like Black Panthers will show up for that, for Second Amendment rights. Like everybody in Virginia is about their guns, and I don't know. That's not gonna. This lady that they voted in this year in Virginia, yeah, it's scary. Some of the stuff she's trying to do is scary. But I think that any type of revolution is going to have to happen. If it's going to have to get forceful, it's going to have to happen before my generation is incapable. I don't think the generations behind us will do it. For one, I don't think they'll be believers in it as much as we are, because we really feel like it's the truth, and we're not being. If somebody could come along and debunk these things, I'm thinking that I'm starting to realize, I'd be happy. But it's not happening. Everything I'm scared of is only being verified, and more people are starting to jump on board and be like, yeah. What cracked me about masks was walking into a bank, walking in anywhere, any public building. I couldn't wear a hood yesterday. Today I got to cover my whole damn face. Like, what's going on, man? How is that description going to be now? 6 foot tall black male with a mask on his face now. I mean, they made it. It's crazy. Americans think Iranians are milking. Americans think Iranians are milking. I think it's a joke. Americans aren't as naive and stupid as we act because I guess mainly now there's no excuse because of the internet. I don't think that people are that stupid and naive, but I wouldn't put it past the majority of them. Let's say Cyrax, that's a good one. I can't say that. Cyrax, man. Did you see that other guy, Daniel? That other crazy guy, Daniel? He's been declared competent to stand trial. He's already been locked up in the feds for like 2 years, and now he's facing like 60 some years. And he's just a guy that got trophy. I mean, he's sick too, but it's crazy. It's not the people. Oh, exactly, 100%. It's not the people of anywhere. Just like it's not even the people of. It's not the left and the right of America. We're all bamboozled. Worldwide, we're being bamboozled. All right, let me show you a couple things on here real quick since we're talking about it, and then I'll find something else for us to watch too while this is playing, just to show you what these guys are like. All right. Ooh, 4 Americans stabbed in China. That was a year ago. Oh, wait, they haven't posted on here. Oh, they do it live. That's right. I was gonna say, wait a minute, it comes on all the time. Yeah, they do it live. Yeah, it was on 1 day ago. All right, let's see. Urgent. Chinese nationals tried to bomb U.S. Central Command base. Oh, that must have been in America. Let's watch that real quick. Y'all ready? All right, this is the China show. I'll drop the link to their channel also.
Work backwards just for a minute.
Yeah, for too long. I don't want to get mad.
I'm holding you before the memory's gone. I remember you. You lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. You make me stronger. Can't go without it much longer. Remember. I remember you. You lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling.
Okay, Lee Atwood. I'll definitely look. I'm gonna write that down. Awesome. Thank you. He's the original troll, huh? Yeah, this stuff is so interesting to me, the psychology of it. Because I don't think these people, I see a lot of other behaviors in these trolling type of people. And it's usually weak people in a sense. The ones that get serious about this stuff. They feel slighted or something, I don't know. I'm gonna introduce y'all to some troll communities live and in effect on the internet. Once we, I'm gonna wait a little bit in case they come after my channel. They can't crash it if it's a little bigger. But I'm gonna introduce you to some fun people. We'll just watch from the outside, and it's crazy. You'll notice some of them pop in here once in a while. You'll see people arguing about some shit that we weren't even talking about, and no one knows what the hell they're talking about. Yeah, they're trolls from other communities that will end up in here and get fussing with each other. I've had issues with some trolls on here. I've had people go real life and all that stuff. Turtle Gang, are you Dollywism? I don't think it is. Dolly probably doesn't like me. I've talked about him on here, and that's, of course, my platform is open to anybody I talk about to come up here and talk with us. I've seen people that cover her, but I don't know. Well, I appreciate that. That's one of the reasons I want to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can make a little bit of revenue on different things. I've got some videos I'm going to make too, like actual content, not just get on here and talk and show stuff like this. I got some things I'm going to make some videos about too. I would love to share with you guys. And that's what I'm asking everybody, whoever's not, please hit the subscribe button for me. I'm just a dude trying to grow this channel. Don't worry, I'm not grifting in front of people's houses or nothing like that. Unless there's a good cause that somebody, whatever. Yeah. All right. You might want to. Oh, shoot. Okay. Damn, I'm late on that. All right. Yeah, see, I do see that them starting to kick our butt there. That's where we need to be worried. But that's where when I see all these tech dudes sitting, I've heard that, and I've heard that from numerous people. And the crazy part is that there's legitimate arguments to some of that now that I've heard that make sense. They're worth listening to. Man, you guys know that whole community, Music Biz Marty. I watched when they were doing the little court thing. I didn't know what the hell was going on, man. I knew that they were a lot of, like, the whole community was trolls pretty much. But then I happened to not see him for months and then pop back in. And it was that guy. I guess Music Biz Marty's brother, and they were doing a court hearing with what's his name, Cyrax. That's wild. They had that guy going wild. So you probably know that Daniel Larson. You probably know Daniel Larson too. Then, yeah, he's been declared competent to stand trial. Poor bastard's already been locked up 2 years. Man, this shit's nuts. Oh, I thought I played. What happened to it? Guess I didn't play it. Oh.
Do walking type.
If you guys haven't
very
seen
lots
before,
of corn,
you'll like them.
from what I remember.
Good.
But very nice. I met a really nice guy from Nebraska in China.
American.
Oh, nice.
But they lived there for over 10 years.
And then people climbed up like
China.
Spider-Man into his apartment and stole all his money out of his apartment.
Oh.
Yeah, which was very terrible. Anyway, let us continue, shall we? Okay, we're going to, of course, saunter right into it with what's new today. And this is where we talk about everything that's new, specifically with regards to China. This clip has just surfaced.
They're funny.
Well, what is going on there?
This is an escalator, and I'm surprised it's not eating people. There are old ladies walking the opposite direction on the escalator, not for exercise.
No.
Because they don't know how it works.
Yeah, and I mean, this may sound absurd to people, but in China, because you have such a huge amount of people. Okay, you're used to seeing the cities, you see sophisticated people, you see a lot.
And might as well, since you guys, some of you are obviously new around here, I have one mod on this chat. She hadn't even been in. She was in here earlier tonight. She's not here now. We have a pretty good chat. Nothing ever gets bad. Everybody's so cool. It's almost unreal. I'm nervous. I'm waiting for whatever the truth. I'm waiting. You know how my mind is. But I really appreciate you guys. It's fun. And speak your mind here. Anything, as you see, open for discussion. Any opinion is a good opinion. You know, it's worth sharing. I'm just here to learn from it. If I'm the smartest person, if I think I'm the smartest person in the room, I get scared and try to get the hell up out of there. So I'm here to learn. I'm just trying to, I guess, in a way, manipulate what I'm learning that day by being the channel. I don't know. It's just cool. It's fun. And I thought, if I could build this up and make some part-time money on the side, why not? Aircraft carriers are 1990, right? Right? See, we are behind on a lot of stuff. But see, they've been using a lot of new tech here in these last things. Have you noticed that? They're using some laser stuff in Iran. They're using some, and no one's talking about it, but I've heard that the Kurds are already all in Iran, just waiting on the word from Trump that he'll back them with air support for our ground invasion, for going on the ground. The Kurds have been, there's millions of them over there already, all around the Middle East. They're lifelong fighters. I don't know what's going to happen. Hamburg, Germany. Daniel Larson, social media, right? Right? Him and Cyrax. You know Cyraxon, right? The other guy they were talking about in the chat. You got to check that one out if you don't. Oh, you talking about this one? This one? Well, the guys are. Yeah, they're on a green. This is a green screen behind them that they're playing it on. If that matters. If not, I'll take a look. Oh shit! Let me play it at least.
A lot of things online about fancy people with fancy cars and drinking champagne or whatever, all that propaganda. But there's a very big chunk of the population that come from the rural countryside that have never encountered things like escalators, elevators, even buses, things like.
Are you check? Are you talking about the aircraft carrier? Our tech isn't old. Is that what you're talking about? I wasn't necessarily speaking about the tech, but I heard that a lot of the infrastructure, I guess, or whatever, of most of our Navy is almost outdated. Am I wrong? No, military tech. I'm assuming we're on. I would think that the tech we got it. We better be. Well, here's the thing. Let me throw a wrench in that. Maybe I don't know. I live here in Hampton. We have Langley Air Force Base, which is a pretty major base. That's where the F-22s are housed, and I believe they have some other serious jets too. And that's where they'll fly out of. Say if something was going on in DC, somewhere like they're the ones that shot down the weather balloon that traveled across our whole damn country. and finally got over here. They let them shoot it down. But so that's a major Air Force base, with important shit there. Then we have the Newport News shipyard, which builds all the freaking, not all, but builds the majority of the oh yeah, well, true. And then they have the shipyard, and there was a Chinese dude that got caught flying a drone. He kept trying to fly a drone over the shipyard. They got his ass and arrested him. Didn't hear what happened there. But then we can look it up on here too. What was going on? Yeah, I'm gonna look this up right now, actually, instead of the China stuff. Hold on. Wait till you see what was going on at Langley. I'm sure you guys have heard about it. I mean, and this is insanity. This is insanity. Hold on, let's see. This is pretty crazy.
Tired of having to stream in
This is just a
720p
news
in
channel,
StreamYard or having to pay more to get 1080p quality?
if there's
We
anything
got
else.
you. Start
Get the
using
point.
EVMux, which is a web-based
Yeah, I
live
got
streaming
you. I
tool
got
that
you.
allows you to be able to stream and record
I
in
got you.
1080p Full
bad.
HD
I already-
completely for free. Go to evmux.com
I got you.
and create your free account today.
We do have. I have heard. I'll show you another channel on here that's got a lot of good military stuff. That they do report on everything we get new. We do got some bad stuff now. I'm not speaking to anything more than that. I just know some of the things I've seen are pretty damn intimidating. Yeah, I got you guys. I appreciate you guys for keeping me straight. So yeah, hold me accountable. See, you guys are here for the start. So you got to teach me.
The Pentagon confirms that
Yes.
unidentified drones did fly over Langley Air Force Base in Hampton.
Yeah, the Defense Department spokeswoman said today the drones didn't appear to have hostile intent. Mike Gooding has the latest.
We're using lasers, for Christ's sake.
Langley Air Force Base is the East Coast home to F-22 Raptors,
Look at that.
advanced fifth-generation stealth fighter jets. The first fighter wing maintains and operates half of the F-22s in the United States Air Force's inventory. U.S. military personnel reported drones appearing in restricted airspace over Langley between December 6th and 23rd last year. Now the Defense Department confirms it.
Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems last year in December 2023. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate on any given day, but they didn't appear to exhibit any.
Hold on. What the hell are American mutation companies? I don't think I want to work there. Man, there's all types of shit hiring. Look at and see a good way to know what's really going on in our conflicts and stuff is look what they're doing. Right now, our military is got you. They're looking for bids right now for underground bunkers that they could be sent to Iraq. They've evacuated our military bases and are housing our people in hotels that are then being shot at. What the hell is going on? Oh wow. Oh, the Osprey, yeah. They have them down here in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, which when I'm at Nags Head in the summertime, they fly right over all the time. Yeah, those things are pretty cool. I hear they're one of the most dangerous ones for the guys though, the guys and gals. Yeah, that's how it always is. That's how it always is, which is cool. I mean, the people that tells me that people are still digging the content. Some of them are people trying to just watch me and troll me later on, but I'm not a complete bozo, so I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, yeah, we didn't win that war at all, and I got a lot of. See, that's what's going on right now in geopolitically in America. I think because a lot of vets, especially ones that were career vets, like they got out a few years ago. The people my age, and they're pissed. They're pissed. A lot of them sacrificed their whole life or the whole timeline of their life until now to serve in the country, did anything and did it to the best of anyone's ability, and they feel betrayed. You guys like Sean Ryan. I know people iffy on him because he's blown up so big now too, say he could be a plant too. But I caught him when he was only at about 60,000 subs. See, I feel like I have a good eye for anything that's of interest because everything I look at and I'm like, damn, that would be good to make content on if I was a content creator. And then 2 days later, I'll see 20 videos of exactly what I was talking about. I can. All right, let's about the made in China thing. Rather, if you look at where they're made. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. You know what? It sounds crazy, and it's crazy in theory. It's totally expected, though. Would you expect anything less? Not even speaking on Trump, talking on government or anybody. It's crazy. But yeah, 142. That's cool. I appreciate you guys even hanging out in the bushes. That's what I call them. I call them, say they're sitting in the bushes. That's cool. We appreciate them too. That's the China show link. But here, we'll finish this, then get on to some more stuff here.
Hostile intent.
Pentagon spokeswoman Sabrina Singh was asked Tuesday why the Air Force did not shoot down the drones.
I do know that.
Yeah, and something like trans parades or something like that, and some other like crazy amounts of money on crazy stuff, right? It's nuts. It's nuts.
With all of these incursions, given that it's, on U.S. soil, there is another level of coordination within the interagency.
Isn't that what happened over one of the most important Air Force bases in the country? So therefore in the world. They're flying drones over it, and we did nothing about it because it was too much of a chain of command issue to get permission to do shit about it. Can you believe that?
That needs to take place, but the commander absolutely had his or her authorities to engage any systems that are a threat to the base.
It's unclear if the drones belong to hobbyists or to a foreign government or adversary. Singh said she didn't know where they were launched.
Yes, Stephen. Hey, everybody. Stephen's rich. No, I'm joking.
Launched from.
This is something that, I know the department continues to analyze.
Mike Gooding, 13 News Now.
He should be.
Senate Armed Services Committee member Tim Kaine issued a statement to 13 News Now. Kaine said he visited Langley Air Force Base shortly after to question leadership.
Right.
He went on to say,
and not only gave it to him, but we made sure they had a military in case we do it again. God. Yeah, here, I'll pull it up right now and look at it. Yeah, and and can you believe that we're having? I mean, this nothing bad on Ukraine, but can you believe they're actually having to ask Ukraine for help on certain, like lower cost defenses and stuff? What are we doing here, people? We are America. Like, come on now. You guys convinced me my whole life that we're some badasses. Like, what are we doing? I want to stay a badass so we can, make the country good and then help the rest of the world be safe and good. I don't know what the hell we're doing. All right, Lee Atwood. Let's check this out, guys. Lee Atwood is the first troll. Oh, wait, let me look again and see what she said. He was. The Boogeyman story of Lee Atwood is available to watch here. Yeah, what was he, the first troll or something like that? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. And then of course I think we were part of what yeah, there you go. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. And I hate to say it because I believe in us as a country, but we need to get fixing it. Yeah, I don't think they were expecting it the way it's played out to what it's going to be in the way. No, they weren't. No, we weren't ready. We were ready to drop big ass bombs on people. That's what we're ready for, and we're ready to be thorough whenever we get our hands dirty. That's one thing I do like is we all know how we are. Yeah, I've watched a few good studies on them, and we are right in the midst of doing it according to the blueprint. I think I definitely do, and I think it is sad, but I think it's damn necessary, man. That's how scared I am. Like, I guess I do have to be willing to die for something or stand, or be willing to stand for something and die, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that our generation, my generation, I'm sure you're probably, are you a Gen Xer? I think that we're the last one that could do it physically, and I don't know if mentally the ones coming behind us are gonna be bought in to what we are. You thinking the same thing? I don't think that there's a buy-in, and not in a manipulative, conniving way. I in all the things that we are truly believing, I don't think that they're believing this stuff. I think that they're still manipulatable, whatever that word is. Yeah, no, heck no. Well, the good thing is that's the whole silly thing about that whole argument. What are these people that want the gun control? You know how many guns I could go out here and get by the time this live ended if I hit end right now? They're not. That's a whole gimmick too. That's for show. For if they take them, that's not stopping nothing. It's not stopping nothing. And I don't think this civil war necessarily means maybe a hands-on-hand war like the last one. I think it's gonna be a lot of different stuff. I don't even know if I know what it's gonna look like yet. But one aspect is like a special warfare, type of person. JLR, like he could be a special warfare tactician in this coming type of war. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying we got to be educated on just basically what's normal and what's not. Isn't that crazy that we even have to talk about that? Yeah. Oh, me neither. You know what I mean? I'm not a scary person, but that's why I just want to be informed. I'm not scary. I'm not worried about none of this. And like I said, I don't know what this is going to look like. I think we're already in it, to be honest. I think it's going on in the upper echelons. Honestly, if you really want to get crazy, I think Trump is within it right now. I think he wanted to drain the swamp and do all those things that he said. And he got up there and he found out he's not as Billy Badass as he thought. Good old Miss America and Uncle Sam do still actually run shit. The scary part is who that is. And then I haven't looked at it, but didn't a building fall on him? He didn't die? I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if Trump orchestrated that, because I've never seen anybody talk to Trump the way this guy has, and I don't understand why it's being allowed. I don't understand why. Here's my thing. I love Israel. I love everybody. I don't want any country speaking for America. Why do they feel the need to speak for America all the damn time? They're using us like a bunch of puppets, and it's some bullshit. And they're going to cause a big problem for themselves if they keep it up. That's just a fact. Not that we're going to do anything physically to them. I'm just saying they're going to ruin themselves in America. I mean, that's just a fact. I think so, man. I think so. I'm thinking so, dude. I'm afraid I'm thinking so. See, I don't know that he's doing anything that, anybody's looking to buy or pay for at the moment. I think he has numerous times been bought and paid for. Numerous times. But in general, I don't think he's an operative per se of any one type of person or group. I think he's like a freelancer. He's that type of guy. He's too much of a control freak. Well, is it necessarily going to be? Do you know that they're telling our troops right now that Armageddon is coming? Have you heard about this? Have you guys heard about this crazy stuff? That makes me sick. There's been like hundreds of I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot. I love that you guys are halfway interested in this stuff, though. Yeah, okay. I have to look at that. It's awesome that you guys are interested in this stuff, though. I would love to be able to talk about this type of stuff, with people. That's awesome. Yeah, see, he's old. We got to stop putting these old people in, these people that are so old. That I think, too. We can't do this anymore. No, we're not doing that anymore, remember? We finally stopped that crap. I mean, what are we doing here? Right? What are we doing here? All right, let's see. Let me play something. What was I showing here? What the hell was on? Oh, Lee Atwood. That's right. Lee Atwood. What was it? Should I have to go back and find it? Boogeyman or something like that? Sorry about that. I got off track. Boogeyman, Lee Atwater. Oh, I think it's trying to make us buy it. I'm sorry if you thought I was going to buy it. Yeah. Wait, buy or rent. YouTube movies and TV. Oh, wait, I think. Oh, damn it. You know what? I didn't pay my subscription of YouTube TV. I typically. Oh, no, we do have that. Yeah, I think I have that. I think I have YouTube TV.
Pride, sin, and redemption. Lee was at the height. I've heard it described as some kind of Greek tragedy.
His name is Lee Atwater.
Lee Atwater.
Lee Atwater saw politics as an extension of war.
I ain't gonna sit here and spin y'all. This is a high-quality news conference.
Lee Atwater was part myth and part political mastermind.
Rove was the protege of Lee Atwater.
He was a lot more fun than Karl Rove. He's the most fun person I ever met.
If Governor X was a pedophile, would that change your opinion?
Would you vote for a Jew who did not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ? Racist. Disgusting.
Scumbag politics.
Garbage.
The charge has been made that the United States has shipped weapons to terrorists.
President Bush, did you know about the Contra aid or not, sir?
Oh, I got a funny story about Oliver North. I lived in Northern Virginia in Loudoun County at one time. I was in middle school, and we were in Leesburg in a grocery store. And my mom said, "That's Oliver North." And everybody was looking at him and scared. So I just walked up to him. This was during the Iran-Contra. And I tapped him on his side. I said, "Excuse me, sir, are you Oliver North?" And he looked at me and said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, thank you, sir." And I turned around and walked off. There was people peeking all around the corners of the aisles of the grocery store. It was during Iran-Contra.
If a Democrat won, many people could have gone to jail. George Bush is a dead duck.
Reports surfaced that Bush was prepared to fire Atwater.
That's where you learn politics. Scrap it. The eyes of the world upon you.
Get down here, Dukakis, and answer that question.
I wasn't going to let him question my patriotism.
I'm not questioning his patriotism. I'm questioning his judgment.
We want you to go out there and kick some of Michael Dukakis and kick it hard. Thank you very much.
To Kitty Dukakis burned an American flag. False rumors.
Yeah. Hold on, we'll watch the rest of this, then I'll ask you. But yeah, I want to watch something that one of y'all just said. I want to look at it. I hope y'all won't mind.
Play in the media and the politics of fear.
Convicted murderer.
Convicted murderer, Willie Horton.
They rape people and they maul people.
I said, it's a racist ad. You and George Bush will wear that to your grave.
He was not a racist. He was our leader. The Democrats had to turn him into a boogeyman.
It's American yearning and striving to be accepted, to be powerful, to be great. And life gets even with you in the end. He had that deal with Satan. He would reach the top of his craft, and then they would grab his soul.
Wow. I want to watch that. I'll just hunt around and see if we can probably find it on here. That looks crazy. You guys like stuff like that? I do. Love stuff like that. All right, let me show you a quick piece of this. This other one looks great. Oh, and I got another one we can watch too. The guy, blind hacker that JLR was talking about. There's an interview from 6 years ago I found on here. All right, but look at this real quick. Looks crazy.
I think there's another revolution coming. I tend to steer it along with the
all right, if it's, I better not play anything that's propaganda. It'll probably, I don't want to confuse the hell out of anybody and think, make anybody. I don't think we're in the right element to be confusing anybody. People really get out of whack. But I'm gonna check it out. All right, here, let's check this out real quick. All right, let's see this guy. This is the guy JLR was talking about. Was one of his buddies or whatever.
Right? Like, oh yeah.
What do you know?
How can I pass OCP?
Try harder.
That is one of the most annoying things that people say.
This is how he talks. In this video, hold on. In this video, I interview active cyber's director of offensive security and elite ethical hacker, Joe Brinkley, more commonly known as the blind hacker. I asked him to share some of his insights on the OSCP exam, how he got his start in cyber and offensive security, and also about his weekly Twitch stream. Without hesitation, he agreed, and we met a few weeks later to sit down and share his info with you guys. Hold on. Is this, where did you get that idea? When did you know this was your career path? Well, this doesn't show that. Oh, the dark web. Okay. He does talk about that. But I wonder if this guy is the one he was talking about, or if the blind hackers is like a open term for these people. Thank you for this interview. All right, this is actually one of the first interviews I've watched. All right. Let's see real quick. Oh, which one are you guys? What are you guys talking about? A documentary? Oh, this one here. You want me to play this? Or wait, what you want me to play? Oh, you want me to play that? You want me to play it? All right, I'll go back and play it. I'll play it real quick. I know I'm all over the place, guys.
Achievement of a broader peace. When history is within reach.
So what Israel is fighting here is not merely a seven-front war, but an eight-front war.
For the Jews against Rome.
Rome and Jerusalem clashed over values with a great tragedy for the Jewish people.
Hold on real quick. Now, everything he's saying so far, I have seen and heard, and I didn't think it was propaganda. I think he really... I don't know. Let me just shut up and watch it.
Well, we lost that one. I think we have to win the next one. But the new Rome, the United States, Jews against Rome.
We stopped playing defense and have moved to offense.
The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well.
But we need the kind of genius that manufactured Apollo gold pagers and infiltrated Hezbollah for over a decade to prepare for this battle.
But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are on social media.
Because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
This is the eighth front, the disinformation campaign.
It is actually this eighth front where our enemies believe they can actually defeat the Jewish state.
This is the kind of ingenuity and inventiveness that have always been a hallmark of the state of Israel, that have always been a characteristic of the Jewish people. I know we can do it.
A lot of this is done with money.
Invested billions and billions of dollars in the information battlefield.
Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster.
We prohibit harmful stereotypes about Jewish people, such as claims that Jews control financial, political, or media institutions.
You're damn right we're going to cancel them. And deplatform them.
We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency.
Hitler admired.
I did the mute thing again. My bad. That last clip where BB was talking, you know who? I remember when that happened. He's talking with a bunch of social media influencers. They were all there with him. A bunch of them, mostly I believe that was in America.
Stalin admires, Jew haters,
podcasts, short form video, Wikipedia, LLM,
American haters, Churchill haters.
We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
You think your stupid little podcast is going to change the world like hell it is?
Social media. This is the new battlefield.
You don't get to wrap your psychotic, mental, unhinged Nazi.
We do not allow Holocaust denial and distortion.
And the most important purchase that is going on right now is
TikTok.
TikTok. TikTok, number one.
For every
Facts, they did buy TikTok. And don't worry. Oh, I'm talking about it. I just showed a video of it just a few minutes ago. Yeah, we're on it. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button again. I always do some retarded shit. I swear to God. All right, what the hell were we just watching? The eighth front. Yeah, this is crazy. Didn't you say there's a propaganda, Steve? Well, then you're going to think I believe propaganda, I guess, because all this stuff seems real to me, especially based on the way things are going. I mean, to be honest with you, seems like a clip channel.
all day long with video of carnage in Gaza.
Oh, sweet, cool.
Because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage, and I sound obscene.
Anti-Zionism
is just Jew hatred.
We made a change.
We updated our policies
to designate the use of the term Zionist
to recognize that the term Zionist
as a proxy.
That's what I thought. Okay. I thought you told me that this was propaganda or something. Maybe I misunderstood the comment. But anyways, no, yeah, I fully, now this is what I was saying earlier. I thought I didn't realize the whole Zionist side of things until actually fairly recently, I'd say, within the last year or so, maybe a little longer than that, but fairly recent. I didn't understand the Zionist side of the agenda.
Proxy for a protected attribute
can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis
as hate speech.
Why can't Israel be doing some sort of, counterintelligence?
Right now, the ADL is co-writing Sunday school curriculum.
Information warfare like this.
It's building the technology to train the LLMs more effectively.
Like a psychological operation.
You're talking about what young people? Are you talking about young Jewish people or young, like, Americans in a sense? Who are you talking about? Because I think that could be said for either side. And for one side, I think needs to remember it a little more. I mean, respectfully, just having a conversation here. Am I thinking this wrong or reading this wrong? What am I? The things that the young people have forgotten World War II, people that lived in. Oh, you're probably talking about over there, more likely. Okay, you were probably on the exact same page. You're probably saying what I'm thinking. All right, guys.
In America.
As part of a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism, we have industry-leading policies designed with the safety of the Jewish community in mind.
You're right. We control the media. So what are you going to do about it?
Bottom line is, too, and the way they talk so cocky, I just want to stand up and tell them, listen, we need to little bro them. We need to sit them down and say, look, we got you, but shut up. And if you do this, you're going to have to deal with it. You got to get your ass kicked once in a while if you go around starting all these fights. And I don't think we should let anything happen to them, but dude, come on. Why are they talking about us? Like, who are they?
You're going to bitch on Twitter? Like, okay. Meanwhile, we're going to control more of the media.
And working with OpenAI, with Alphabet, with Anthropic, with Meta, with Microsoft, we are working with them now to train the LLMs.
We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information.
So number one, we measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full time, 7 days a week, 24.
Well, we saw what Jack Kent, that guy that put in his resignation just recently, said, and then he went on Tucker. And if some people might be fans or hate Tucker, whatever, I feel like he gets certain facts out. But look at what that guy was saying. That's pretty wild.
Hours a day, monitoring extremists.
Monitoring campuses, digital networks, activist groups, and public officials.
Have you seen the video of Bibi saying the exact same speech since the 90s about Iran and nuclear weapons? He was saying the exact same speech about Iraq and nuclear or and whatever, weapons of mass destruction. We all saw how well that panned out, And how in the hell was Trump just saying that he wiped out all the nuclear facilities and all that with those bombings that we did, a month or so ago? Now, all of a sudden, we might have to go in there because they're 2 months away again. Like, what the hell, dude?
We have several PhDs on staff. We have a network of academics and scholars we work with around the country.
Yeah. I've talked to the leaders of AI in the world, and you ask yourself, there's so many blessings in this. But there could be a curse.
First thing a country needs to do.
No.
Is
not at all. That's not what I'm not encouraging that or implying that I am. But that doesn't mean there's not some bad things going on. And whoever it is, I mean, so be it. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. But yeah, I think they are. And from what I've seen, they are. And I'm not saying all of them. I think this is just the Zionist portion, group clique I'm thinking of. The political Zionists, I think they've got the agenda that I'm scared of. I don't think, I don't think that I'm talking about, I'll have to study more, but I'm saying, I got you, Stephen. Yeah, me too. All right, do I have an email? Yeah, definitely. Hold on one sec. If I can spell right. All right. Yeah, so something's got to give. And the way they talk about us, I just don't like that. That's my like, that's got to stop. We'll work whatever we're working out behind the scenes, but you're not going to be coming in front of the world talking about America the way you are, and then yanking us around to do all this shit. And like the whole excuse in Rubio, yeah, he has been talking like a professional politician and all that, and sounding good or whatever. But it was a little crazy when he said why we did this bombing in Iran, and it was because Israel was going to, and this way we could control what gets bombed or something like that. Like, what are we doing?
To unify
Who the hell are
all
they?
of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model.
We need to invest in intelligence to understand who are the anti-Semites, who's funding them, what's their plans, who are the leaders. And
but it seems like any Christian American was kind of taught that. That's what. See, I've even looked up when Zionism infiltrated Christianity, and it's in like the whole playbook is documented. It's not even a secret. I mean, they keep no secrets. They flat out say what they're going to do and then do it.
then once we have that, we can define who is an enemy we can attack.
Yeah. Well, screw NATO. We don't.
You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your genomic data. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into
That's the thing. I still feel, and from the people I've talked to that are in a better know than me, we don't need anybody. We could still do what we need to do. We don't need NATO. Yeah, it'd be much better. But even in a war, if we got into Russia or China or whoever, well, I think Russia's proved that certain types of war, they're not too in that old school warfare, they're not much of a match. Who knows with all this new shit? But I don't think anybody's going to be able to not jump on with us and help us because of if we don't win, what it would mean for them. Europe would have to back us. I think. I could be dead wrong. Maybe I just don't have a good understanding. But what's everybody feel about that?
a single, if you will, unified data platform.
Everybody.
Once we have all this information, we need to empower and mobilize an ecosystem of many organizations that we can incentivize them to work together, to share, and to fight against our common enemies.
Mobilizing millions of people, of allies.
Oh, yeah. Now, I feel like if all we were focusing on was us, it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even be a competition. Yeah, I believe they could all come at us and we could do that. If that's what you say. Yeah, I believe that 100%. Yeah, I think we're still a force with what we're doing. I think we would still be a force for any real big type of, confrontation. Like, I think that's simply why China has not taken Taiwan. Just the thought of what we could do.
Are quietly by our side.
Citizens will be on their best behavior.
I'll tell you what, see, that shit's scary. And what scares me too is the way they say that stuff and the fact that people like him are probably running these companies that we heard about, our black budget companies and stuff like that, that are building militaries in a sense. Like they're literally doing that. And I think they're doing it behind the scenes and it's our elite weirdos doing it. Now, are they planning on using that shit against us to make this one world and all that type of crap? That's what I'm wondering,
Because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Anti-Semites, most of these people running around, we're not going to win their hearts and minds because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. So, how are we going to, there's no reason to think we're ever going to give it.
But, I mean, no, and I'm just a cocky American that doesn't know that much. But what are they going to do? What are they going to do about it? I mean, what are they going to do to us? Even economically, who can do what? When it really gets down to the nitty gritty, and maybe we do have to suffer a little bit on certain things, but I think we should abort anybody we're supporting. Like, why are we paying child support all over the world? Like, what are we doing? Didn't we fight a war to be free? Like, what are we? Not us, but like our ancestors. Like, what are we doing? I don't get it. And I know I'm not educated enough to to say but so much, but I mean, it sounds like I'm not too far off. Yeah, there's some there's some really cool documentaries that explain that. I don't think anybody could do it from what I've seen. You're talking about, the little hats. Yeah. And we all know how they got it. They were smuggling stuff out of the ports in New York through the mob who ran the port. That's what I heard. I heard I forget the scandal or whatever.
But we can deport them. We can put them in jail. We can make their lives miserable. We can cut off their funding.
You've got all these conspiracy theorists online going on and on about how, if you try and say anything, if you try and do anything against Jews, they're going to come after you.
We have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites.
And they're going to destroy you and take away your business. And therefore, you have to be really, really scared.
These Jew haters have faced real consequences, including firings, suspensions, and expulsions.
And it's kind of starting to become true.
We will shine a light on you that will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything.
And I love that. I love it.
We remove hate speech against Zionists when these harmful stereotypes about Jews are invoked.
In the past 12 months, ADL's filed more lawsuits than the prior 112 years.
Over the weekend, I received concerning news that I was being sued for $5 million.
Vicious, communist, racist, Jew-hating, Israel-bashing monster.
Defendant frequently posts anti-Israel rhetoric accusing Israel of controlling the United States and its politicians.
We at the ZOA will fight these dangerous and monstrous lies with all of our hearts and souls. No appeasement, no conciliation.
I mean, talking about us against the world. We've got like the first, second, and fourth largest air forces in the world or something like that.
Only a war against this racist hatred of the Jewish people.
When there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
What you try to do is you want to corral your victim, but in fact, your countries are the victim.
See, I feel like this stuff's a lot of the weird stuff going on in America. I feel like we're finally seeing who's orchestrating a lot of it. I do, man. I do. Oh, a fact. Yeah. These fools should not be able to be a citizen here and go home and fight in that war. And that's exactly what happened. Damn near everybody that was over there fighting came from here. Like, what the hell is going on? Yes, that's crazy. That's fighting words to even say that to me. Like, we need to do something about that. I think if Canada cozies up to China too much, then they can kiss our ass. I mean, we don't need China. I mean, we don't need Canada. I'm not being mean or trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying we got to have some big boy talks here, man. And it's not going to be, 100% friendly all the time. And I can be persuaded. I can be taught. Like I said, I'm ignorant to a lot of things, so I can be taught that I'm wrong. So don't get mad at me, please.
So you dehumanize a group of people in human society, and you prepare them for the kill, for the butchery.
A government can do in 2 months more than any organization can do in its lifetime.
The J7 is comprised of the 7 largest diaspora communities. We meet every other week via Zoom to share information, to share best practices.
And we're running everything all the time, from focus groups to attitudinal surveys to randomized controlled trials to identify what interventions work most effectively.
They've found them here, Stephen. New York and stuff like that. Not, hidden as other things, of course, but acting as a watchdog for some nationals that are here. I think they've got forces here. I mean, to be 100%, you know what I mean? Yeah, they have things here that are like in New York. I've seen, there's videos of them. Yeah. Fuckers. I just think we need to take it back a few decades to how our grandparents would have handled this. Whoop some ass and take some names until we can get shit figured out, just to be safe, and then then give ourselves a big old attitude adjustment. Yeah, they own a lot of the land around our
Finally,
base.
we have meetings that are some off the record, some on the record, with world leaders, in which we share our community's concerns and call for action.
The entire education system in this country, from K through 12 and colleges, must be reformed.
But it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it.
Well, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like the 15 minutes, the stuff that they're doing. That sounds like exactly what's happening. Yeah, okay. UK believes. Well, the UK, I don't think that we want them because they're nothing but a problem now. Look at what they got going on, man. Look what's going on. Like, I always think this could be our elites. Whoever the orchestrators of this New World Order type stuff, the one world religion, the one world, all that, the one world currency, the one world religion, and one world. I think whoever's orchestrating that ideology and all that, I think they're the ones pulling all the strings that we think are crazy, including our weird politics, everything.
Anti-Semitism is pretty goddamn simple.
Take control over what they are saying.
Send their ass to jail. It's not complicated.
And quickly before.
Oh yeah, World Economic Forum, WHO, all that mess. Yeah, Bilderberg Group. Bohemian Guard. Yeah, all that. Yeah, depopulation. Yeah, all you guys. Listen, man. This is already. Look, somehow like-minded people have ended up here. Thank God. Yeah, you guys are on everything that I've been learning. Awesome.
It's too late.
We're monitoring political Islamists and Christian nationalists, all of them. And then we train. We're the largest trainer of law enforcement in America, extremism hate. We train 20,000 officers every year.
Try that again.
Weird because of those comments from me. Oh, hell no. I mean, didn't we already escape from them once? Yeah. Oh, we're ready. We're ready for whatever, if anything hits the doorsteps. I think we all know that. Nobody, speaking honestly, wants to tangle with American citizens. I don't think, I think that we do get that respect and still deserve it.
We deeply value our partnership with law enforcement. We've been working with them literally since the FBI was founded in the 1930s.
Is that your account?
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
That can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here.
Okay, I see. I'm slow, dude. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. So you're saying there's millions of us that are aware and understand in a certain state of consciousness, if you will. There needs to be, man. I was getting scared for a while because I wasn't seeing as much chatter about it. Plus, I wasn't really chatting, but so much, But I didn't see as much going on, talk about it with people that I guess could relate to as much. So I was sort of hell been hoping.
Talk about I would think to refrain from posting things like that.
We are going to have a whole division within the office of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism that is going to work on technology.
We must take all of our technological expertise and all of our available resources to develop methods to launch and win a significant counter-information campaign.
The products of our technical capacities and sometimes technical and intelligence.
I said I had it muted, but yeah, Stephen, I agree. I think there is, but I guess I'm trying to more so plan for the worst and prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I'm hoping that's the case. And it seems to be when I do get into conversations, but it seems to be everybody of like a certain age group, no matter the demographic and all that I'm running into, at least around here, is on the same type of time, or at least getting there, or at least ready to ride and see what happens.
It's genius, and we're happy to do it.
The office is going to be revamped entirely to be one of the highest profile offices in the State Department.
Because it's not working. Too many young people have never.
I will say, if it's going to be something that does end up with any sort of super crazy, like tactical, physical, or anything like that, I want to do it while my generation is still the strong ones, because I think, or maybe just behind us, but because of all of our special forces dudes that have retired and stuff and that are fed up. I definitely want them on our side. I figured they could probably make things happen and not even know where it's coming from. They could already be doing stuff the way I look at it. Okay, bet. That's what's up. Good. That's what's up. Well, good. Hopefully, they probably all had a bunch of dads like-minded, like us. Thank God. Hopefully, because yeah, I think if I had a son, he would definitely probably be on board. My daughter, she just probably sometimes thinks I'm a little crazy, but she definitely trusts me because she sees things. She sees how things play out and what happens. And should I say, I know this sounds crazy, but, and then I don't look like a fool to her. Thank God. Yeah. I'm going to show you a couple of things about that. That's not it. That's not just it. I hate to tell you. I mean, I mean, like I said, I'm always around military. I know a lot of people. We're still pretty badass on our worst day. It's not just because of our location. I can assure you that. Oh, nice. Okay. Wow. Awesome, dude. Good job, Dad. Yo, that's awesome, dude. That's got to be proud as hell, huh? That's so cool, dude. So cool. My daughter's just surprising the hell out of me and making me so damn proud too, bro. I mean, I couldn't be any prouder than what I'm getting with her. Here we go. Watch this. There's an answer about the world and USA. Let's see if this answers you. If you like this, I think I like this guy. He's pretty cool. He's funny too.
Whoa. What's
USA
that?
versus the
I just
world.
built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app. Impossible.
Like I said, I don't mean to come off and sound like I know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, Billy Badass America. I don't mean to sound like that. I don't mean anything like that. I think we all, and wherever you're from, Canada, you should be proud as hell and talking like this about Canada. We all should, and then respectfully figure it out. But I think if it came down to it, we're still the big boys on any block. I think.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Habitual Line Crosser, and today, Knox is very sad. Would you like to tell? How sad? Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Today, on our next installment of USA versus the world. Now, before I go into exactly who the U.S. is facing in this USA versus the world, I would like to preface this by apologizing. I know it's been about 2 months since I was able to get one of these together between travel and everything else. And you're going to understand why, because the information that I went and researched is not at one.
Any of you that don't know this guy, this is the Habitual Line Crosser. He's some sort of vet, and his content is military related. So I'll put his link in the chat too. So I'm not just watching somebody that doesn't have any clue what they're talking about to say the things I'm saying. You know what I mean? I don't want you to think that. I try to back my beliefs with halfway intelligent people. Or that know.
One single location. Spoiler alert, I don't know if you knew this, but there is a limit to how many tabs you can have open on certain browsers. It's 40 on Edge. Just thought I would let you guys know that. And I would secondly like to apologize to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. G Van, who is my editor, who is about to have a field day looking up all of these systems. But before we get into that, a word from today's video sponsor. Would you intercept me?
Oh, and I'm definitely not saying I want to be involved or want America involved with doing anything to anybody. I'm not saying that. I just want us. I think that we need to stay the strong guy on the block because I think it's important. Because everyone else that would end up there, I don't think is going to take care of the world. Like, as bad as we are, we're still the best on the block, I guess is what I'm saying. I hate to be always picking, the lesser of two evils or whatever, but I think we are still, capable of doing whatever we need to do.
I'd intercept me. A big stick. Outpacing the old, breaking and entering. They don't have to kick in your door anymore to steal from you.
Hilarious too.
Wink, wink. Who sold you? So when you go to Aura, you or personal. I'm going to be totally honest with you.
Holy shit.
Back to the show. This research. So we're going to just start from the top. The number. Bulgaria, 37,000 active, 3,000 reserve. Canada, 97,625 active, 35,600 reserve. Croatia, 14,100 active, 21,000 reserve. Czech Republic, 28,000 active, 4,200 reserve. Denmark, active, 44,000. Estonia, 10,000 active. Finland, 15,000 active. France, 207,100 active. Germany, 188,500 active. Greece, which is also, it's not the Greek military, it's like the Hellenic military. We'll get into that. They have 68,000 active. Hungary, 25,000 active. Iceland, 0. I didn't know Iceland didn't have a military. I'll be totally honest with you. And now, I begs the question, why are we covering down for them? That's not just my American side. Look, all of NATO. Okay, they abolished their military in 1869. Yes, right after the American Civil War, they're like, you know what? I don't think we should have a military anymore. And they just got rid of it. And now NATO just covers all their area. So Iceland does not have any military personnel. Italy has 174,800. Latvia has 10,000 active members. Lithuania, 10,000. Luxembourg, 1,000. Also, blame American geography. I thought Luxembourg was a city in the United Kingdom. Did not know that was its own sovereign nation. Montenegro. I did not pronounce that the way I wanted to. Where am I at? Montenegro, 2,000 personnel. Netherlands, 40,000 personnel. North Macedonia, 8,000 personnel. Norway, 15,000. Poland, 120,000. Portugal, 30,000. Romania, 35,000. Slovakia, 15,000. Slovenia, 15,000. Spain, 125,000. Turkey, 355,200. The United Kingdom, 156,200, bringing the grand total of NATO countries minus the United States to a number of 1,951,401 personnel. Meanwhile, the United States military, now I did, as I was doing my research here, I actually went back through the USA numbers just to verify everything. The personnel count didn't change, but like some other ones did. So bear with me here. The United States military is 2,098,436. So just right around 100,000 personnel difference between all of NATO and how much the United States has.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. Now, am I wrong? One of Trump's talking points that he's been using, kind of, I guess, to quiet down all of us people that were feeling, baited and switched on this one. Isn't one of the talking points? Well, we're taking full control and cleaning up the Western Hemisphere. Isn't that the talking point? Which that makes sense. I'm like, well, come on now, man. You should have said that then when you were running. You had me buying into no wars. You know what I mean? So. Isn't that what he's saying now? But and we need to, the Western Hemisphere, we should have it locked down. We should, we should, shouldn't we? And not be affecting the other countries in a negative way. But we shouldn't let so much crazy shit go on. We just got to get good people in charge, man. And I don't know if it'll ever happen.
As words are hard today. Okay. When it comes to aircraft, look, guys, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I went down a rabbit hole with this and I couldn't figure out what was actually functioning in a lot of their militaries, what was not functioning, what was just ceremonial aircraft. I was able to find that for the artillery and what wasn't. So like for the aircraft, I kind of have to breeze over this and I feel really bad for it. NATO itself has around 22,000 aircraft. 13,000 of those belong to the United States. Now, this isn't all just combat aircraft. A lot of these are support aircraft, sustainment aircraft, fueling aircraft, and what have you. So the rest of NATO, minus the United States.
I mean, we're launching bombings in Iran from Missouri. I mean, come on.
It has 9,099 aircraft. The primary ones used in NATO are, of course, the F-16, which is the most widely exported aircraft in the world, followed closely by the Eurofighter Typhoon, one of my favorite aircraft. As the kid would say, though, canards are gay. The F-35, the Dassault Rafale. Somebody fucked me up and got mad at me because I said Rafale, and apparently it's Raphael. It's France's primary air.
What is compulsory training?
Interceptor with, and then Greece has some of those. The FA-18, that's mostly Spain and Canada. And then the Gripen, I don't know how to say that one still. A lot of you are going to correct me in the comment section on that one. That is primarily the Czech Republic and Hungary. So the U.S., now some of these numbers may have changed, so I want to go over them again. And I just went with like the frame, like not the A, C, B, or C model, just like what that aircraft actually is. So A-10s, 281 in the United States. AC-130s, 31 of those in the United States. B-1s, 45. B-2s.
Y'all saying this guy's an actor? You saying he's off or something? He's way off with his numbers?
20. B-52s, also known as Grandpa Buff, 76 of those.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still the fucking backbone of the American bomber fleet. And don't you fucking forget it.
F-117 Nighthawks, still got 4 of those. FA-18, this is Hornets and Super Hornets all together. 540 of those. F-15s, all the variants, we have 450 of those. The F-16, we have around 1,000. That's all the different variants. F-22s, we have 183 of those. Previously, it was around 190 something, so we actually had a few of those drop off. F-30.
I'm not going to waste time watching that then. So this dude's a moron. I shouldn't listen to him, huh? Is that who you're talking about? Am I right or wrong? Oh, okay. That's, you got to go with mandatory service. All right. Well, I'm getting the hell off that. Google says UK only had 181,000 military. Okay, I didn't hear. How many did he say? Yeah, 170 something. Well, shit. Let's go to somebody else then. Fuck that. Thanks for telling me. See, now I know. I mean, I wouldn't try to preach this shit anyways. I don't know anything about the military. I've seen this guy around a few times. He sounded like he knew what he was talking about. Let's see. But all the one I've seen a couple different ones. They all seem to say the same type of shit. I don't know about these numbers. I hadn't seen one about the numbers like this. Hold on, let's do this. All right, let me find one of these ones that I saw. See what y'all think about. See if this one sounds better to you guys. Okay, let's see. They're reacting to the one I think I saw. Let me see who they're
Five
reacting.
coders ready to build more. Meet Base 44. Prompted. Foundation set. Structure's good to go. Now, build it up from there. Plug in your integrations. Get exactly what you need.
We have my family back. This is going to show why it's a bad idea.
Complete with towering castle in the world. Really take to invade the United States. It opens up a fascinating conversation about how geography, demographics, and military strength come together to make the U.S. one of the hardest countries to invade in modern.
Well, that's the thing. When it comes to like invading, you've actually got to get to their country, right? So like, where's the map? So the UK, where's the UK? I was just gonna say, the UK's always been good in history, like for invading and that.
It's that small, we're not on there.
Well, I was gonna say because we're surrounded by water, so for anyone to get to us, to invaders, they have to go through water.
This is the truth.
States of America.
I love that.
Country
and it is true though. That's the crazy thing.
It's not because we have more money.
And you know what's crazy too? It's not just going to be the South white America. It's going to be all Americans are going to be armed up and ready to roll. There's plenty of African Americans toting guns around here too, legally, and know how to use them and stuff. Hell, look at that one guy that's always all over YouTube. That guy, Nick, what's his name? Shit, I forget his name, but that damn sniper guy. Everybody's seen him. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, one weapon behind every blade of grass. Yeah, I forget. I heard a number one time of how many weapons or something like that. It's more like 1 million more weapons than it is people or something.
States of America, most powerful.
I gotta find that damn invasion one I saw that, and I've seen it on reviewed on multiple channels. Now I can't find the damn thing. Here, tell me what you think of this guy. I like this guy. He seems to be good, but
it's the year 2033. America has crossed the line. After decades of global unipolar rule, after decades of foreign wars and economic extortion, Uncle Sam has finally done the unforgivable. McDonald's has been nationalized and every foreign franchise around the world has been shut down with not a single...
We always have been. We've always been totally open to guns, but they're starting to mess with us now.
Don't get left behind. The world was a bridge too far, and the Americans must be stopped before this lunacy goes any further. Everyone's put aside their differences: the United Kingdom, China, the European Union, Russia, India, Iran, South Korea, North Korea, and every other military on earth.
That's how it'll be everywhere.
For the first time in history, America will be taken by force and put back in its place once and for all. But in a hypothetical situation such as this, what would happen to the United States of America? Many military experts consider the country, or at least its 48 contiguous states, to be uninvadable, even as the specter of an occupied America haunts the dreams of many politicians and ordinary US citizens. So, in today's warographics analysis, we're going to dive into the practical feasibility of an invasion of the United States and form a final verdict on whether the American eagle could ever fall from the sky. Where is that threshold? And does any modern military have any hope of crossing it without the lightsabers for hands? Look, in order to achieve success, our global coalition will have to gain control of the continental United States, not part of it, but all of it. They'll have to neutralize American leadership in some way or with American military.
All right, you got one. You got what video? You got this one? Or, oh shit, I forgot to check my email. Somebody was supposed to email me something. What you got? You got this video, or you got one for me? Yep. I'm slow, dog. I know. I'll keep trying to tell you answer.
Power, and most importantly, they can't just bombard America with nuclear weapons or even start a nuclear exchange. After all, if they did that, there would be no America left to invade, and the rest of the world would undoubtedly take a bit of a shellacking too. Instead, we're going to assume that the United States will not engage in a nuclear-first strike, but that if they're attacked with nuclear weapons, they will respond proportionally. The global coalition will have to invade without the use of strategic nuclear weapons, at least until they can neutralize America's ability to fire back.
Good having you in here as always.
Now, before we get into our war games, it's important to note that foreign powers have attempted or planned to invade the United States before with varying levels of success. In the War of 1812, Britain tried its best to achieve an Empire Strikes Back moment across the eastern seaboard, capturing Washington, D.C. and burning down the U.S. Capitol and the Executive Mansion, which today is called the White House. A few decades later, in the American Civil War, armies from both the Union and Confederacy waged war on each other's claimed soil, culminating in a Union march through the American Deep South that leveled several cities. At the end of the 19th century, Kaiser Wilhelm II ordered the plans be drawn up for an imperial German invasion of the US, where thousands of soldiers would land on Cape Cod in Massachusetts and march on Boston, although for what it's worth, the writer of today's video is actually from Boston and wishes any invading force good luck. The Kaiser also planned to bombard Manhattan by sea, followed, we presume, by a march on New York. In the 20th century, Canada drew up war plans to invade the United States in response to fears about growing Austrian power after World War I. These plans included the use of so-called flying columns, small, independent, and highly mobile land units to take several cities in the state of Maine. And although both Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan in World War II recognized that they were unlikely to be able to attack the United States without victories in the European and Pacific theaters, both countries considered strategic bombing.
Anybody that says that the system is perfect and all that, they're lucky enough to have never put themselves, or had themselves get entangled with it. Because I've been guilty of a lot of things I've done, but at the same time, the story's been partially made up. Some bullshit. There's been bullshit involved in damn near all of them on the cop side. Half those cops doing the beat jobs don't know the law, but so good. That's the crazy part. That's why you just got to keep your damn mouth shut, and you got a good chance of winning. Because they screwed up themselves, no matter what. Even if you're dead ass guilty, just shut up and you've got a chance. Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good. That's dope. That's dope. To be, we're always invaded. We just haven't been conquered.
And even biological warfare against the US. Japan did land troops directly on American territory during the war, but these were on some very, very remote Alaskan islands, a far cry.
Yeah, and did you know Russians actually did make it to the mainland during World War II? I've heard a story about.
From setting foot on the American mainland. Once the Cold War began, the promise of mutually assured destruction between the US and the Soviet Union ensured that neither side had to focus on a land invasion by the other. And although the attacks of September the 11th, 2001 constitute an attack on American soil, that too is pretty far off an invasion. As such, history offers very little precedence on how an invasion of the United States might go, but it does indicate a fundamental reality that will come up again and again in this video. The fact that only two countries, Mexico and Canada, share a land border with the United States.
From within. That's what destroys my confidence in, leadership.
And the only other large military that could even reach America by land, that of Brazil, is on an entirely separate continent. Every other relevant nation here is separated from the United States by an ocean border.
Yeah, there you
We'll be
go.
diving deep.
That's right. Yeah, this guy has he's the voice of 10 different damn shows. He's got a whole. He's a part of a system.
Deeper into the implication of that in just a moment. But for now, suffice to say that any amphibious invasion of the US requires either the immense resources of an oceanic passage or the cooperation of Mexico or Canada just to get to the continental US. But we've got a modern global coalition to bring to the table, and both the coalition and the United States will bring 21st century tools to bear. In a way that history just can't account for. Both sides will be packing some serious heat. So let's take stock of the military power at play in this scenario, shall we? First up, the global coalition. Now, we're not going to spend too much time accounting for
this is actually kind of siding with JLR. What's even scarier is if you're dealing with the feds, because they can literally just they can all make shit up. But the feds, like a conspiracy charge in the feds, the two closest buddies of mine that got locked up when I started realizing things were scary was a drug conspiracy, and they claimed people were going to come talk or whatever, but we always knew whenever they went into the local jails and talking to people, you always know whenever somebody's talking to somebody. And they would, because they were trying to get these guys for years, right? And one of them was Jamaican, so they knew his dad, it was a whole thing. And they were facing 10 to life because they hit him with conspiracy to distribute cocaine, crack, and then also they hit him with some gun stuff. Gun stuff in Virginia, when you get hit with it, it sticks pretty good. So they were facing 10 to life. So they took the 10. I'm like, damn. But, when you're anybody can say what they want, but until you're facing that life and that, and the things they're talking about were kind of true, but they never caught, none of us were ever caught red-handed. But they brought a conspiracy charge on them.
The military contributions of, say, St. Kitts and Nevis here, but instead we'll account for the real major military hardware that the world can bring to bear. Counting active, reserve, and paramilitary forces, the world can field well over 60 million troops across all military branches, although the quality of those 100%. Troops obviously varies quite a lot. According to Flight Global, the world flies about 40,000 military aircraft when the United States is subtracted out, and although the metrics for how countries count their naval ships are all over the place, it's safe to say that they've got at least a few thousand ships of decent quality.
But China, the majority of their ships can't even go more than 200 miles or something like that.
As a military consultant, Nicholas Drummond, the world's supply of tanks, sans the US numbers, is about 66,000. But just accounting for hardware only tells a small part of the story. A very high proportion of it is out of date or even obsolete, especially when compared to the military arsenal of the United States. So instead, we can focus in on the hardware that would really matter during an invasion. First up, naval power. Not counting the US, the world possesses 10 aircraft carriers of varying actual quality and 16 helicopter carriers, also of varying quality. 6 nations are known or believed to possess ballistic missile submarines, and the world, other than the US, has well over 300 submarines, although again, some are not super advanced. In the skies, the world has a large number of Soviet-era and modern heavy-lift aircraft critical for transporting troops and hardware, but only 2 other countries, other than the US, operate strategic bombers, Russia and China, which together can put together a fleet of roughly 1,500 long-range bomber craft. The world has a fairly limited range of advanced fighter aircraft, mostly leaning on the 210 or so Chinese J-25th generation fighters and export versions of the American-made F-35, but when we factor in 4th generation fighters, those numbers skyrocket to at least several thousand, plus quite a few valuable attack helicopters. On the ground, there aren't actually
There you
that many modern
There you
tanks,
go.
heavy artillery pieces, or missile
That's
launchers
good.
in
I
circulation,
like that.
especially once the US is out of the equation, but the numbers still run into the several thousands. And then there's the United States, which is by far the most robust single military in the world. With over 1 million uniformed personnel, the US Army and Marines can put hundreds of thousands of soldiers in frontline combat with tens of thousands of rocket artillery, armored vehicles, self-propelled howitzers, and some...
Did you hear too? They just told the same video. I can show you the video that I saw. Do you guys know the channel God Rules? The stuff you guys talk about, you probably do. But they told they've told our Marine reservists to prepare their families. So that means something's happening. And they've already got like 10,000. They've already got about 10,000 Marines deployed, I heard.
6,500 top-of-the-line main battle tanks. In the sky, the US Air Force, Navy, Army, and Marines combined to field over 10,000 aircraft, including nearly 1,000 fifth-generation fighters between the F-35 and F-22, a number that is expected to double in the coming years. This is in addition to less advanced fighters, attack helicopters, and serious heavy lifting capacity with well over 500 massive airlifter planes. The US also flies the most advanced drone fleet in the world and 60-odd advanced strategic bombers, plus 74 older B-52 bombers. The Navy sells 11 aircraft carriers, 9 helicopter carriers, well over 100 heavy
Yeah, it was
combat
worth it.
ships,
Did you
and
see in
60...
the chat what he said he's doing for a living? Yeah, it was worth it. That 5,000, he made that before lunch. No, I'm just joking.
for attack and ballistic missile submarines. With the battle lines drawn, we'll explore the battle itself, beginning with the reasons to believe that a global invasion of the United States would succeed. First, we'd be remiss not to start with basic maths. Put the entire US military across from the rest of the world's military in, say, a single pitched battle, and although both sides would obviously take extremely high losses, it's hard to see how the US wouldn't be overwhelmed against odds well over 30 to 1. With the rest of the world's advanced militaries all working together, an American defeat is by far the likelier option. Obviously, we're not discussing a single-pitched battle here, but it's important to note that the world, as it stands today, probably does have the capability to beat the US using conventional warfare under certain circumstances. Then there's the world's ability to bleed the US by economic measures. The US engages in hundreds of billions of dollars of trade each year, with imports including rare metals, semiconductor chips, and other vital technologies that enable the US's ability
Oh, that's
to
cool.
fight
Just
off
you,
another
yeah.
war.
Do it.
While
Do
this
it.
would
Why not,
certainly
right?
hurt the rest of the world too, the United States would have a very hard time preparing to resist an attack and would likely have an even worse time repairing or replacing advanced hardware once it was destroyed. Then there's the strategic vulnerability of Hawaii and Alaska, two American states that would almost definitely be taken with enough force, causing the loss of massive numbers of US military.
All right, I'm not liking the way he's making this sound. I think we should just be kicking everybody's ass. Nah. You know, he's being realistic, I guess, but I mean, how likely that the world would unite against us? You know, I don't think that would ever be likely.
Personnel along with their ships, aircraft, and bases. The US military also stations large numbers of forces overseas, all of whom would be encircled and probably captured if the entire world decided to turn against them. With these out of the way, as well as other US territorial holdings in the Pacific, the US military would be effectively trapped on the American mainlands, and even America's aircraft carriers and stealth warplanes would become too vulnerable to risk offensive measures.
I can totally imagine. Bro, when my daughter's mother and I were splitting up, oh my God. And we were just gonna be around the block from each other anyways, but still, dude, just not seeing her every day. You know, I was pretty much the main care provider, I guess you would say. Even when I was working a crazy schedule, I was pretty much the main one. But dude, yeah, I feel you on that, man. A kid has changed my life, man. It's the best thing in the world. The best. Wouldn't trade 1 second of it. That's awesome. You feel the same way. It's such a good thing. I thought I wanted a son, I guess, like every man probably does. But when it came time and people would say, well, what do you hope she has? I said, man, look, I just want healthy, dude. I don't care. I just want them all to make it. I want them both to make it.
against Europe or Asia. Now combine this with the invasion launch points that make the most sense, America's land borders with Mexico and Canada. If the world can establish safe troop transfer routes to Alaska via the Bering Strait and to South America, potentially as far south as Patagonia, to eliminate the risks of American air raids, then they could take their time amassing troops and heavy equipment for a land war, marching down through Canada and up through Central America before making a two-pronged assault. Here, amphibious landings on vulnerable portions of America's two coasts could be feasible, especially with significant military power drawn away to focus on land invasions. And then we've got to talk about the American power grid, which even the US's own Department of Energy recognizes as being vulnerable to physical attacks and cyber warfare. The power grid itself is segmented into various regional distribution systems, which aren't joined together in any meaningful way, and any one of those systems is vulnerable to attack on control centers or substations. In fact, they're a frequent target for domestic extremists within the United States. Experts within the US have assessed that the use of an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, over some parts of the continental United States could conceivably wipe out the US electrical grid, along with water and wastewater systems, communications, and several other critical infrastructure sectors. The most likely method to launch an EMP attack would be to detonate a nuclear weapon.
This is totally off topic.
The more I learned at ECPI, the more I fell in love with cybersecurity. Accelerated degrees in cybersecurity. ECPI University. You take it step by step, and then once you learn those foundations.
Look at his beak. Look at his beak, bro.
Look at it now. Look at this.
This call right here, Lil Sippy, just a couple days ago. It's pure delusion. I think these before right here is mainly legitimately trusts because Little Sippy unconditionally feeds into Daniel's.
Let's wait a minute. We can start playing this.
You will not be charged for this call. This call is from Daniel Larson. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5. You may begin speaking now.
Hello?
Hey, so I got this logbook.
Is it good? I don't know what it's about. Is it, you like it?
Yeah, no, it's great. But there is a issue I also found out, and I was able to fully verify
What's
with
that?
evidence.
What's that?
So we already know, right, that Tina
Hey, Kiwi, can you pause this real
is
quick?
lying. She's been in contact.
What's going on?
Oh, Tina's lying. I know it's very that's very important context that he thinks Tina's lying, but a little bit of just an update here. Just an update on what's going on. 2 hours ago, Clark re-uploaded his YouTube channel and uploaded another new phone call from Daniel Larson from last night.
Oh my God.
We're gonna be here for a
my
while.
God.
We might listen. Do we skip a few days?
Look at this. I just back on JLR real quick. White Boy Lockdown Radio posted this. It looks like it came from Nerdy Attic. Oh, let me see. Yeah, that's right. Oh, all right, Steven. You be good, brother. We'll catch you next time, man. Enjoyed having you. That's a fact. And we've been so lucky. I don't know what we would do. But look at this, guys. Look at this. Look what Jonathan Lee Richard posted on BitChute, whatever that is. This is how I do Naomi Riches when she don't make her weekly quota, scamming those internet thirsty dudes. Look at this. And he talks about domestic violence in it.
One way or another.
Oh. For I gotta show you what the thing said. You can read part of it. Isn't that wild? Dude's crazy. All right, hold on, look at this. Let me see if y'all can see it. I don't know if I can get it big enough for you. Well, I can't make it bigger. You won't be able to see it. The following meeting, all right. Where did it go? Oh, all these posts, are we sure that's his account? This is BS, not really his account. Okay, that's what they're saying. Some people are saying not his. But this says BitChute.com. JLR with the copyright thing. Stop domestic violence campaign. I am a domestic abuser and I'm not proud of it. I promise to stop domestic violence. That's what he wrote. You see that? Oh, shit. I guess you don't. Damn. Look at that right there. That's nuts. Oh, shit. There it is. Damn. Made us gun shy. You think 9/11 made Americans gun shy? I don't know that I would agree with that. I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh, here we go. Oh, here. All right, cool. Constance got the stuff. All right, give me 1 second. Constance, look, it's always coming through. She's the GOAT. Everybody here, if you didn't already sub to her, make sure y'all go check out Constance Sue. Has something to say. All right, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, this is wild stuff, man. I can't believe this stuff. This dude's a nut, man. Oh, what the hell? Oh, yeah. Check. This is wild work. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Holy crap. It's wild work. Just like I thought. All right. You guys here? You guys see it now? All right, we'll type in Jonathan Lee Riches. See what we get. Okay, I spelled that wrong. Damn it. Oh, whatever. It'll probably find him. Yep, already. Oh, no. Guess it didn't. Shit, how do you spell his name? Hold on. Oh, he just got JLR. Here we go. Oh, Lord. Oh, wait, what the hell is going on? What is this? What is BitChute? What the hell is this? This is White Boy? Oh, he's got a BitChute. Okay. I don't even know what the hell this is. All right. Well, cool. Huh. Wow. Look at all this shit on here. Oh, he's been on Jonathan Lee Riches for 4 years. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, this is JLR down here. Okay, this is just a bunch of random people. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look here real quick. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of pew-pews here, man. Everyone hates MAGA. Well, even now, especially because he's doing all the stuff he said he wasn't going to do. But that doesn't mean that people wanted the other side. I can't get down with the weird stuff. I don't care about politics, but I'm not having a dude dressed up as a man or a dude dressed up as a lady pissing next to my daughter. Weird stuff like that, I don't think is acceptable. All right, now what is all this? So this is a bitch. This must be like a homepage with any random people's videos because it's got everybody on here. Burnt Toast is on here. All right, here. Oh, here it is. Jesus, there's a bunch. What? There's a bunch of them. Okay. Wow. Oh yeah, and the Jonathan Lee Richards has stuff. Oh Jesus. That's the way it goes when you party just like I do. Bitches on my dick that you. All right, I'm gonna have to talk to you, Constance, about all these damn strikes for music I keep getting. Make sure I'm not screwing nothing up too bad. The majority of them say it doesn't affect it, but then a couple of them have stunted the growth or whatever it said, or Oh wow! You know what? This is him because it's talking about Zane Michael Turtle. Remember we found that on one of his accounts. Man, I don't know, bro. I don't watch BitChute. I mean, I don't look at social media much. You leaving because I don't know what that is? Okay, cool. Peace out, hick boy. Because I don't know because I'm not a 21-year-old LARP. I don't know what BitChute is.
Girlfriend, things that make you go, things that make you go, things that make you go, yeah, things that make you go, things that make you go.
Let's see. Damn. What? So what is BitChute? It's just another social media platform? That's what it looks like.
Girlfriend, things that make you go, things that make you go,
there's something special about it after this?
yeah, things that make you bring it back.
He's got a lot of shit on here. Oh my god. This might not be him. There's two wings on this bird, man.
Saved my marriage.
Oh, see, bro.
Every time he takes it, it's like the first time we met all
You
over
think
again.
it matters?
This little blue pill has been.
You think there's a big difference, bro? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I wonder if that is the difference. I feel like I've seen too much to shut the fuck up more on. Okay, Dan Steely. Let's look up Dan Steely. Dan Steely, the tough guy. That might be Flames Trotter. Let's see. He's a boomer. He's playing wordplay with Steely Dan. Isn't he cute, guys? Isn't he cute? Yeah, there you go. Most people vote on policies for the particular person, but then you got the boomers that vote however they've been voting forever. It seems like they just can't take any type of change. That's how my parents are. Any type of change is like foreign to them. I don't get it. All right. Let's see. Steely Dan. Oh, Steely Dan. Anybody that's named themselves out of Steely Dan is not too scary. Those other people. All right, let's see. Where the hell? Oh gosh. Oh wow. Oh, let's see what this is real quick.
J.D. Vance intense call with Benjamin Netanyahu as he rips Israel's prime minister for selling easy Iran war to Trump. He's confronted him on a call. Despite the killing of Iran's supreme leader, hardline factions have tightened their grip on power. Before the war, Bibi really sold it to the president as being easy, as regime change being a lot likelier than it was, and the VP was clear-eyed about some of those statements, a source told Axios. Vance, who reportedly advised Trump against going to war with Iran, was appointed by the president to help lead negotiations to end the conflict. A day after Vance's call with Netanyahu, a right-wing Israeli news outlet owned by the GOP donor Miriam Adelson reported that the vice president had yelled at Netanyahu over Israeli settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. Yeah, because it's unnecessary. Duh. And you missed the moment Trump launched the attack. Wait, what about this? I haven't seen this.
I've covered 5 different presidents. I have never seen one other than Donald Trump, who regularly takes phone calls from reporters. When I called, I was actually calling to ask him if he was firing Kristi Noem. The conversation then turned to Iran, obviously. The major decision which may define not just his presidency, but his entire political career. And I have to say, he just sounded incredibly triumphant. He said to me, "They're calling me the GOAT, greatest of all time." And he asked me, he said to me, "They're calling me the GOAT, greatest of all time."
Whoa, wait a minute. This is a real guy. Jonathan Karl from ABC. Trump rejected Netanyahu's proposal for call for uprising in Iran, saying, "Why the hell should we tell people to take to the streets when they'll just get mowed down?" He's right. The White House suggested foreign diplomats' advance could lead a U.S. delegation. Iran said it will not negotiate with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, deeming them, as the UK did, as foreign assets serving Israel, instead demanding to negotiate with J.D. Vance. The VP, who has positioned himself as against the Iran war but supportive of the president, now has the chance to negotiate an end to the Iran war. So this is the one from yesterday, I guess. Let's take a look at it.
What does the off-ramp look like in Iran?
Well, the president said, look, we've accomplished the gross majority of our military objectives. I think you can make a good argument we've accomplished all of our military objectives. Gas prices have certainly gone up because of what's going on in the Middle East, but they're going to come down, right? This is a very, very temporary reaction to what is going to ultimately be a short-term conflict. I think the president's been very clear about this, that we're not interested in being in Iran a year down the road, 2 years down the road. We're taking care of business. We're going to be out of there soon, and gas prices are going to come back down.
Mr. President, if these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
Yeah, of course.
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace.
I think that, like, to the extent that it's the IRGC and that they have any power in Iran, I think that things are going to go back to the way that they are right now. Basically, all we did was, like, mow the lawn. You know, okay, we got rid of all the leadership, right? And we blew up some of their bases, but they're going to rebuild the bases. They're going to get new leadership. They're going to have that happen. Like, you've got to dig it up at the root. And if you don't do that, you might as well have not done anything. That's my opinion. I think that if this war doesn't achieve regime change, it was a waste. It was a complete waste if it doesn't actually do regime change, because that's the only thing that really is going to change this in the long term, right? It's going to actually improve things.
Yeah, he surrounded himself with a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. Peter Thiel and his weird beliefs.
MAGA Republicans ended diversity programs, cut funding for Black students, and fired federal employees. And they won't stop there. Now, they've redrawn congressional maps so that they can rig the November elections. But we have the power to stop them. By voting yes for fair elections, we have the final say on who represents us in Congress. This is a temporary measure to restore fairness. They are not backing down, and neither can we. Make a plan to vote by April 21st. Vote yes on the special election.
And if you don't, then you're responsible for whatever happens when you're not regulated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I agree.
Here.
Now that's that. That was one.
All right, go to number 2.
That's not the one I was looking for. Hold on. Turn your hearing aid up.
If you can.
Wait a minute. Shit.
I know. I don't have candy. I got candy. I stress ate a whole bag of Funyuns in 2 days because of this stuff. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Yeah, Angela, you probably have the most stories because you lived with him.
Yes, yeah, like he probably like baited upstairs so he could.
He's just fucking crazy. And he has no empathy or sympathy for anyone. He is a bad human being. And I told him, I lived with him there in Florida in his parents' house, and I told him that I was leaving.
They're funny. It's funny when you just be a decent person. And so there's not, what can they bring up? Like, people say things about your past, your personal life, and there's nothing there. It's like, all right, cool. Like Dan Steely Dan fan. That's what we got here. So more than likely it's a boomer talking tough on the internet. Or some younger kid that thinks they're a hippie. Got a woman with a hairy armpit or something like that. And some overall jean shorts on right now. Hairy legs. And wants to be a man dressed up like a girl peeing next to my daughter. That's who we're dealing with here. So it don't bother me what they say. They're just giving us some engagement. If you got too annoying, I'd block them. But hell, yeah, all tough guy. Like, it's funny. People are funny on the internet. It's the internet. A nerd like that wouldn't say shit to nobody in real life. That's why they're tough on the internet, I guess. That's why it's easy for me to be super calm on the internet. Because if he would say that shit in real life, I'd slap him. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Because I was working all the time, and this fool was spending his days messing with people and trolling, and I found out all of that stuff while we were living together. And just the way that he victimizes people, I could not deal with any of that.
I don't blame you because it's like saying that it's okay.
Yeah, it's like co-signing.
Yeah.
So I went off on him and I started screaming at him. And I was like, why are you doing all of this? Why are you bothering all of these people and doing all of this stuff? I'm busy working. He promised me when we moved to Florida together that he was going to get a fucking job. I believed him. He did nothing to find a job, and he would
get JLR, find out who the hell he is.
just print out pictures of himself all day. And I'm serious. I'm not kidding. He had literally at one point on our table, in the living room, on our coffee table, he just had pictures of himself, just a lot of printouts and pictures of, he went crazy with that Trump shit. And he would say that he didn't have money for gas. And I was like, well, maybe because you're spending a little bit of money you do have to run off the fucking Trump rallies every chance he gets.
Right.
Thank you.
If it does annoy anybody to see that type of stuff, you can click on the three dots and then and block them. And I don't think you'll see him anymore. So, I mean, he don't bother me. It's kind of funny. Usually the people that do that end up being a fan anyways.
There's questions in the chat.
Yeah.
Why does Jonathan always
See, that's why JLR won't get mad at us. We respect the trolling.
cover his arms? Do you know why?
I think that's because they're scrawny. Yeah. Marissa, I sent you a picture of him with his shirt off. I think that his arms, or at least one of his arms is in that picture.
Yeah, I have him in bed. I have pictures of him in bed. I have pictures on the toilet.
So it's like one of two things, the people that do that type of weird stuff. And judging by the name, Dan Steely Dan. So, bloated hillbilly morons. Yeah, see that type of stuff. Hillbilly. Yeah, I'm a hillbilly. All right. That Steely Dan. They probably thought they were so clever we'd never figure out the Steely Dan part. Figured that out in a second. Oh yeah, they do. But it's boomer music. Let's just be real. You know what I'm saying? So that's the music my dad listened to, you know. Or it's one of those younger people that is like the new age hippies that like all stinking like patchouli and all that type of stuff. I have bricks in my driveway smarter than you. I love it. Hey, I love hillbillies. We got them here in Virginia, but him calling us hillbillies, I don't know who he's talking about. That's awesome. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Lots of pictures.
Okay, the Jesus. Tell us about Jesus. That was the Jesus photo. Was in your apartment, correct?
Yes, it was in my apartment. And
okay, this is a friend. This is a friend of JLR's talking. That's who this is. Who is? Does it say who he is? Is he an addict? I don't know who this is, but it's somebody that's friends with JLR. It might be
he thought it would be funny, I guess, to print out a picture of Jesus, and he literally fingered his own shit to wipe it above Jesus's lip. Oh. And I'm not a super religious person, but I do believe in God. That really upset me because I'm like, you know what, this is really bad. You went too far and you disrespected me. And when I went into the bathroom, I saw there was it smelled in there after he came out. There was little pieces of toilet paper with poop in the little in our little wastebasket. And I said, do you never think of me when you do these things, how they're gonna affect me?
Facts, but you know, boomers wasting money. Wasting daddy's money. I very much do. Yeah, cool. All right, I'm ignoring him now.
Me?
Back to this.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
this
in
is a-
blasphemy,
this
and
is
I
a
don't believe
friend
in
or a girlfriend
disrespecting
of
religion
JLR.
and God
Oh,
and
the
Jesus
other
and all
one.
that. And I told him, I said, if you loved me, you wouldn't even have
Yeah.
done something like this. First of all, you didn't care what I thought of you when
Oh,
you
it was
did
a
it.
girlfriend.
And secondly, that's just fucked up. You don't care about, that this was it was gonna turn me off, and I'm not gonna want to have sex with you, something like this. And
Oh,
then
we
on
gotta
top of
listen
that,
again.
I mean, he
Did
knew
I hear
all
that right?
And I told him, I said, I went into the bathroom.
Jesus, tell us about Jesus. There's questions in the chat.
Yeah. Oh my
Why
God.
does Jonathan always cover his arms? Do you know why?
I think just because they're scrawny. Yeah. I remember that I sent you a picture of him with his shirt off. I think that his arms, or at least one of his arms, is in that picture.
Yeah, I have him in bed. I have pictures of him in bed. I have pictures on the toilet.
Yeah, we got lots of pictures.
Okay, the Jesus. Tell us about Jesus. That was the Jesus photo was in your apartment, correct?
Yes, it was in my apartment, and he thought it would be funny, I guess, to print out a picture of Jesus, and he literally fingered his own shit to wipe it above Jesus's lip. And I'm not a super religious person, but I do believe in God. That really upset me because I'm like, you know what, this is really bad. You went too far and you disrespected me. And when I went into the bathroom, I saw there was, it smelled in there after he came out. There was little pieces of toilet paper with poop in the little, in our little wastebasket. And I said, do you never think of me when you do these things, how they're going to affect me? I don't believe in blasphemy, and I don't believe in disrespecting religion and God and Jesus and all that. And I told him, I said, if you loved me, you wouldn't have even done something like this. First of all, you didn't care what I thought of you when you did it. And secondly, that's just fucked up. You don't care about, that this was it was gonna turn me off, and I'm not gonna want to have sex with you, something like this. And then on top of that, I mean, he knew that I believed in God, so that was an issue for me.
Everything's a joke. There's no boundaries.
No boundaries.
Can I ask a really sideways question? Did you
Sure,
feel
go for it.
Did you feel like you loved him?
I did in the beginning when we were first together, but I think that actually faded by probably like when we moved in, I'd say in like March. I would say by Christmas, no, I did not feel that way anymore.
Wow. Did he have a porn issue?
No, he did not.
Okay.
He did not have a porn issue. But he one day when he woke up and he was reading something that happened, or was a mass shooting or something like that, and he said to me, he was like, let's have sex.
You're telling me that what turned him on physically was a mass shooting and not a pussy. Is that what you're telling me?
See, I knew it.
I think we lost her. She was getting real static.
Hey,
if you're on still,
you
Angela, we
that?
can't hear you, hon. Oh, where's she?
I see.
Oh, God, got her.
Holy shit. Angela? Where did she go? Yeah, he's loving the fucking attention. Where did she go?
Damn.
I don't know. It's not like, she got really staticky and then just kind of.
Yeah. What about you, Jane?
Yeah, like my experience was a little different than hers towards the end because I was like devastated when he broke up with me.
Oh, damn, these are two
yeah, because I really
girlfriends.
thought I loved him. But like, in time, like now I look back, I'm like, holy shit, I was fucking crazy. Like I was drunken on benzos every day and like, looking back, I'm like, yes, I'm like, he could have preyed on me, even though I told people like, oh, well, no, it was like me who approached him, but it doesn't mean that like, he couldn't have took advantage.
Exactly.
She's back. Yeah, she's back.
She's got the best stories.
Oh, again, look.
I'm sorry.
Just told on himself. Weirdo lives in Cali. Weirdo lives in Cali. Who's paying $5 for a gallon? You fucking weirdo. Told on yourself. See, I told him, let him talk long enough. These clowns always expose themselves.
Nobody came and got you.
Right now. So basically, right before you left, you started to tell us because you were like staticky, and I was like, wait, am I losing her? I want you to repeat what you said because I screamed out. Are you telling me that he got turned on by a mass shooting, more than a pussy?
Yes.
Tell us the story one more time.
So we were laying in bed. It was like, in the morning or whatever. And he was like, hurry up, let's have sex before I get too focused on this. Yes. I feel like he's such a treat to have sex with.
Oh my God. And what did you think?
I was like, well, that's fucking weird. Yeah. He's fucking weird and he's crazy. He's literally insane. He's really good at acting normal though, because he acted very normal in the beginning. But that stuff that he does where he constantly repeats himself like on his channel.
Somebody was asking that earlier. Yeah.
He talks like that in person. He talked like that in person with me. He would just constantly repeat himself and he would be like,
you want to know something that I think's funnier? When people get a sex change and want to change it back. That's funny.
Come over here and let's snuggle. And we call me Mrs. Fresh.
What's that guy? Tony, Polly.
Look at the papers.
Yes, bro, you're right on it. It was fucking weird. And I was like, I don't know. I always just felt bad. I was like, he was just institutionalized and things will work themselves out until he started showing me that he was never going to be anything but a scam artist and a fraudster. And then I was like, you're not going to get me in fucking trouble with all your shit. I'm out of here. Yeah, there was a time when I was with him and I forget what the event was. And he went like he was going there to help people. That's what he was saying. But he was actually posing as Naomi and trying to get social security numbers of like the victims of whatever disaster was. I wish I remembered what it was. It was like 2015, 2016 sometime.
Oh
but
like,
and he wanted to use her identity and he had a copy of her driver's ID. And like he had showed me that before that he had it. And yeah, he would pretend like to be her for different things. Peace. Jane, please don't get mad at me for mentioning this. I love you. You're an awesome person. Honestly, you're the best thing that came out of him. Out of the situation with him. But I remember going through his pictures and I found sexual things between him and Jane. They were together for, a year or whatever. And I was like, why are you holding on to these pictures? And he said, well, you never know when you might need to use them.
No.
Yes,
no,
he did.
No.
Yes, he did.
You hear this stuff?
Apparently, you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't know if it's going to be possible. Where
forget
vibe
who I
coding
saw.
meets
Maybe,
drag and drop
wait,
freedom.
I forget
We'll
who
see
was
about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some theoretical kombucha. Make me a site about.
This is wild.
Jane knows too. We both know. Yeah, and I know some people like, oh, he's dangerous. I'm like, no, he's not. Like, I could kick his ass. I'm like, he's not dangerous.
Both of them. They all want to fight him. They all want to fight him.
Yeah. Jane would have beat his ass. I know her now. She would have whooped his ass.
But like sometimes this is like my thinking is like the physical stuff is dangerous, yeah, but the mental stuff is even worse. Like bruises heal, but that stuff sticks with you in your head for a long time.
That's
and those guys know high canvassing crimes. Guys like that know they know how to get you. They can read you and they know each person's weakness almost.
And he played on Jane's weakness. He knew that she was going through some things. And I think he used that. He found that she was vulnerable and he used that. And he did the same thing with me because when I first started talking to him, he sent me a friend request. I was going through the death of my brother who was 25 and I was very depressed. And I feel he used that also.
When it happened to me, I was going through separating from my husband. And that's when my stinker entered my life. And this is something that I was wondering. We keep hearing about this porn addiction. And you both have said no. Reading the police report, what it says was what she referred to as porn. And so what I wonder, is it women sending him pictures, inappropriate pictures, and she's calling it porn? What it says was what she referred to as porn. And so what I wonder, is it women sending him pictures, inappropriate pictures, and she's calling it porn? Not necessarily. What it says was what she referred to as porn. And so what I wonder, is it women sending him pictures, inappropriate pictures, and she's calling it porn? Not necessarily that there's actual like video porn on his phone or anything like that. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Oh, that's possible.
That's what I believe is that, women, because she said she caught him cheating. And so to me, that is, that's maybe these women are sending that because if you're just talking, it's not, but I mean, you shouldn't talk to somebody. If your partner doesn't know you're talking to somebody, then, come on. But yeah, that's what I thought is possibly that it was women on the internet, followers, things like that, sending him stuff. And gotta watch who you send your stuff to, ladies. It's out there forever.
I
the cloud somewhere. There's 120-pound me somewhere out in the cloud.
Right. I mean, listen, you guys are here. You have a chance to ask questions. I mean, these are just, honestly, what they're saying is absolutely shocking, but it's great to know that they weren't, abused and, that he was with some girls that could take care of themselves. You get what I'm saying? Like they could hold their own. So
where did she say?
You're another you like to use letters to describe yourself, huh? We know what you are now. California, you go by letters. Lord have mercy. Yeah, true. Yeah, probably so. And shit, only about 30% of our population votes. So, I mean, shit. Do we even pick at all? Who knows?
Say that, Sarah, because I've seen Chatter say it, but I haven't seen anything in the police report but I could have missed it.
That's why she confronted him. Like, I can't believe he took off. I can't believe he would I thought that he took the phone on accident. I remember saying that. I'm like, if he had to, he probably just took it by accident and like, that's what I really thought. I didn't think, I didn't think that there was a thing where he was like savagely beating her or anything like that. No, there's no gay porn. We haven't heard anything about gay.
I mean, he did seem to like that picture of Frankie and then he passed it around. Maybe he actually enjoyed that. And he doesn't like to touch the vagina at all or lick it or have it. You know what I mean?
I had a guy.
Jane, did you notice that? Jane, I'm sorry. Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah, I had someone like years back when I first started seeing him and like, how random people, like you're talking to somebody like that and you're on their page. So then random people start like reaching out to you. And I had some guy like tell me, he's like, oh, JLR like to take me in the ass in prison. And we was talking a lot of shit on like, JLR was a bitch in prison and was taking it in the ass.
I asked him if he did. He said no.
Oh my God.
He said yes.
Well, exactly. Yes.
Right. I pride myself because, a lot of people say, oh my God, I feel like I tell you anything. You can.
All right. So now they're talking about his sex. Oh my God. This is crazy. So he's basically a sex freak too, huh?
So yeah, but he's not going to tell anybody anything that
Jane, did he engage with your down below?
No, but he really liked receiving oral.
Yeah, same thing with me.
Well, most guys do. I mean,
but that seems to be like a preference.
And Betty said that too. I mean, Chili's.
Well, because he's a narcissist and he doesn't want any emotional attachment to the women. So he's really, I don't know, it was really strange.
That's like the best way to describe it. Strange.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. He was scared to even touch the pussy. That's fucking weird.
Did you ask him about it?
No, I didn't actually. I was just like, oh, he was institutionalized. He just doesn't know what he's doing, and I need excuses for him, like everyone does.
So I'm receiving court orders and shit like that on my phone all day today. To pay this amount, yeah.
For what?
I already gave it to Adrian. So it's funny how this is happening. It happened. I got it before a few hours ago, and now I'm getting it again. So let's do it again. And there you go.
And I'll tell you something else that I believe too.
I'm just getting text from Keith. He wants to know.
He didn't care about Magnolia either. That was just he needed her to get on his YouTube channel because she was a YouTuber, and that would bring him more viewers. And that's all he cares about. That's it.
So he did to her what he did to me.
Yes. He's incapable of actually caring about anyone.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Someone earlier asked like what you guys think about him being out at that Nancy Guthrie's case and praying at the end of it every night and at the end of his streams. And like I said, I really thought that he had changed.
Yeah, that's getting him more views and it's getting him more money. That's all he cares about.
Yeah, I didn't even like. Yeah, it's not shocking to me considering like he posed as a family member. Like,
look, somebody's talking about CrimeCon in that chat. He went to crime. He goes to CrimeCon and stuff too. I found something with him at a CrimeCon. Oh, CrimeCon in a few months. He was telling those guys in Tucson that he would take them to in Vegas. Should be an interesting event. Do you think he's capable of doing something world shocking in a mass capacity? See,
the family member, like the Sandy Hook stuff. Like, so like nothing shocks me. He'll do anything just for attention or money or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obviously, yeah.
She messaged me and warned me about him, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not listening to you." But she was right. She did.
Yeah.
Girl, I wish I would listen to you.
It was like when my head started to finally like clear up, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Wow!" Like I just couldn't believe myself in the choices that I made. And, like, you know, so like yeah, I did warn you, but I mean, if somebody did to me, like obviously people warned me too, and I didn't listen.
Yeah, and I know she's only trying to warn me because she knows that she knows how he is. She knows that he doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He's incapable of giving a fuck about anybody.
Did you meet his family, Jane?
I'd spoken to them, but I never like met them. Or
okay.
Actually, I did. I met his mother once. I didn't meet his dad, but I did meet his mom. And it was like very brief, but she was nice. And I spoke to her on the phone quite a few times during our relationship.
That's I've heard is that she is very nice. And
yeah, I was also told from Angela that the sister, Carrie, wants nothing to do with JLR.
Yeah, she's like completely normal, I guess you could say.
Oh. Yeah. Did you ever meet her?
No.
Oh.
I never met her either, but I did meet his father. And met Tim. So we all they invited us to Thanksgiving. They took us to Fogo de Chao for Thanksgiving. I might have a picture of that. I don't know. And so we were having a really good time. And Tim said to me, he said, Angela, he said, we should do Fogo de Chao again for Christmas. That's if you and Jonathan are still together. And that's only a month later.
Oh, so they had so they knew he was crazier than a shithouse rat, you know?
Yeah. And Tim looked at him with and I forgot also Tim was when he talked to Jonathan, he was very sarcastic because Jonathan was taking selfies the whole time and pictures and all that stuff. And Tim said, "We're sorry that we bought him that phone."
Do you think
Yeah, it's gotten crazy here as well. Minimum wage here where I'm at, I'm not even sure what it is. It's not 18, but rent is like that. You can't get anything for less than like 1,500 little dump somewhere in a badass neighborhood.
he could focus long enough to pull off a long con? What is he doing at CrimeCon? He's not appearing, is he? As of signing autographs, and he's not doing that, right? Is he autographing and doing photo ops of people?
Oh God, I hope not.
I mean, it would be all he has to do is apply. All you have to do is pay for the vendor space. Yeah, you can do it. That's not something I would do. I go to those cons. I just don't go to CrimeCon because that's not fun to me. I'm not gonna, that's just not fun to me. I want, like Freddy Krueger and Jason and Chucky. You know what I'm saying? Like I want the horror stuff. I want, I don't want to hear about psychology and real, laws going into play. Blah blah. Like that's not a party to me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I go to fucking cons that are like have Elvira and fucking Annie and shit signing fucking autographs. You got the cast of Scream and people running around with the mask and people dressed up like Jason Voorhees and they just want to cosplay. And it's the Star Wars people. I have the best time ever. But CrimeCon, you're kind of just dealing with like a businessy kind of investigative. It's just it's not like a Saved by the Bell. Let's go. Nancy Guthrie. Listen, you guys. And I'm glad that you guys are here to listen to it because it basically says exactly how I have felt. And I'm just gonna play it now because I'm trying to say it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and somebody else said it for me without me having to be a freaking bitch. But I just hold on.
Why is there 24-hour coverage of this one woman just as the Epstein emails drop? Let's talk about all the kids that are missing every single day. It's anywhere from 460,000 to 800,000 missing children in the United States. And I'm willing to bet it's even more than that. And the fact that we care more about Nancy Guthrie than we do about children that are molested and raped and trafficked in the United States is jarring to me. You have to question why we are being distracted.
Why are we being distracted? We're being distracted because within one day, we found out about the files being dropped. Harvey Levin is a friend of Epstein. Harvey Levin is in charge of TMZ. All of a sudden, Guthrie goes missing. The daughter interviewed the victims. Her husband. Guess what? The husband, Nancy Guthrie's husband, was very much giving he worked for Hillary Clinton, deleted 60,000 emails. It's all connected. So if they make
my first job was 4.25. Well, I think 375, but it had just gone up to 4.25. When I worked, the first job I actually worked was 4.25. My God, I'd be fucking homeless in a week now, wouldn't I? That's crazy. That's crazy.
make this old lady the biggest thing since sliced bread. And now let's go full circle. 3 days ago, who interviewed Savannah Guthrie talking mad shit, talking down to the public? I'll tell you who. Oprah Winfrey. So tell me again, I was wrong, because I know that I wasn't. I mean, who was Oprah Winfrey talking to the day before? Oh, the Coldplay chick. Gotcha. So making these people think, where the hell has Oprah been? And now they're collecting money for this big thing over in Hawaii. Did you know that Hawaii's underwater? Because I got a message. I got a message saying, hey, it's GoFundMe. Since you're so freaking generous, do you want to give money to Hawaii? How about you eat my ass? I'm done giving money away. Sorry. Ask Oprah for the money.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I said it for all of you.
Yeah, I was
guess
born
in
in 77.
Channel, my voice can only go so far, but how dare you ask me, a middle-class American, for money to help Hawaii when I'm paying $4.67 for a tank of gas? A gallon. Yeah, not. It says working with, hold on, what? Nick from At Night Media. Oh, I don't
That was the Cavalcante stuff, but they also, that was that whole thing with,
y'all were talking
like,
about
part of that thing with, like, barbecue, wasn't it? That she let that out about Nick's record and Crystal Ball.
Oh, he was trolling.
See, they're all
trying to troll me.
This is the thing. You're not going to have a beautiful, blessed life when you're going out doing shit like this.
Who knows who he
It
is?
simply does not happen. In the order of nature and the way that life goes, when you go out there doing bad things, you're going to have a lot of bad things and a lot of bad people around you and a lot of bad energies and a lot of bad influences. That's all intake. I'm telling you right now, for all you guys, you're all women. Guess what's going to happen if I told you something about yourself? If I told you tomorrow, you're going to meet 4 girls that are going to be your bestest friends in the entire freaking world. They're going to move on this block. They're going to have tons in common with you. And you guys are all going to get together and they're going to remain in your life for the next.
If trolls get to bothering you guys, I can always block them. I just don't want to get into doing that because, for one thing, if usually when I just let them do whatever, they go away. Oh, 3 little birds. What's up? How you doing? She lied about the game potato donation. She claimed she sent 500 to a fake website. Did she change her donation? I think I remember hearing something about that back then. Yeah, it's cool that some of you have been around so long too. You remind me of stuff.
15 to 20 years. What would you say? Bring it, right? They're going to be, guess what? They're going to be loyal friends. They're going to spend, I bet you $1 million. If these 4 friends that you meet tomorrow come walking down the street like Desperate Housewives, remember how they were all beautiful, thin, they exercised? Guess what? Your ass is going to be eating salads and protein at the same time. You guys are all going to, hey, let's take a pasta thing and drink wine. Let's do a pasta class and drink wine. That would be perfect. You're going to start acting like that. You're going to take on their positive stuff. Hey, let's all get together. You know what? Let's bring the husbands and the kids. We'll have the kids over here. We'll all just be one. Let's spend holidays. You're going to start looking better. You're going to start feeling better because you're going to have good stuff. But this is the thing. If a bunch of lowlifes move into the area, what happens? You got criminals. You got people that have cars that haven't moved. And then they take a sheet and they get under them. There's oil coming out. They get their friends. Imagine their kids, 18, 21 years old, and they come blast the music. Guess what? The value, the value of the block all goes down.
I used to live on the other side of Virginia. And on Fridays, I would deliver Auto Trader magazines up into Bluefield, West Virginia. I had a blast doing that.
My old neighborhood, I can attest to that.
Thank you. And guess what? It brought you down as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like with people that wake up and what do? They put on, The Price is Right, and they put those lawyer commercials, and it's just a depressing state. And then they start watching Maury Povich and what's his name, Jerry Springer, and it's all just low quality people. You're going to start saying, you know what? It's okay to enter. And I saw a couple months ago, I told Courtney people, I wanted the best for them. And when I went, but the thing is, you know what they said? Oh, I'm still with you, but I don't go back on you. That you would come back. Just make a stupid channel and just talk to us. All they want to talk about is Brittany J. Oh, now they're attacking Jay for justice. All they want to talk about is blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
the board found new ground to assimilate.
Really? All right. So 8 fucking years. 8 years. And these people are going gray. These people have not done nothing because you are a product of your environment. You are a product of your intake. It's what you accept into your life. Put a stop and say, you know what? Your kind doesn't mix over here.
Yeah, she did get her.
It's not working over here. You don't get.
She did get her last channel banned. I had heard. I remember when that happened, and she just come back with another one. What is coming on soon? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh shoot! When I was in high school, that's what it was in the 90s. Cigarettes were $1 a pack. Gas was $1 a gallon. Everything was. Molly gets pissed.
To ever fucking come back, because you know what? I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want you to go on and live the life that you deserve. Will you? And I'm saying this on my mother's name. You fire the fucking first shot, and I swear on my mother, I will have the last fucking laugh. And I don't fucking fire first shots. And I don't go down without a fucking fight. And that's what my mother and father fucking raised. And that's why I'm sitting here trying to fucking help people, trying to bring them the fuck up for years.
We love you, Marissa. You're an awesome person.
Yes, and I'm late. I have to get to my kids. I didn't want to just be rude and
That's what I like. That's what I like.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I stepped out for a minute. I had to go do the night.
Bring break. Listen, bring break for the kids. Thank you, Jane.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, there you go.
That's really, it really is really nice to have you, Jane. It was very nice.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm glad you shared.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. And yeah, hopefully I'll get to talk with you more soon.
Sure, absolutely.
What's up, Bird?
All right.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, love.
You too. Bye.
She was great, Angela.
What, love?
She was great, Angela.
I know.
I can't believe they were. Do you know who Jace for Justice is?
I don't actually.
Okay.
Even better. That's even better, actually, that you don't know who she is.
I don't.
Is a girl that I helped get her channel off the ground during the Chris Watts case. At the same time, I was being trolled to death by Jonathan. When I met Jonathan outside of the Gabby Petito house, I knew that Jonathan was there. I didn't know who everybody was. I didn't really talk to him much. And then the next day when I came back, he came up to me and said, "Oh, hi, I'm Jonathan Lee Riches." And I'm like, "Yeah, hi." And he goes, "Jay for Justice is my friend." And she told me, "You know who that lady is? You're standing next to Molly Golightly." And I said, "Oh, shit." And I'm like, well, he didn't say that. I was like, "Yeah, you used to fucking troll me to death." So I confronted him. I was like, "Yeah, I know exactly who you are. You used to send me those freaking messages." He goes, I was just like that. So Jay for Justice came up the other day and she said, I met him one time at a flea market with my husband in the Panhandle. So they have remained friendly. So a couple days ago, when they heard me calling you, they all went buck wild on Jay for Justice. They thought that Jay for Justice, this is what Courtney said. Courtney said, they think the girl that you called up on, because it was Facebook phone, and you were like, "Oh my God, I'm at work, but I can talk to you on Friday." Thank you, Rhonda. Do you remember that? Remember that little call that we...
Yes, I remember. I was working. Yeah.
Okay, that was the girl. She's getting heat because they think that me and Jay were planning a bamboozle or some sort of...
I mean, I'm definitely not her. I don't know what she looks like, or I don't know if you guys know what she looks like, but I'm definitely not her.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you guys. This is Jay. This is her apartment. This is a photo that she sent me of OJ. Is that OJ, this kid, or another one?
All right, they're talking about Jay for Justice. She's a channel. She lives in Florida, too. I don't know anything about her, but I guess she's friends with JLR.
This is Jonathan in bed, waiting for a school shooting.
No, that's the kitty we got together. OJ's an orange cat. Yeah, that was our okay, so the top picture is our first Valentine's Day together, and then the second one we tried to
I don't remember in particular, but I know that you're talking about when Candace and Don were working at those houses and the cops. Yeah, and they were all on the road. Oh yeah, she said something about your kid's dead or something like that, right?
Recreated. It was our second Valentine's Day together.
Wow.
A year later.
Oh, I get it. Okay,
yeah,
we're trying to. There we go.
Yeah. But the kitty, no, OJ was not our kitty. We had a kitty named Plumpkin. He's a gray and white kitty. I have him because I would not let Jonathan have him.
There we go. So you're that girl.
That's me. Yes.
Side by side. Let's get side by side. Go ahead.
You want me to go on video again? Okay.
No, you don't have to. No.
Girl, I look like crap right now today.
I have so many photos.
Great.
I have so many photos, and the fact that Cutsy did say that about 3 months ago, Jay for Justice was being attacked because she trolled a chat and got caught. So I guess if you get caught doing something like that, I mean, it's not like you killed a baby or anything.
Right.
I mean, the selective outrage around here in these parts is ridiculous. It is very childish. It is very low IQ.
My mom just texted me, and I don't know if any of you guys were in here earlier. My dad's having some issues. I guess he's up. He's I think he's maybe early onset dementia stuff, and he's having these little spells. So I need to go over there to my parents' house. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. I will come back and try to check you guys out later on, but I'm gonna go see what I can do for them here. So if you don't mind, if you've enjoyed it, go ahead and hit the subscribe for me, guys. And all you guys, all you normal, the ones that are always here in the chat, man, you guys have been a blast like always. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll talk to you guys soon.